Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 720 Breaking Out of the Siege. Although Yang Hui, who was hiding in the dark, could not see because of the tear gas in the room, he could hear the movement inside the house. 6 people, standard special operations team, fully armed. 4 left, 2 left. The location is now. Even the slightest footsteps were very clear in Yang Hui's ears. Hearing that the 2 people who stayed to search the room were only 1 step away from his hiding place, Yang Hui would definitely not hide anymore. He made a move like lightning and knocked out the 2 people in an instant. The crisis is over, abandon the luggage, and evacuate. Yang Hui and his 4 companions did not bring any valuable luggage. They only had some spare clothes, daily necessities, etc. to conceal their identities. The only valuable thing was the terminal they carried with them. Hearing Yang Hui's instructions, Cornelia and the other 2 also left their hiding place and followed Yang Hui out of the hotel. Over there, Yang Hui and his companions had been exposed. The town must have entered a state of emergency. Naturally, it was impossible for only 1 special operations team to be in action. Checkpoints and search teams had been set up on all roads. Damn it, Gilbert, cover. Yang Hui and Gilbert immediately used the weapons picked up from the 2 people who were knocked unconscious to fight back. For a while, white smoke representing the death of the Sakura country's pursuit team rose frequently, and one after another stood there in frustration. Damn the Bunitarians. Some people were unwilling to end it like this. Even if he had been killed, they still planned to pick up weapons to chase and kill. Fortunately, there were rational people around who remembered that this was an exercise and immediately stopped them, and then continued to pursue. Yang Hui and the other 4 didn't care about these things. They were now thinking about how to escape from this town, and they must not stop their steps, otherwise if they were surrounded, they would really be unable to escape. Regita, how far is it? 500 meters left, change the ammunition. The road ahead is blocked. Gilbert, 3 people on the upper right. Turn left, take the alley. 500 meters, a distance that can be crossed in a few seconds, is now extremely far away. The pursuit and interception from all directions took them a full 10 minutes to rush out of the town and reach the supply point arranged in advance outside the town. Regita, sister, change clothes. Gilbert and I will be on guard. Understood. X2 The 4 people were divided into 2 groups of men and women. They quickly changed their casual clothes and recommended equipment, tore off the bionic masks on their faces, and put on Bunitalia's individual combat equipment. Jeremiah, Dalton, please reply if you get it. Although the radio signal was still in danger of being detected, Yang Hui could no longer care about it at this time. They had been exposed, so Jeremiah's 3-man team outside and Dalton and others who stayed behind were also in danger of being exposed. This is Jeremiah. Is your highness safe? This is Dalton. The nightmares are all ready and can provide support at any time. We have rushed out of the town and are heading towards the stronghold. Dalton, you immediately launch an attack on the military camp east of the town and make sure to completely suppress it. Jeremiah, the 3 of you return to the base to take over their mission and wait for us to come back. Yes, your highness. X2 let's go. After ending the communication, Yang Hui and the other 4 quickly ran in the grove. This was also due to the fact that Cornelia and Gilbert had been trained in the Nightmare Nights. One of the daily compulsory subjects was outdoor armed cross-country running. In the past, in such an environment, Cornelia and Gilbert could only fight the enemy head-on. Your highness. Jeremiah and the other 2 who were responsible for guarding the machine were relieved to see Yang Hui and the other 4 return safely. Well done, Jeremiah, Viretta, Joan Luo, Gilbert. Now the 4 of you immediately equip the C-type equipment, surfboard, and head to coordinate A12. Since Akamatsu has discovered our traces, the large force of Sakura country must be on the way. Hold them back. Yang Hui ordered the 4 people while starting his own machine. Yes, your highness. X4 Imperial Sister, Regetta, we will attack the Itsukushima base from the front. Understood. X2 Boom 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 boom. At this time, the sound of gunfire and artillery explosions came from the direction of the base in the east of the town. Dalton and his men had already launched an attack on the barracks, and they could not waste any more time. Let's go. All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! XN Gilbert's Gloucester, Jeremiah's, Dorothy, Villetta's, Birugo, and June Luo's, Scorpion, immediately found the hidden sea-type equipment, surfboard, and after docking, they headed directly to the sea, while Cornelia's Gloucester, Yang Hui's, Athena, and Rene Rugita's, Ares, returned in the same direction they came from. How daring! Only 3 nightmares dared to raid the Itsukushima base under martial law. Cornelia laughed, her laughter full of excitement and excitement. She was a general and a warrior. In the face of such a challenge, her warrior blood had begun to burn. What? Are you scared? Yang Hui teased Cornelia. Such a mission was not the most difficult among all the missions Yang Hui had performed, and he had long been accustomed to this environment. It was mainly a joke to ease Cornelia's tension. Hell, what a joke. Then follow me closely, I'm afraid you'll fall behind. Another joke, you are the one, don't let me overtake you. This joke is a bit dull. I can see it. During the chat, the town had reappeared in their sight, along with a defense line arranged by the armored vehicle troops and the Itsukushima base behind the town. Speed up, tactical formation A11. Understood. X2. Above the sea, Akamatsu led the fleet to advance quickly towards the Itsukushima base. At this time, he was still waiting for news. Since it was confirmed that the opponent's target was the Itsukushima base, the town outside the Itsukushima base was their only way to go. A careful investigation would definitely reveal their traces. General, the special forces report that they have found their traces. Did they catch them? No, there are 4 of them, all of them are very skilled, and they have broken through the blockade of the town. Well, that's expected. But since we know we've been exposed, the next step is to raid the base, right? Order the 1st and 2nd Ground Armored Divisions to set up a defense line in front of the town, and the 3rd and 4th Ground Armored Divisions to set up a defense line at Itsukushima base. The Eastern Tibetan Barracks will enter Level 1 combat configuration and be on standby. Understood. General, the latest intelligence is that the Eastern Tibetan Barracks was ambushed by 6 nightmares and suffered heavy losses. Support is requested. What? Akamatsu frowned. He didn't expect that the backup plan he left behind would be discovered in advance, but he didn't panic. Although it was unexpected, the loss was still within an acceptable range. Order the Tibetan barracks to disperse and evacuate. Itsukushima base is not allowed to provide support. Yes. Ding ding ding. It's me. General, there are 4 nightmares from Bunitalia in front. Our front. Akamatsu was stunned for a moment, then smiled with interest, his eyes full of expectation and excitement. How many nightmares were stolen from Bunitalia? 13. 6 in the Tibetan camp, 4 in our front, and 3 left. Haha, young people nowadays are really amazing, especially their courage. General, what should we do now? The fleet slows down, deploys horizontally, and the air strike force attacks. Since they sent people to greet us, we naturally have to have fun with them. At the base. Do you think my Itsukushima base can be breached by 3 nightmares? When Akamatsu said this, there was already a hint of anger and murderous intent in his eyes. Itsukushima base is his base camp and his back garden. In order to re-emerge the young and vigorous faction and to prevent the defeat of the last war from happening again, Akamatsu made countless efforts to build Itsukushima base into a perfect iron road, and did not allow anyone to deny his achievements. Yes, General, I am sorry for being so presumptuous. Well, go ahead. Yes. Then. Akamatsu stood up. His back had never been so straight since the defeat in the last war. Then let's kick off, Bunitaria. With firm steps, Akamatsu came from his office to the bridge. This was his first direct contact with Bunitaria. No matter how much information he had studied before, it was just information, not personal experience. So this time he had to stand at the front line to command. However, as soon as he arrived at the bridge, he was shocked by the situation in front of him. The signal of the 1st Air Strike Force is lost. Fubuki, Shirayuki, Minayuki, and Yumikaze have sunk, and the enemy nightmares are advancing at high speed towards the Sendai, Isuzu, Agano, and Magami. Sendai and Isuzu are severely damaged. Agano and Magami are medium damaged. The 10th and 15th Land Aviation Brigade have suffered heavy losses and request to evacuate. This. Everyone calm down. Akaji and Kaga retreat. Takayo, Atago, Toriumi, and Maya move towards the center. The remaining warships will counter-encircle from both sides. General Takago and Atago have been medium damaged. Toriumi and Maya are also slightly damaged. How is this possible? Akamatsu watched the friendly signals on the radar disappear quickly one by one. The 4 enemy planes did not even slow down and moved forward in an elegant arc on the sea. For a moment, his brain crashed. He had always considered the battalion nightmares as the biggest threat, and he would do everything he could to get his hands on the data of every battle. He had also done countless research, but he could not understand how 4 nightmares could have such a strong combat power. General, the enemy planes are starting to retreat. Retreat. Akamatsu was stunned. With the enemy's overwhelming offensive, how could they retreat now? But suddenly he thought of something and asked hurriedly, "Have you counted how much ammunition they have consumed?" "I'll check it right away." Yes, they have. That's right. They are out of ammunition. Nightmares are not using energy weapons. In such a high-intensity battle, and the opponent does not have nightmares, there is no way to replenish ammunition on the battlefield. The fleet forms a column and immediately launches a pursuit. As long as you can move, move. Got it. Got it. Haha, I didn't expect you to abandon the Itsukushima base and come to me, Yang Hui, Cornelia, then die here. Akamatsu, who recovered from the shock, directly concluded that the person who attacked the fleet was Yang Hui, otherwise he could not convince himself that only Yang Hui's almost abnormal personal combat power could make it possible. So Akamatsu no longer cares about the safety of the Itsukushima base. If Yang Hui is not there, how can 3 nightmares capture the Itsukushima base? So he has to keep an eye on Yang Hui, catch Yang Hui, and kill Yang Hui. In this exercise, no, in this war, victory belongs to him. However, it was this judgment that made him lose his only chance to win. Chapter 721, the exercise ends, Akamatsu's defeat. Akamatsu led the fleet and chased after Jeremiah and his 4 companions. Tisk, we can't get rid of them. We are running out of energy and strength, Jonluo said with sweat on his forehead. Although he had a lot of training, this was his first time in actual combat, so he was naturally nervous. With his nerves tense and fighting such a high-intensity battle, the consumption of both physical strength and energy was terrible. Not only did the ammunition of the machine run out, but the energy was also running out. Jeremiah and his 4 companions had reached their limits, and now they were supported by willpower. It's all your own fault. His Highness's order was just to delay time, not to force an attack. Gilbert complained unhappily. He was the one with the most combat experience among the 4. He knew how to adjust the consumption of physical strength and energy in battle, so the consumption was a little less than that of the 3, but it was only a little bit. It was really hard to continue fighting. Stop talking. You are just too excited. Valletta complained. Stop talking, save your energy. It's good that we can't get rid of them. Take them around in circles to buy time for the 2 princes. Understood. X3 In fact, their current predicament was indeed caused by themselves. This can be regarded as their first battle after they passed the training and changed to new machines. The previous capture of the Sakura country fleet really can't be regarded as it. Naturally, they were a little excited. They got excited while fighting, especially the performance of the new machine, which was too exciting, just like a racer driving a faster new car, can't help but step on the accelerator a few more times. So now they didn't delay much time, and even next time they couldn't delay too long, but the results were good. A small half of Akamatsu's fleet was destroyed. This record may not be as terrible as Yang Hui's, but it is scary enough. On the other side of the battlefield, the town outside the Itsukushima base, the lush grove outside the town has been destroyed beyond recognition. Although it is the ammunition used for exercises, it still has a certain explosive power. The trees have been destroyed and the ground is full of potholes. But compared with the defense line of the tank and soldier components, it is a small witch compared to a big witch. Damn it! Are all the Batarians monsters? How could the nightmares do that? It's too scary, really too scary. How can we win? As far as the eye can see, the entire defense line is in a mess. The originally neatly arranged tanks and artillery are either wrapped in white smoke or scattered. The soldiers of the Sakura country are sitting on the ground in groups, covered in dust, with expressions of fear on their faces. Originally, they were all proud people, and they were all elite troops trained by Akamatsu himself, but, in their eyes, The three nightmares that should have been easy prey easily tore their pride to pieces and threw them on the ground, which would give them nightmares if they recalled them. Especially the Athena, driven by Yang Hui. The double guns in his hands never stopped firing, and even performed a stunt of rotating 360 degrees in the air to keep firing, and the hit rate did not drop at all. There is also the team tactics of the three machines and the alternating cover, which is simply an art. People dare not even think about it. While enjoying the gorgeous performance, they were killed. Well, I hope the others can stop them. Forget it, why bother? We're all dead anyway. Instead of thinking so much, why not think about how to safely survive the general's disaster? As the instigator, Yang Hui and his two companions passed through the town at the fastest speed and attacked the main camp of Itsukushima base. Such a tight defense, Yang Hui, we can't get through. Cornelia was also exhausted at this time. It was also her first time to experience such a high-intensity frontline battle. Her physical strength and energy were almost unable to keep up. Okay, sister, Regetta, tactical formation S-33, cover me. Understood. X2, Athena, took the lead, dodging the dense firepower network while changing the magazines for the double gun smoothly. Considering the high-intensity battle, the energy consumption of the energy cannon is too high for the current energy technology, so Yang Hui used the standard machine gun throughout the whole process. At the same time, Cornelia's Gloucester and Rini Rugita's Ailes protected Athena on both sides, holding their shields high, not to protect themselves, but to protect Athena. Damn it! How is this possible? Shoot! Shoot! Seeing that the speed of the three nightmares did not slow down at all and quickly enlarged in the sight, the soldiers on the front line panicked. Now, disperse! Cornelia's Gloucester and Ailes immediately dispersed to both sides, and threw several smoke bombs into the air, which exploded with a bang. Thick smoke and dust immediately covered the entire area, swallowing up people's sight. Damn the Bunitarians, they actually played such a trick. Hurry up and find out their location. Over here, Over here too, Where are they? Got a reply. Hello? Hello? The person who called did not get a response, and could not get a response, because the next second the reminder on his chest prompted that the command vehicle he was riding in had been destroyed and he himself was killed. How? How could it be? Itsukushima base is over. The main camp is the most important line of defense of Itsukushima base. Once the main camp is breached, the defensive forces close to the base will not be able to stop the enemy at all. He himself is the highest commander of the main camp. When Akamatsu was away, he was in charge of the entire Itsukushima base. Now, it can be imagined that without the leader and being pounced on by several vicious tigers, the fate of Itsukushima base can be imagined. On the sea, Akamatsu was still following the four nightmares in circles with his fleet. He didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but as time went on and the distance got longer, Akamatsu felt more and more that something was wrong. It was obvious that the other side couldn't get rid of them. If they kept going like this, they would run out of command energy and be captured. But they kept running away like this, and now they didn't even fight back, just like, oh no. They are stalling for time. Their ultimate goal is still Itsukushima base. Akamatsu figured everything out and immediately ordered the fleet to stop chasing and return to support Itsukushima base. At the same time, Akamatsu picked up the phone and planned to contact Itsukushima base to tell them to be careful. Although he couldn't imagine how Yang Hui used three nightmares to break through the defense of Itsukushima base, he was still worried. As a result, I'm Akamatsu. How is the base? You are General Akamatsu. Nice to meet you. Who are you? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Akamatsu had a bad premonition in his heart. Nice to meet you, General Akamatsu. I'm Yang Hui. Yang Hui. You. How could you? Akamatsu was stunned. He looked through the glass of the bridge at the nightmares that were chasing him. All of a sudden, all his thoughts became clear. Ha ha. Your Highness Yang Hui, what a good plan, what courage. Thank you, it's just that my subordinates are better than I thought. Yang Hui heard anger and unwillingness in the other party's tone, but he remained calm, as if he had just done something that he could do easily. I'm also ready to fight General Akamatsu's large army. Good, very good. Yang Hui, don't forget, you are in my hands now. Yang Hui broke through the Itsukushima base, but those were all exercises. There were injuries, but no deaths. Yang Hui was now carefree in the enemy's base camp. Once Akamatsu is desperate, it was possible to take him down directly. Yet, what should I do? General Akamatsu, tell me, what should I do? Yang Hui asked Akamatsu jokingly. General. Radar detected the signal of the Bunitalian fleet. What? Chisen was shocked. Whether it was the location or the timing, it was too coincidental. Yang Hui. You. So General Chisen, what should we do? Chisen was almost biting his teeth to pieces at this time. His tightly clenched fist had begun to bleed because his nails had pierced the skin of his palm. He was angry. He was angry that he was still careless and fell into Yang Hui's trap. He was angry that his base camp was so weak. He was angry that Yang Hui gloated over him and mocked him, and he had no means to fight back. After a moment of silence, Chisen forced himself to calm down and said to Yang Hui, "Very good, Yang Hui, the exercise is over. I lost this time. You and your people can leave safely." "Well, thank you General Chisen for your understanding of justice." After speaking, Yang Hui hung up the communication directly. He believed that Chisen's expression must be very good now, but it was a pity that he could not see it with his own eyes. How is it? Cornelia and Rini Rugeta protected Yang Hui, and the three of them were surrounded by soldiers from Itsukushima base. Both sides pointed their guns at each other, and they were all loaded with live ammunition. "The exercise is over, we won." Yang Hui spread his hands and said to Cornelia, Rini Rugeta, and the surrounding Sakura soldiers with a look of disdain. "Really? That's good, but..." Cornelia looked around, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. "They don't plan to let us go. Really?" Yang Hui asked the surrounding Sakura soldiers with a smile on his face. "I've heard that the soldiers under General Akamatsu are the best soldiers in Sakura. I guess you won't disobey military orders, right?" The soldiers began to struggle. On one side was humiliating revenge, and on the other side was Akamatsu's order. They didn't want to give up on both sides. "Besides, you have missed the best time." Yang Hui's smile was still playful. The sound of buzz 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 was getting closer and closer, coming from two directions. On one side were Dalton and his men who were responsible for the feint attack and diversion, and on the other side were large helicopters in the sky, which soon stopped above the Itsukushima base. Ropes dropped vertically, and well-equipped Unitalian soldiers slid down to the ground one by one, surrounding the Sakura soldiers who surrounded Yang Hui and the other two. Put down your guns. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, touching the taboo of Sakura country. A large number of Bunitalian troops poured into the Itsukushima base, but they did not do anything out of the ordinary. Their only mission was to safely pick up Yang Hui and Cornelia. "You said you had prepared such a backup plan." On the helicopter, Cornelia took off her helmet and exposed her true identity. "If I say I don't know, do you believe me?" Yang Hui said to Cornelia awkwardly. Cornelia was stunned. "I just asked Jeremiah to send a telegram to the fleet in advance, asking the fleet to pick up the four of them at the designated location, and by the way, to stop Akamatsu's fleet, and did not let them pick us up." Yang Hui explained. "Is this, really? Well, this foresight is good, but is this considered making up for the mistake?" Yang Hui spread his hands at Cornelia's guess. If this was really the fleet's temporary commander's self-assertion, then this commander was really good. He could make judgments and decisions in advance without knowing the detailed combat plan, and send people to pick up Yang Hui and Cornelia. Surrounded by the soldiers of Sakura country, Cornelia and Regina Rugeta were indeed frightened, but Yang Hui knew very well that there would be no danger. After all, Akamatsu didn't dare to touch them now. Even if the temptation in front of him was great, he had to hold back. After all, the two outstanding princes and princesses had something wrong in Sakura country, and Sakura country couldn't bear the anger of Bunitaria. Therefore, the biggest danger they need to face is the stress response of the finger joints under high tension, commonly known as misfire. "Royal sister, the first phase of the exercise is over. Is there a second phase?" Yang Hui asked Cornelia. The second phase of the exercise was arranged for the two armies to confront each other, but now it seems that there is no point. It's unnecessary. It's just a waste of time. Itsukushima Base, known as the future of Sakura Country, is the most heavily defended military base in Sakura Country, but it was still breached by the three nightmares of Yang Hui, Cornelia and Regina Rogetta. Of course, there are subjective or objective reasons, such as the unknown performance of the new generation of Nightmare, Akamatsu's absence from the Itsukushima base to personally command, Yang Hui and Cornelia's violation of the exercise rules, resulting in Sakura Country being unprepared. But arrogance and underestimation of the enemy are certain. Not only the Itsukushima base, but even Akamatsu himself was careless, which gave Yang Hui an opportunity to take advantage of. If Akamatsu had not been delayed by Jeremiah and the other four for so long and rushed back to Itsukushima base as soon as possible, the outcome would still be unknown. Moreover, this also allowed Yang Hui and Cornelia to roughly grasp the situation inside the Itsukushima base. In Cornelia's view, the previous exercise was already a confrontation exercise between the Sakura Country Army and the Bunitalian Army, and there was no need to waste time again. Don't underestimate the enemy, sister. Yang Hui could see Cornelia's contempt and disdain for Sakura Country, so he reminded her, on the one hand, they suffered from the rules of the exercise, and on the other hand, they suffered from the lack of intelligence, especially since I don't have much intelligence. Don't worry, I won't make such a small mistake. That's good. Yang Hui definitely looked down on the army of Sakura Country, but a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. You can despise the opponent strategically, but you must pay attention to the opponent tactically. Akamatsu, the old thief who survived the last war and is still alive today, is very smart. What's more, Akamatsu guessed the target of Yang Hui and Cornelia without any intelligence support, which led to their exposure in the town and being hunted down. In this regard, no commander of Sakura Country can compare to Akamatsu. If it were someone else, they would probably still be playing around in the original exercise area. All the way back to the fleet, a group of high-ranking officers of Bunitalia, led by the temporary commander-in-chief, greeted Yang Hui and Cornelia's return with fear and trepidation. The fleet was quietly infiltrated, and the most advanced machine of the empire was stolen. These were undisputed facts, and they must be held accountable. Well done. Walking in front of them, Cornelia praised the temporary commander-in-chief, which made them feel relieved. Fortunately, they were smart and decisive at the time and made up for their mistakes. But the next second, they began to get nervous again, but merits are merits, and faults are faults. I will receive your combat summary report within today, and I will read it carefully, and everyone will read it carefully. Yes, Your Highness. XN each dispersed, and Yang Hui and Cornelia also returned to their cabins. To be honest, this game of playing pirates not only eliminated her boredom and restlessness, but also benefited her a lot. Infiltration, sneak attacks, disguised reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, etc. The combat methods of small-scale elite forces were used to the fullest by Yang Hui, which made her fully realize the important role that small-scale elite forces can play in a war. Even though Yang Hui is alone, many situations cannot be replicated on other people, but it does not mean that the special operations methods of small-scale elite forces are useless. In the past, Cornelia only knew but never used it. On the one hand, her style was to face the enemy head-on with a general trend, and she did not think much of the special forces combat methods of sabotaging behind enemy lines, thinking that it was a crooked way. On the other hand, her subordinates were not so outstanding special operations personnel, and they could play very few roles, and often suffered heavy losses, which made her choose to turn a blind eye to the special operations methods. But now, she has to pay attention to it again, because the destructive power that excellent special operations forces can cause is too strong. Even if she doesn't use it herself in the future, she can prevent others from using it on herself after she is familiar with it. What are you doing? Seeing Yang Hui holding the computer all the time, his hands dancing back and forth on the keyboard, Cornelia asked curiously. I brought something back from Itsukushima base. I'm trying to decipher their encryption key. Huh? Brought it back from Itsukushima base. Cornelia was surprised. Well, during the time I was talking to Akamatsu, I copied some information from the database of Itsukushima base. All this information is encrypted, and it's multi-encrypted. Haha, it looks like we've won again. Cornelia was very happy and excited. All the information on Itsukushima base was very important to the Bunitalia Empire. They only blasted open the gate when they attacked Itsukushima base this time, and then destroyed the ammunition depot and the command center as soon as possible. They went around Itsukushima base and got the structure and distribution map of the entire base. Of course, this is just the ground. But more importantly, it must be the various information stored in the database. Cornelia thought that she had no chance to get this important information at that time, so she simply gave up. Unexpectedly, Yang Hui actually got it. Moreover, the multi-encrypted information must be the top secret among the top secrets. It should be. These encryption programs are a bit complicated. General information is not worth it. Can you unlock it? Of course. Here, it's done. After hitting the last enter key, the combination lock was completely cracked, and the Christmas gift hidden in the box finally revealed its true face. Hey, sister, we really won the prize. Clicking on the first file, Yang Hui and Cornelia's mood can be described as ecstasy, because the first document is a detailed architectural blueprint of the Itsukushima base, including 2 areas above ground and underground, and even marked what each place is used for, as detailed as possible. Well, with this blueprint, it will be easier for us to break through the Itsukushima base. The two kept reading, and their mood became more and more cheerful. Every piece of information in it is very important intelligence to the Empire. The importance of adding them together is no less than Cornelia's, 10. Until the last one, the ecstasy on Yang Hui and Cornelia's faces disappeared, replaced by solemnity, especially Cornelia, whose expression was even darker and more terrifying. Damn the little devils, they actually dared to research nuclear bombs in secret. That is a taboo explicitly prohibited by the international community. They are very brave and have some skills. Judging from the data, they are about to succeed. Damn it. Nuclear bombs are a thing that everyone in any world, any country, and any person will be terrified of. The terrifying thing is not only its power, but also the radiation left after the explosion. It is the natural enemy of life, the nemesis of living things, and the terrible destroyer of nature. The current Sakura country still calls itself the 4th most powerful military country in the world. Once the research on nuclear bombs is successful, this claim can be thrown away, and it can even climb up and squeeze out the Bunitalia Empire, which ranks first. I will immediately send this information back to the imperial capital and ask my father to come forward to attack the Sakura country. That kind of thing must not be allowed to exist. Cornelia was furious and was ready to expose this matter to the world, so that the whole world would unite to attack the Sakura country and strangle this butt in the cradle, but Yang Hui held him back. It's useless. Yang Hui shook his head at Cornelia. He won't care about these things. The Empire has been eyeing the Sakura stone mine in Sakura country for a long time. Even if he knew the news, he and them would never make it public. Instead, they would secretly declare war on Sakura country and swallow up the country themselves. Okay. Then declare war directly. Cornelia said confidently, while they haven't succeeded yet, just take down this country. Put an end to their conspiracy. It's not the time yet, sister. Yang Hui calmly analyzed the current situation. The Empire's reputation in the international community is already very bad. He doesn't care, but we can't ignore it. If we declare war unilaterally like Africa, even if we have this intelligence as a reason, it will only make the forces that are also eyeing Sakura country think that this is false intelligence, that we want to take Sakura country alone. Moreover, they will definitely intervene and ask for a share of the pie. With their current military strength, we can't take over the entire territory of Sakura country before other forces intervene. Once they intervene, the matter becomes complicated. Then eliminate them all. The Empire is never afraid of any enemy. And then ignite a world war. Tisk. Cornelia looked frustrated. She was not arrogant, but confident. Bunitalia was indeed qualified to stand on the top of the world and look down on other forces, but she did not want to start a world war. It was too complicated and too troublesome. If a world war broke out, Bunitalia would likely become the target of public criticism. Cornelia was not worried that the Empire would be defeated, but it would definitely suffer heavy losses. Yang Hui, what are your plans? We must not let these little devils succeed. Wait? Yes, wait. Yang Hui said calmly, wait for them to succeed, wait for them to provoke the conflict between Sakura country and our country, and they launch a nuclear bomb. What? You want to wait for them to succeed? Yes, I also have to wait for them to successfully launch it, so that they can send the reason for war to our hands. But, that's a nuclear bomb. Once launched. Royal sister, There is something only you can do. What is it? Immediately deploy the latest interception system in the garrison camp in the concession, and let a satellite monitor Sakura country 24 hours a day. I don't have enough authority, so you have to do it. Chapter 723 Official Appointment. I understand what you mean. With the latest interception system and the uninterrupted surveillance of military satellites, Yang Hui's plan is clear at a glance. If Sakura country has nuclear bombs, let them have them, but as long as you dare to launch them, I will dare to let this nuclear bomb explode in your homeland. Of course, this is only Yang Hui's first-hand preparation. If possible, he does not want the nuclear bomb to explode over Sakura country. It is not that the little devils deserve sympathy, but he intends to treat Sakura country as his own territory. Since it is his future territory, no life-restricted area is allowed. And Yang Hui's second-hand preparation. Hello, Lakshita. Your Highness is really flattered to call me in your busy schedule. Okay, Lakshita, be serious. How is the progress of project number 24? Lakshita on the other end of the phone was silent. Among all the research projects left by Yang Hui, project number 24 is also a very special project. Depending on the method of use, it can benefit the world or destroy the world. It has been completed 50%. In the end, Lakshita still answered Yang Hui. Stop everything you are doing and focus on the research of project 24. I need it to be completed within a month. It seems that the group of people in Sakura country touched something they shouldn't have touched. Lakshita asked. Yes. Okay, I see. I guarantee that you will get what you want within a month. Please. After the explanation, all that was left was to wait. Lakshita's personality was very different from Lloyd's. She would never make a promise if she couldn't keep it, but if she made a promise, she would definitely complete it, so Yang Hui was relieved. Following the fleet back to the concession, Yang Hui and others were warmly welcomed. The civilians were not aware of the entire process of the exercise. They only knew the final result, which was the victory of the Bunodal Empire. Although it was just an exercise, for the civilians, the victory of the exercise was also an honor and a proof of the country's strength. Your Highness Cornelia, Your Highness Yang Hui, welcome back. Congratulations on your victory in the exercise. This is a natural result. The Empire's army will not fear any enemy, let alone lose. All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! For a moment, the entire concession was filled with the cheers of the Bunitarians. Even the Sakura people next door to the concession couldn't help but be curious about what happened in the concession. Okay, everyone go back to your respective posts. While enjoying the cheers and shouts of the Bunitarians, Cornelia returned to her office and asked the accompanying officials to disperse. The end of the exercise did not mean the end of this trip. There were still many things to do, including accompanying Yang Hui to take over the command of the troops stationed in the concession, as well as various arrangements before leaving the Sakura country. Is there anything else to report? Everyone else had left, but the temporary person in charge had not left, so Cornelia couldn't help but ask. It's like this, Your Highness Cornelia. Before the Your Highness's return, the Imperial Cabinet meeting has sent a final decision. The former head of the concession will be punished for treason, and he will be executed, his family will be exiled, and he will be permanently deported. That's all. Cornelia raised her eyebrows. She could have imagined the fate of that person without going through the cabinet meeting, and she didn't care about his life or death. So the report of the temporary head is meaningless, and the words for flattery will make Cornelia feel disgusted. There's other news. I heard that the cabinet meeting has known what the Your Highnesses have done, and the members are quite dissatisfied with the behavior of the Your Highnesses. If it's just this news, there's no need to say more. Cornelia interrupted the report of the temporary head. She has been at odds with a group of people in the cabinet meeting for a long time. As long as she can still fight and win, she can hold back all her opinions. Yes. The temporary person in charge was embarrassed. He was indeed flattering, but he only told Cornelia and Yang Hui what he heard. It was only because he didn't know them well enough that Cornelia became impatient. Follow your will, but there is one more thing, about His Royal Highness Yang Hui. Cornelia was stunned for a moment and looked at Yang Hui. And Yang Hui also thought of something, and the corner of his mouth curled up. The action is quite fast. His Majesty directly ordered that after the military exercise, His Royal Highness Cornelia will take the knights back to the mainland to report. The fleet and its affiliated troops, His Royal Highness Yang Hui's Nightmare Knights will stay in the Sakura country, and His Royal Highness Yang Hui will serve as the temporary governor. As expected by Yang Hui and Cornelia, the official order has been issued, and Yang Hui and his knights can stay in the concession of the Sakura country openly. But to the surprise of the two, all the fleets participating in the joint military exercise, except Cornelia's knights, will stay. Tisk, you are meddling in other people's business. Cornelia complained about Charles d'Ibunitaria's unnecessary additions. So many troops stayed behind. Isn't it obvious that we want to eat them? Forget it, sister. He personally issued an order and never took it back. Yang Hui comforted. But this also exposes our intentions. How stupid. Let it be exposed. As he spoke, Yang Hui waved his hand to let the temporary person in charge leave. Hearing Yang Hui and Cornelia calling him and stupid disrespectfully, he was also embarrassed. If he was suddenly asked, it would be wrong to answer, and it would be wrong not to answer. Kyuzurugi Genbu and the others must have seen through it. Our intentions cannot be hidden from Akamatsu. Anyway, they all know it, so it doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not. Cornelia thought about it and felt that it was indeed the truth. She breathed a sigh of relief and was not as excited as before. But this is enough to make them alert. It's okay for me, but it's mainly you. Under their surveillance, it's difficult for you to deploy your arrangements. Don't worry about me, sister. I know what to do. Okay, since you don't care, I won't say anything. Is there anything else I can help you with? If there's anything else, after you go back, help my people to transfer to Sakura country. Rakshada, Lloyd and other scientific researchers, logistics personnel and reserve teams did not come to Sakura country with Yang Hui. They are still in the local imperial capital. Since it has been determined that Sakura country will become Yang Hui's fiefdom, there is no reason for Rakshada and the others to stay under the eyes of others. That's fine, but the venue you're staying at, I'll give it to you. Okay, I accept it. Don't underestimate the training grounds of the Nightmare Knights. The facilities are quite complete and all use the latest technology of the Empire. There are also various training grounds carefully arranged by Yang Hui. Although Cornelia has the ability to rebuild an identical one, why waste money and time when you can get it for free? And, my machine. Don't you have a special machine? You mean the Gloucester? It's the Gloucester, but the performance is not worse than the special machine, right? Yes, it is true, but don't forget, Yang Hui, your Athena and the research funds of the 12 Knights of the Zodiac are half of mine. Oh, Yang Hui was embarrassed. He did forget about this for a while. The development of the 5th generation Nightmare Sunderland and the pseudo 6th generation Nightmare Gloucester were all funded by Natalia, but the transformation and enhancement of the 2 knights, as well as the development of 13 special machines, were all paid for by Yang Hui and Cornelia themselves. The result is that the Knight's Gloucester has indeed reached the performance of the estimated 6th generation Nightmare, but the bulk of the funds have been spent on 13 special machines, which means Cornelia invested 50%, but only received 10% in dividends. It seems less than that? So, you must prepare a special machine for me. Okay, what are your requirements? I'll write it down first. Yang Hui replied helplessly. Cornelia's request was reasonable and he couldn't refuse. It just needs to be stronger than your Athena. Cornelia said jokingly. Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes, threw the terminal in his hand aside, and sat on the sofa with big words, I can't do it, find someone else. Ha ha ha. Cornelia laughed straightforwardly. She certainly knew that Yang Hui's Athena was the best machine at present, and the machine designed for her could not surpass Athena, because Athena has used all the top technologies of the Empire and cannot be surpassed in a short time. Moreover, even if there is a technological iteration, Athena will not fall behind, because Yang Hui will definitely use brand new technology to transform and upgrade Athena, so that Athena will always be at the top of Nightmare. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The performance should be at the level of a special machine. You know my combat style. Okay, I got it. Well, take a good rest today. If nothing unexpected happens, Kyoruji Genbu and his men will come to my door tomorrow, and then I will go back home. The second phase of the confrontation exercise will not appear again, so the two sides will gather together for a meeting, brag about business, and formally show the friendly relationship between the two countries. Cornelia's mission will be completely completed. Give my regards to Yufei. Yes, but I don't know where my next stop will be. Cornelia asked with interest. It won't be the Sakura country anyway. Yang Hui sat up straight and looked at the scenery outside through the window. I want this place. No one is allowed to interfere, not even you, my sister. Cornelia saw something called ambition on Yang Hui's face, but she was not surprised or afraid. She just smiled happily. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Don't ask me for help if you fail. Chapter 724, Chiseng's Praise. At this time, on the other side, Kyoruji Genbu, the 6 families of Kyoto, and even Akamatsu were all present, but they were clearly divided. Akamatsu and his adjutant sat on one side, while Kyoruji Genbu and the people of the 6 families of Kyoto sat on the other side. What a shame, Akamatsu. Kyoruji Genbu broke the deadlock and spoke first. As expected, he started with ridicule and accusations. I will not shirk responsibility for the failure of this exercise. It was indeed me who underestimated that kid. Yang Hui? Haha, he's just a teenager. One of the 6 families of Kyoto said sarcastically. Haha, little kid? Haha, ha ha ha. Akamatsu laughed, and his laughter was full of contempt and disdain for the 6 families of Kyoto. A little kid who can defeat Fujito head-on, a little kid who has the world's best nightmare driving skills, a little kid who can kill through the Itsukushima base so easily. Isn't this your incompetence, Akamatsu? Look, the high and mighty 6 families of Kyoto are still making their own little calculations, only looking at their own little piece of land, and are unwilling to raise their heads to see what the world is like now. Akamatsu. Watch your words. Words? Oh. I see. Akamatsu smiled coldly and continued, Dear family heads, Prime Minister, how about you all lower your proud heads and face the reality? Halfway through his speech, Akamatsu pretended to be confused. Well, this statement doesn't seem to be right. The kid Yang Hui is the popular prince of Bunitalia. In terms of status, he should be above you, right? Then why can't you see it? Is it because of old eyesight? Or is the angle of raising your head not enough? Bang! Akamatsu. The people of the 6 families in Kyoto are used to being high and mighty. How can they bear such an insult? Cornelia and the others dare not provoke them, but they don't take Akamatsu seriously. Haha, what? Did you hit the sore spot? Akamatsu asked disdainfully. Humph. Fujito's failure is, colluded with Unitaria? Haha, in this situation, you are not insulting my intelligence to say this excuse to me, but your own. Akamatsu. You. Okay. Kyoruji Genbu stopped the furious head of the family and stopped the explosion of gunpowder. Calm down, everyone, we are not gathered here to quarrel. Humph. Akamatsu, tell me what you think of Yang Hui. Kyoruji Genbu asked Akamatsu. Although they had also seen Yang Hui, they did not have any contact with Yang Hui. Yang Hui had been following Cornelia, not talking much, not looking much, as if he was not interested in everything around him. Only Akamatsu had talked directly with Yang Hui and had a direct confrontation with Yang Hui, so Akamatsu was the one who knew Yang Hui best among the people present. A very scary person. Although Kyoruji Genbu is a conservative and a peace advocate, Akamatsu and Kyoruji Genbu only had different political views and philosophies, and there was no deep hatred. Since the other party gave him a way out, he took the opportunity to step down. How scary? Kyoruji Genbu continued to ask. First, comprehensive ability. He has terrible personal strength, excellent command ability, and scientific research ability. According to the intelligence I received, the upgrade of Bunitalia Nightmare was led by him. There are also 4 special machines, which are also his work. Second, achievements. He was once called the nanny prince by the nobles of Bunitalia because of his mediocrity. Until 2 years ago, he shone brightly in the African battlefield, broke the deadlock, and won a key opportunity for Bunitalia's victory. To be frank, without him, the African battlefield would not have fallen. Then, in this exercise, the entire pirate team was led by him, and his action style can be seen. Third, mind. A young man under the age of 20 knows how to keep a low profile, hide himself in the deep palace, and then seize the opportunity to soar into the sky. Fourth, that is, the age you mentioned, he is not yet 20 years old. After listening to Akamatsu's opinion, even those who had quarreled with Akamatsu before did not refute, but lowered their heads to think, with a terrible look on their faces. The previous quarrel was just a face-saving dispute between political enemies, but are there really fools who can achieve this position now? Do they really not know that Fujito Kagemishiro did not betray? Do they really not know how terrible Yang Hui, Cornelia, and Bunatelia are? We must get rid of him, said the head of the Tsuchi Mikado family of the 6 families of Kyoto. He was thin and gloomy, and happened to be the one who is responsible for the dirty work. It's difficult. Akamatsu shook his head. I know, Tsuchi Mikado, your family has been responsible for the cleanup work in the dark, but what I want to say is, my elite commandos can't survive a single move in front of him. They have a very quick sense of crisis and a strong sense of perception of the surroundings. This is the record left by my people when they captured him in the town. You can take a look first. No one objected and began to watch the video record of the chase in the town. Although it was intermittent, they could also see a lot of clues. How did he do it? After watching it, the head of the Tsuchi Mikado family looked even uglier. In the video recording, Yang Hui sensed the coming of danger more than once, and was even able to easily distinguish between ordinary people and soldiers without relying on any external force. Several deadly traps were avoided because of his advanced sensing. This is no longer a phenomenon that science can explain clearly. I don't know. Maybe there are things in this world that we don't know about. Akamatsu shrugged. At first, he saw Yang Hui as a younger generation with courage, high execution, and strong personal strength, but after experiencing failure, he praised Yang Hui as much as possible. He was no longer an equal opponent, but a god he could not defeat. Because only in this way, in order to defeat Yang Hui, Akamatsu just went back to understand everything about Yang Hui, know everything about Yang Hui, and then find his flaws from this everything and find a way to defeat him. Let's put all that aside. What should we do now? Tsuchi Mikado continued, he's not even 20 years old yet. If he continues to grow, who can still defeat him? Everyone was speechless. Yang Hui's performance was already very scary, but in their eyes, Yang Hui was still a little kid and would continue to grow. He was already so amazing now, how could he continue to grow? Send someone to try. A family head suggested. Agree. Even Akamatsu nodded. He didn't think the assassination arranged by the head of the Tsuchi Mikado family would work, but it was okay to try. Although it would arouse vigilance, it would also allow Yang Hui to show more and allow them to observe more. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. By the way, there is one thing I want to ask clearly. I hope you can answer me truthfully and don't hide anything. Akamatsu suddenly thought of something and felt that it was very necessary to get an answer immediately. What is it? Kyoruji Genbu asked. Do you have Fujito's family? Hearing this, Kyoruji Genbu and others were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and their faces became quite ugly, because one of their previous guesses became a reality. Akamatsu also got the answer from their expressions, and his face immediately darkened. It seems that everyone has understood. I will send someone to investigate. Yes, I dare not sleep peacefully until I find out clearly. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that it could be done to this extent in our country. It's really hard to imagine. Damn Bunatelia. In the Sakura country, the only two big forces that can make people disappear without anyone noticing and no trace can be found are the conservatives and the young and vigorous factions. Apart from them, there is only Bunatelia, which is a behemoth in the world. If possible, I want to return Fujito's family. Akamatsu said to Kyoruji Genbu and others. Reason. In the eyes of Kyoruji Genbu and others, Fujito Kagemishiro is already a dead man. The dead do not need any attention, and even his family does not need attention. Although they don't know why Bunatelia took Fujito Kagemishiro's family away, they don't care about their life or death. Just think of it as compensation for Fujito. Akamatsu sighed and said. Everyone present knew that Fujito Kagemishiro would never betray Sakura country, but in order to calm the public anger, he was needed to take charge, so it didn't matter whether he betrayed or not. Fujito Kagemishiro was Akamatsu's right-hand man. Although they had different ideas and wills, they were close friends. He couldn't protect Fujito Kagemishiro, so out of guilt, he had to take good care of his family. Go by yourself. Kyoruji Genbu's meaning was very clear. If you go to Bunatelia to ask for someone, we won't hinder you, but we won't provide you with any help either. Thank you very much. Akamatsu also knew that this was already a concession made by Kyoruji Genbu and others, Because Akamatsu going to Bunitario to ask for someone would not benefit Sakura country in any way, and might even cause trouble. Then let's stop here. The second phase of the confrontation exercise should not be held. After it ends tomorrow, we will send them away from Sakura country. Yes. The others felt relieved when they thought that Cornelia and Yang Hui were about to leave Sakura country. It didn't matter what the other party's attitude was now. The important thing was that no one liked to have two man-eating tigers living at home. It was Akamatsu, and only Akamatsu, who felt that things were not that simple and did not think they could be sent away so easily. After all, if they really just came to participate in the joint military exercise, why did they choose the Itsukushima base? Why did they take the initiative to break the rules of the show? Akamatsu believed that everything Yang Hui did was not meaningless, and he acted to achieve a certain purpose. General. Let's go, see Fujito for the last time. Yes. Chapter 725, Testing the Wrong Person. It was a tacit agreement between the two sides that they would not conduct the second phase of confrontation training. Holding the talks meant that they would skip the second phase of the original plan. This was also natural. In fact, the end of the first phase was already the content of the second phase of confrontation. The Sakura Kingdom did not mention the confrontation exercise in order to save face. After all, the opponent's small team had beaten the Sakura Kingdom's fleet and the strongest military base. If the entire fleet went together, it would only lose more miserably. The Bunitalian side felt that it was completely unnecessary. The most important intelligence about the Itsukushima base had been obtained, and the level of the Sakura Kingdom's army had been felt. It would be a waste of time to conduct confrontation exercises again. Now should it be considered as the first meeting, right? Your Highness Cornelia, Your Highness Yang Hui. Akamatsu participated in this meeting as the general commander of the exercise. He just wanted to personally contact Cornelia and Yang Hui, mainly Yang Hui. First meeting, General Akamatsu. Cornelia shook hands with Akamatsu without any embarrassment. Akamatsu was able to see through their ultimate goal of the Itsukushima base and arranged people to capture them in advance. This deserved Cornelia's recognition. Your Highness Yang Hui. Akamatsu's gaze and call made Yang Hui, who was following Cornelia, stunned for a moment. He was still attending the meeting as Cornelia's entourage this time, and planned to continue to be a nobody. It stands to reason that Cornelia is the highest person in charge of the Bunitalian side, and Akamatsu only needs to exchange a few words with Cornelia, but he took the initiative to call Yang Hui, and his intention is worth pondering. Hello, General Akamatsu. Haha, it's true that heroes emerge in youth. When I was your age, I seemed to be skipping classes and playing around, right? You're flattering, General Akamatsu. Too modest is pride, Your Highness Yang Hui. Yang Hui smiled and didn't respond to Akamatsu's words. He probably guessed why Akamatsu took the initiative to talk to him, and Akamatsu's eyes occasionally flashed with probing and analytical eyes, which could also explain his purpose. After hitting a soft nail, Akamatsu stopped pestering Yang Hui, and admired Yang Hui's calmness in his heart. Generally speaking, people of Yang Hui's age who can defeat veterans like Akamatsu will be easy to be arrogant. For example, they should make a few sarcastic remarks to show off when they meet now. But Yang Hui didn't do that, and he saw his thoughts and didn't talk to him much. By the way, Your Highness Cornelia, I'd like to ask, there have been no cases of missing people in your concession recently, right? Huh? Cornelia frowned slightly when she heard it. She didn't understand why Akamatsu suddenly jumped to the topic of missing people. Neither Cornelia nor Akamatsu is the person in charge of this field. Such matters should be asked to the Chief of Public Security. However, Cornelia did not think about it too much. She immediately relaxed her brows, regained her elegant state, and replied to Akamatsu, I'm sorry, General Akamatsu, the concession has always been safe. There has not been, and will not be, a case of missing people. Really? That's great. Alice, there has been a missing person case in my country recently, and we haven't been able to find the annoying and missing citizens. It's really worrying. The missing family is my old friend's family. He is the only one left at home. I'm quite anxious. I see. Cornelia nodded and said to Akamatsu, General Akamatsu, don't worry. I believe your police officers will be able to catch the criminal and rescue the missing citizens. Thank you for your good words, Your Highness Cornelia. You're welcome. Yang Hui didn't say anything, just looked at Akamatsu with a smile. Cornelia didn't understand, but he understood. The people are missing, and there is only one person left in his old friend's family. So it must be Fujito Kagemashiro's wife and children. Kyoruji Genbu, the 6 families of Kyoto, and Akamatsu all guessed correctly, but they all guessed wrong. Fujito Kagemashiro's wife and children were indeed in the Bunite Liyaya concession, but they were not taken away by Bunite Liyaya's intelligence organization, but by Yang Hui's personal forces. Yang Hui did not tell Cornelia about this, so Cornelia did not understand what Akamatsu was talking about. However, Yang Hui believed that he had already given Akamatsu a hint, and if the other party did not find it, then it was not his fault. Akamatsu was also testing and found that Cornelia did not have a strange expression, and it was obvious that she was not an insider, but Cornelia was the person with the highest status in the current concession. Would she really not know what the Bunite Liyaya intelligence department was doing? So Cornelia was either really unaware, or she was too good at acting. Akamatsu was originally more inclined to the latter, but his peripheral vision noticed Yang Hui's expression, and he realized something, so he judged that Cornelia was really unaware. However, Akamatsu was not in a hurry to test Yang Hui. The other party had just declined his invitation for contact. If he went closer, he would not only get nothing, but also cause the other party to dislike him, and even make the talks go wrong. With the arrival of both parties, after a few words of mutual commercial flattery, the talks officially began. It was still boring, and Yang Hui almost dozed off sitting aside. Because an hour had passed, basically no substantive and useful content was discussed. However, it is understandable that formal diplomatic activities would not be discussed in such occasions, and Cornelia would not care, and would just leave it to the officials of the diplomatic department to deal with. The purpose of Sakura Country is to use the art of language to embellish the disastrous results of this exercise in front of the camera, so that it can be accepted. However, this is only on the surface. In fact, the failure of this military exercise did not cost Sakura Country nothing. For example, the export price of Sakura stone would be cut, and the status of the citizens of Bunite Liyaya in Sakura Country would be improved. Of course, these are all things that will be discussed in other occasions. This talk is Sakura Country asking Bunite Liyaya or Cornelia for face. Cornelia expressed disdain for this behavior, but in front of the cameras of the whole world, she would not go too far. Her attitude and tone were not so tough and coercive, but she just refused to give in on some key issues. 2 hours later, the talks ended. No, it should be said that they were forced to end, because Cornelia had begun to get impatient, and Kyoruji Genbu and others did not dare to continue to be thick-skinned. Otherwise, if they really angered Cornelia, they would not be able to keep the little face they wanted, and they might throw away the extra face. However, before the meeting ended, Cornelia announced Charles D. I. Bunitaria's order to the world, publicly announcing that Yang Hui became the governor of the Bunitaria concession in Sakura Country, with the highest authority in the concession. When this order came out, Kyoruji Genbu and the heads of the 6 families in Kyoto looked so good. They wanted to send the 2 evil tigers away quickly, but after sending one away, the other one planned to settle down in their house? How could they bear this? Question mark. Of course, no matter how uncomfortable it is, they can only bear it. If this is Yang Hui's own wish, they still have room for discussion, but this is Charles D. I. Bunitaria's order, which is absolute and there is no room for negotiation. Akamatsu acted very calmly at that time. After all, he felt from the beginning that Cornelia and Yang Hui would not easily leave Sakura Country, but if he could choose, he hoped that Cornelia would stay and Yang Hui would leave. Ha ha ha, did you see their expressions? It's so funny. Ha ha ha. On the way back in the car, Cornelia finally couldn't hold it back and laughed with her belly. The Emperor's sister can still be black-bellied. Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. If they broke their hopes at the beginning, it would be better, but Cornelia gave them hope first and then ruthlessly broke it. I learned it from you. Haha. Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Anyway, for Cornelia, things that don't conform to the iron-blooded and tough style are all learned from herself. It feels like your brother is an all-purpose scapegoat. By the way, Yang Hui, Akamatsu suddenly told me about the missing persons case. What do you think he meant? Cornelia asked Yang Hui. Akamatsu was definitely not just chatting with her about this. She wanted to understand Akamatsu's purpose. It's very simple, Fujito Kagemashiro's family. Fujito Kagemashiro's family. Yes, Fujito Kagemashiro will be sacrificed as an explanation to appease the people. Originally, his family was insignificant, but Akamatsu and Fujito Kagemashiro were close friends. Maybe it was a dead-end compensation. Haha, a corrupt country and a cowardly leader. Upon hearing this, Cornelia sneered disdainfully. It was stupid and corrupt that social unrest occurred because of a loss in a duel. If it happened in Bunatelaya, if someone dared to make trouble, they would directly send troops to suppress it. There are also people like Kiraruji Genbu, who have no courage and actually sacrificed an excellent talent for rumors. Only cowardly and incompetent leaders will make such a choice of sacrificing pawns to save the chariot. The real strong always want everything. Wait. Why did Fujito Kagemishiro's family disappear? He came to me. Cornelia thought of the key question, then looked at Yang Hui and saw the teasing smile on his face. Is it you? I am. Yang Hui nodded. But? What's the reason? Of course it's Fujito Kagemishiro. But he's not. I have my own way. Cornelia stared at Yang Hui for a few seconds, laughed and shook her head. It seems that you will have another general under your command. Maybe not one, maybe more than one. Yang Hui said while looking out a car window. The future, 4 sword saints, are now Fujito Kagemishiro's subordinates, and they are all convinced by Fujito Kagemishiro's personality charm and loyal to him. If possible, Yang Hui still doesn't intend to let them go. After all, in this world, people with some ability are all well known, and the others are basically worthless. But, to be honest, Yang Hui is just trying, and there is number 100% certainty that Fujito Kagemishiro can surrender. Finished. The chapters are posted in the wrong order again. I have contacted BJ to change it. I am very sorry. Ing. Chapter 726 Letter from EU. Slow footsteps came from the dark passage. The light at the exit was the goal of moving forward, but it was also the end of the road and the end of life. Fujito Kagemishiro was not shackled. He knew what kind of result he was about to face, but he moved forward without hesitation, heading towards an unhappy ending. The soldiers in charge of escorting him also looked at Fujito Kagemishiro with respect. After being framed, misunderstood, and abandoned, he was able to face death calmly and face everything he should not have endured. This road was not long, and soon he reached the end. What came into view was an alloy bed, injection equipment, and some unknown drugs. Fujito Kagemishiro knew that this was the last compensation and kindness for him. Please. Fujito Kagemishiro took a deep breath, put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind, walked to the alloy bed, and lay down on it with a calm face, allowing the staff around him to tie his hands and feet. His eyes were always looking at the ceiling illuminated by the lights, and he heard the sound of the equipment still running, and felt the pain of his skin being pierced by fine needles. It's over. Some liquid slowly entered Fujito Kagemishiro's body, and then, his consciousness became more and more distant, more and more weak, until he fell into darkness. It's a boring show, but in a sense, it also fits the end of a warrior. After watching the live broadcast of Fujito Kagemishiro's execution, Cornelia turned off the TV. The attention of millions of people is not a good blessing, but a sinister curse. Haha, the more I think about it, the more ironic it is. Yang Hui sneered and shook his head. So, this country is still doomed. I agree. After I go back, I will prepare for war and wait for news from you. No problem. Then I'm leaving, Yang Hui. Okay, sister, remember to, say hello to Yuffie. Remember, Lelouch and Nunnally's share is the same, no need to be so long-winded. I can't help it, otherwise Yuffie will cry, and neither of us will have a good life. Yang Hui spread his hands. Ha, that's right. It seems that the education of that girl should be stricter. Cornelia laughed. Cornelia and Yang Hui knew Euphemia best. Then she might cry immediately. That's right, let's go. Cornelia turned around, the white cloak behind her fluttering in the wind, and took a sonorous and powerful step to lead the members of the Knights on the way back home. Yang Hui led Roni Rugita, Jeremiah, and Valletta Junluo to stand at the port waiting for the ship to return home to disappear at the end of the horizon. Only then did he retract his sight, walked to the car parked not far away, and knocked on the glass. Since you are here, why don't you go and see her off? The car window slowly lowered, revealing Lelouch's childish face, and Nunnally, who was crying, lying on his legs. Tisk, it's not like we will never see each other again, why should we see her off? Lelouch turned his head away and said proudly. Then why are your eyes red? Let me see. Don't touch me. Lelouch angrily slapped Yang Hui's hand away, just not wanting him to see his embarrassment. How, brat, you're still so dishonest. What do you care? But, you're brave enough to skip class to see my sister off. Lelouch's face flushed with shame, and he trembled with anger. Haha, seeing you guys like this, don't even think about going to class today, just go back and spend some time with Nunnally. Yang Hui said to Lelouch. Brother, aren't you coming with us? Nunnally raised her head and asked timidly. I still have things to do, I'll come to you later. Oh. Nunnally was a sensible child. Although the sadness of parting made her need more people to accompany her, she would not affect other people's business because of herself. Go, I'll go back as soon as possible. Yang Hui gently touched Nunnally's little head. Although they were sensible and strong, they were also children. Okay, my brother. After seeing off Lelouch and Nunnally, Yang Hui got on his own car and took his people back to the temporary governor's mansion. The previous temporary person in charge had returned to his original job, and the deputy and secretary were handed over to Rini Rajeta. The new governor's mansion is already under construction. It is expected to be completed in a month and you can move in. You will have an inaugural speech this afternoon, and a banquet will be arranged in the evening. The invitees are all nobles in the concession and the heads of major financial groups. Listening to Rini Rajeta's report on his schedule, Yang Hui gradually became impatient, not against Rini Rajeta, but for this boring schedule. But he had to listen patiently, because these schedules were necessary. On the one hand, they could unite people's hearts, on the other hand, they could promote themselves, and finally they could increase their connections. Although Yang Hui didn't need these at all, this was also an established process, and he had to abide by it even if he was a prince. Then, after the basic process report was finished, Rini Rajeta collected the process list and pushed his glasses to make Yang Hui look more serious. Jeremiah and his men have entered the garrison camp, but according to the report, the composition of the original garrison is a bit complicated, and it may not be possible to fully control this army in a short period of time. Provide them with intelligence support and clean up the army for me. Yang Hui said coldly. People are selfish and will do everything they can to seek benefits for themselves. This is the case with the current army. Some of them are arranged to be gilded, have a stable job, spy on intelligence, and seek military power. This is normal. If it were somewhere else, Yang Hui would not say anything, it would just be an exchange of interests, but in the army, his requirements have always been absolutely clean and not a grain of sand would be tolerated. I've arranged it. We'll get the list soon. How should we deal with these people? Same as always. Drive away those who are just waiting to die. Make those who want to seize power disappear. According to the list, knock on every door. It just so happens that Lakshita and Lloyd are complaining about insufficient funds again. Understood. Have you dealt with everything over there? We've succeeded. The target is on the way to the lair. What about the situation in the imperial capital? It's also arranged. All the remaining personnel will set off the day after tomorrow, escorted by the 4th Fleet. Not enough, send the fleet left by the Imperial Sister as well. The strongest combat force of the Nightmare Knights has basically been brought to participate in the joint military exercise, and the remaining part has become the sweet buns in everyone's eyes. Not to mention the talents, the few special machines that have not yet been equipped by the owner can make everyone jealous. When they were first manufactured, Bismarck and other people from the Knights of the Round Table came to ask for them. After all, who doesn't like a better body? Fortunately, this was all the personal behavior, without the order of Charles d'Ibunitaria, so Yang Hui pushed them back. Even the strongest Knights of the Round Table wanted to get it without shame, not to mention other princes and nobles in the country, and even other countries that have always longed for Nightmare. Anyway, this journey will definitely not be peaceful. Understood, I will give orders, and then this. Looking at the envelope handed to him, Yang Hui raised his eyebrows. What is this? This is a letter from Miss Blasco. When it was handed over, the words very important were noted. Someone found it and verified that von Blasco was Leela's original surname, which has been corrected. Oh, Leela? What era is it? Still writing letters. Yang Hui took the envelope with a surprised look on his face, opened it and read it. He also wanted to know what important things Leela, who was sent to the EU to study, had. Your Highness. Why haven't you contacted me? Don't you know that it's very rude to let a lady take the initiative every time? Oh, Yang Hui's mouth twitched when he saw the first line. As expected, after not contacting her for a while, the little girl complained to him in this way. The content of the letter was mostly about her daily life in EU, including many complaints from the little girl. However, Yang Hui still read it patiently, because he knew that Leela would not write a paper letter to Yang Hui for such a small matter, and even specially marked it as very important and used the EU's secret line to transmit the letter. This girl, should I praise her? Or should I teach her a lesson? Yang Hui's guess was correct. Leela's letter was not just about chatting and complaining, but also contained very important information. For example, Leela met a friend of her age in EU, named Arakuma, and there was a small folk clinic not far from her home. The attending doctor of the clinic seemed to be not simple. She planned to get in touch with him more often and mentioned that the name of this person was Sophie Landreau. He praised her because she did a good job, because one of these two people is a genius scientist who will develop the EU's nightmare, Alexander, alone in the future, and the other is an authority in EU brain science and an excellent researcher. In Arakuma of the Lost Country, he developed a similar mental connection system. He wanted to teach her a lesson. Leela's parents were also nobles in Butalia, but they were only minor nobles. Because they offended the great nobles, they were almost exiled. Yang Hui saved the family and sent them to the EU, but they were not exiled nobles, but Leela went to study there. Leela's parents offended the great nobles in the imperial capital. Even if Yang Hui supported them, their lives would not be too easy. After all, Yang Hui was still the nanny prince at that time, so Yang Hui simply let them change their living environment. However, Leela was very smart since she was a child, and she saw Yang Hui's fiery ambition hidden under his ordinary appearance, so she violated the agreement with Yang Hui and spent her childhood happily. Instead, she has been assisting Yang Hui in her own way, such as working hard to learn all kinds of knowledge, and for example, privately attracting talents. Tell Leela to enjoy her childhood and stop thinking about this and that all the time. Yang Hui said to Rini Rajetta. I will convey it, but you should know that Miss von Breisgau will definitely not listen. This little girl. Yang Hui had a helpless smile on his face, pays special attention to the two people she mentioned. Understood. Chapter 727, Be careful with your words and actions. Fujito Kagemijiro, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, looked at his body, and looked around the surrounding environment. I am not. You are awake. Do you remember who you are? At this time, the door was pushed open, and a doctor walked in under the protection of the soldiers. Who are you? Fujito Kagemijiro would not ask stupid questions like is this the world after death? Or am I not dead? When he saw them appear, he was sure of his thoughts. There was something wrong with his death sentence. This group of unidentified people in front of him took him to an unknown place. The doctor and the soldier did not answer Fujito Kagemijiro. Under the doctor's instructions, several soldiers controlled Fujito Kagemijiro and asked the doctor to examine him. Well, preliminary judgment, he is conscious, but whether there are any sequelae needs to be observed. Who are you? Fujito Kagemijiro did not think about knocking out these guards and taking the doctor as a hostage to escape from here, but the success rate was too low. The small room he was in had only a door and a ventilation hole about the thickness of an arm. The whole room was only about 10 square meters, and there was only one exit, the door. The soldiers were fully armed and well equipped. From their positions, postures, and steps, it can be seen that they were a group of well-trained and excellent soldiers. Then the doctor spoke with a foreign accent. He was probably no longer in Sakura country and his exact location was unknown. In summary, Fujito Kagemijiro chose to stay in hiding and consider how to escape from here after obtaining more intelligence and being more confident. But the next second, the doctor's words made his eyes widen. Your Highness, the basic examination is fine, and we are preparing. Yes, normal communication is fine. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness. This title and the answer at the end, as far as he knew, were only used by the Holy Bunodal Empire. So which country was behind the people who arrested him? It can be confirmed. In the Bunodal Empire, only the royal family can be called His Highness. Fujito Kagemijiro began to think that the only royal family members he had seen were Cornelia and Yang Hui, and the only one he had contact with was Yang Hui. As someone I recognize, I can give you a chance. This sentence flashed through Fujito Kagemijiro's mind. This was what Yang Hui said to him after the duel. It was also because of this sentence that Fujito Kagemashiro could confirm his guess that he fell into Yang Hui's hands. Let's go, His Highness wants to see you. Fujito Kagemashiro did not resist and gave up the idea of escaping. First, a warrior's fight is also a heart-to-heart talk. A person who can defeat him openly is worthy of recognition. Second, he is not very useful to Yang Hui, because he is now a dead man and can't help him much, especially the information of Sakura country. Third, Yang Hui should know very well who he is, and understand that he will not reveal anything, let alone betray. Betrayal? This word appeared in the center of Fujito Kagemashiro's mind and was infinitely magnified. Betrayal? Who betrayed whom? Did he betray Sakura country? Did he betray his compatriots? No, it should be that I was betrayed, they betrayed me, No, it can't be like this. I am a samurai of the Sakura country, loyal to my people, loyal to my country. Dad. The familiar call brought Fujito Kagemashiro back to his senses, but also made him stunned. The cold elevator had been rising for an unknown period of time. After it opened, it was not a cold passage, but a magnificent mansion. The child who ran over to hug him was his son Zayazi. Zayazi? Why are you here? Darlena, you are here too. This is. The woman who was hugging Fujito Kagemashiro was not Fujito Kagemashiro's wife. His wife died of cancer shortly after Zayazi was born. Darlena was Fujito's wife's best friend. After Fujito's wife died, Darlena had been taking care of Fujito's family. Although they were not married, but they only needed a certificate. It was His Highness Yang Hui who brought us here. Darlena wiped away her tears and said to Fujito Kagemashiro, Your Highness Yang Hui. As expected, when he looked up, he saw Yang Hui with his hands behind his back, smiling as he watched the family reunion. Fujito Jingshiro immediately protected Darlene and Zayazi behind him. Well, a good reaction. It seems that the drug really has no side effects. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. Your Highness Yang Hui, if you still have the dignity of a warrior, don't do anything to them. Fujito Jingshiro said. Well, it's very interesting. None of what you said is correct. Yang Hui tilted his head, still maintaining a meaningful smile. First of all, I said I'm not a warrior, so naturally I don't have the dignity you mentioned. Hearing this, Fujito Jingshiro protected Darlene and Zayazi and took a few steps back. Then, why should I do something to them? Your Highness Yang Hui, aren't you going to use them to coerce me? Ha ha. Hearing this, Yang Hui covered his face and laughed. Fujito, are you looking down on my vision, or looking down on yourself? Fujito Kagemashiro was speechless. His judgment was either implying that Yang Hui thought that he would be used by the other party under the coercion of his family, or that he would choose to compromise when his family was coerced. Come with me, I think no matter which country, there is no reason to let guests stay in the aisle all the time. After saying that, Yang Hui turned and left, leaving Fujito Kagemashiro in a dilemma. At this time, Darlene held Fujito Kagemashiro's hand, and Zayazi also took his other hand. It's okay, Fujito, your highness didn't embarrass us. Well, Dad, big brother is a good person. Fujito Kagemashiro's expression became more complicated. He and Yang Hui could be considered enemies, but now his family has a good impression of his enemy. Inhale, exhale. Finally, Fujito Kagemashiro took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then followed Yang Hui with his family, all the way to a seemingly luxurious restaurant. Not bad. Seeing the three people coming, Yang Hui nodded, stretched out his hand to signal the three people to sit down. It's dinner time. I personally like Chinese cuisine. I don't know if you are used to it. Fujito Kagemashiro nodded, and the three people sat down one after another. Now everything he has is in Yang Hui's hands, and he can only follow Yang Hui's instructions. Regarding your question, Mr. Fujito, I don't have the idea of holding my wife and son hostage. Before your judgment came down, both the conservatives and the young and vigorous faction sent people to pick them up. With your relationship with General Akamatsu, it's okay for my wife and son to be picked up by the young and vigorous faction, but what if they are picked up by the conservatives? Fujito Kagemashiro didn't speak, but the lowered head and the ferocious expression on his face were already his answer to Yang Hui. He couldn't imagine what kind of treatment Darlene and Zayazi would suffer if Yang Hui's story came true. So I took my wife and son away in advance and temporarily placed them here. What's next? Fujito Jingshiro was very grateful to Yang Hui because he protected Darlene and Xiaozi, but such an emotional card player could not shake his faith. What's next? Xiaozi is a smart kid. I asked the Royal Academy in the capital of Bunitalia for a place to send him to study abroad in Bunitalia. Impossible. Fujito Jingshiro refused without even thinking about it. The Royal Academy of the Bunitalia Empire is one of the best institutions of higher learning in the world, and it has a smooth path from elementary school to university. Those who can graduate from the Royal Academy are all world-famous talents. But despite this, Fujito Jingshiro will not allow his son to become a bargaining chip against himself, his compatriots, and the country. Then let's go to Ashford Academy. Fujito Kageshiro's refusal was expected, and Yang Hui didn't care too much. It's also a world-renowned school. I can help him get a transfer student quota. I refuse, Your Highness Yang Hui. After being rejected again, Yang Hui put down his bowl and chopsticks, sighed and shook his head. Mr. Fujito, have you forgotten, you are a dead man now? And, a traitor? If according to your idea, what will happen to this child if he returns to his original life? He will be a child without a father, and this father is a traitor to the country and a sinner for all ages. Also, Fujito Dojo was originally a well-known dojo in Sakura country. Not only is it large in scale, but it also has a high reputation and status. But now, it has been burned to the ground by the irrational Sakura citizens, and even the apprentices have dispersed, anxious to distance themselves from Fujito Dojo. Oh, yes, there is. Fujito Kageshiro just listened silently. Every word Yang Hui said was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. So, Mr. Fujito, my personal suggestion is that your family is not suitable to stay in this country except for the concession. So, you want me to betray my country? Betray my compatriots? Mr. Fujito, everything I said is reality and advice. I didn't ask you to do anything. Facing the furious Fujito Kageshiro, Yang Hui spread his hands with a helpless expression. Of course, you can refuse to accept all this and take them away from here, leave the concession, and return to your compatriots. Fujito Kageshiro gritted his teeth. He wanted to do this, but he didn't dare to do it. Mr. Fujito, I admire your loyalty. I won't say anything like such a person is not worthy of your loyalty. I just want to remind you that there is nothing in the world that a person can take on without any worries. Before you are willing to fulfill your loyalty, look at the people around you, and then, be careful in what you say and do. After saying that, Yang Hui got up and left the restaurant, leaving the space to the Fujito family of 3. Chapter 728, Fujito Kageshiro's Choice. Fujito. Is Xiaozi asleep? Yes. Whether they accept Yang Hui's suggestion or not, the Fujito family cannot show up outside now, especially Fujito Kageshiro. Fortunately, Yang Hui did what he said and did not force him to make a decision, so that they can live here. Fujito. How about you agree to it, Your Highness? Darlene knew Fujito Kageshiro's struggle, and she also had her own ideas and considerations. You are making me a disloyal and unrighteous person. Fujito Kageshiro said to Darlene in a low voice, but the suppressed anger was not only directed at Darlene, but also at himself. I know, I support all your decisions, Fujito. I will support you in anything you do, but Xiaozi, woo. As she spoke, Darlene cried. Xiaozi was still a child, he should have a happy childhood, instead of having to live a life of hiding like now. Darlene knew better than Fujito Kageshiro what Yang Hui might have happened to Xiaozi. Their family had already been stigmatized, and it didn't matter what the adults did. They could just grit their teeth and persevere. But what about the children? Darlene knew very well how terrible school bullying was. Not to mention excessive bullying, beatings and scolding, even the most basic indifference, isolation and exclusion were difficult to bear. Xiaozi was not Darlene's biological son, but to her, Xiaozi was her own son. She didn't want Xiaozi to grow up in such an environment, nor did she want Xiaozi to encounter any danger. Fujito Kageshiro clenched his fists and didn't dare to look back at Darlene. He knew that all this was his responsibility. He lost the duel because he was not good at learning. He wanted to fulfill his loyalty and he readily accepted the decision of the top leaders, which led to all this. I know what kind of person you are, Fujitang, but His Highness Yang Hui didn't ask you to do anything. He just gave you a suggestion. I know what you are thinking, but His Highness Yang Hui hasn't mentioned anything yet. I think you should at least know what His Highness Yang Hui wants you to do for him before making a decision, right? What if he doesn't let you confront the country? I know. Fujidang. I will have a good talk with His Highness, and then make a decision. Yes. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Fujidang Jingshiro went to Yang Hui. He didn't sleep all night because he couldn't make a decision. The dark circles under his eyes showed his weakness and sleepiness. Please wait, Mr. Fujidang, His Highness is doing morning exercises. Okay. This surprised Fujidang Jingshiro a little. Yang Hui's strength proved that he would definitely keep training. Morning exercises were a matter of course, but with Yang Hui's command, it was impossible for him not to expect that he would go to him early this morning. He should have waited for him to come, but he still kept his usual routine, as if he was an insignificant person. It seems I am not that important in his heart. With this thought, Fujito Kagemashiro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not important means not having too many demands, so Fujito Kagemashiro should not be forced to do what he thinks is a betrayal. Half an hour later, Fujito Kagemashiro stood there waiting for Yang Hui to return. From your looks, you didn't rest well last night. What's wrong? Are you planning to give Ozzy a brother or sister? Yang Hui teased. Oh. Fujito Kagemashiro was embarrassed and didn't even guess the beginning correctly. Haha, just a joke, sit down. Yang Hui sat on the sofa and motioned Fujito Kagemashiro to sit down and chat. Your Highness Yang Hui, what I want to ask is, what do you need me to do? Fujito Kagemashiro chose to get straight to the point. This question had confused him for a whole night. Finally, you're smart for once, Mr. Fujito. Yang Hui's mouth curled up. This was the correct answer. Yesterday, Fujito Kageshiro's mind was full of his own guesses. He guessed what kind of information he would use him to get, and what kind of damage he would use him to cause to Sakura country. Yang Hui just wanted to say to him, you think too much, you are not that important. The intelligence of Sakura country, what should be obtained has been obtained, and people have been arranged for those that have not been obtained. The work of spying on intelligence should be left to professionals. Let him do damage. Please, this country is the territory that Yang Hui has set his eyes on. If you do damage, Yang Hui will have to spend time and effort to repair it. Why bother? And how much damage can you do alone? In terms of destructive power, Yang Hui has many people who are stronger than you. Please speak clearly, Your Highness. It's very simple. I have a personal maid, and I still need a bodyguard. Huh? Bodyguard? But Fujito Kageshiro called it ridiculous. Yang Hui's combat power is stronger than his, and he asked him to be a bodyguard in return? No buts, I have only one request. If you agree, I will solve your family's living problems. If you don't agree, you can take them away. The choice was given to Fujito Kagemashiro. It depends on how he chooses. Your Highness, I can agree to it, but I have two requests. Fujito Kagemashiro decided to agree because of his family, but not without any requests. Go ahead. Please arrange for them to leave the country and give them a new identity. Fujito Kagemashiro asked Yang Hui. Whether it was Ozzy or Darlene, they could not live normally in Sakura country, even in the concession. After all, they were on an island. Being recognized by others would cause great trouble, so they had to leave the country and get a new identity. No problem, I will send them to the imperial capital and arrange new identities for them. Thank you very much. What else? Please promise, Your Highness, that if Bunitaria goes to war with our country in the future, I will not participate in any battles. No problem. Yang Hui readily agreed. Fujito Kagemashiro was at best a powerful pilot, and at most could lead a small team. In a large-scale battle, he was dispensable, and the country of Sakura did not need much effort to conquer. Thank you very much. Don't be so nervous, you can treat it as a deal. After saying that, Yang Hui clapped his hands, and just then, Regina came in with a box and placed it in front of Fujito Kagemashiro. What is this? Open it. Yes. After opening the box, Fujito Kagemashiro saw a mask that could cover his entire face. The instruction manual is also inside. Take a good look at it. Wear it in public. Yes. Well, in order to better conceal your identity, you need to change your habits. Yes, Your Highness. Fujito Kagemashiro's Bunito language is not very good, so it is quite difficult to speak. Ha ha ha, interesting, Regita, leave it to you. Yes, Your Highness. After Yang Hui left, Regita began to arrange Fujito Kagemashiro's courses. He needed to change a lot. On the one hand, it was language and speaking habits, and etiquette, behavior, etc. For example, Fujito Kagemashiro could no longer carry a samurai sword around at any time. If he had to carry one, it should be the knight's sword of the Bunito Empire. After Yang Hui returned to the study, he took out the terminal and clicked on a list. Yang Hui drew a red line on Fujito Kagemashiro's column, and then noted an X behind it. He just followed me out of helplessness. If you want him to completely surrender, there's still a long way to go. Yang Hui smiled and shook his head. Fujito Kagemashiro was someone he was optimistic about, but he was not the only one. It was very difficult to make a loyal samurai betray his original master, but once he succeeded, Fujito Kagemashiro would be as loyal to Yang Hui in the future as he is now. A few days later, the fleet of Natalia set sail for home. Following Yang Hui's order, they went to meet the other half of the Nightmare Knights to come to Sakura country. By the way, they also sent Darlene and Zayazi to the imperial capital, which also prevented them from being killed by a nuclear explosion in Saitama. I have already contacted them. Someone will pick them up. The accommodation and new identities have been arranged. This is their new identity and yours. Remember it. Yang Hui sent 3 copies of the information to Fujito Kagemashiro's terminal. The new identity information must be remembered to avoid being exposed. Yes, Your Highness. It is definitely impossible to learn a language in a few days, but this sentence alone is enough. Fujito Kagemashiro has no talent for language learning, so he has been memorizing the sentence these days. Anyway, he doesn't need to say anything when he's with Yang Hui, and he can't say anything. He just needs to concentrate on being a good bodyguard. By the way, according to what we agreed before, he will be arranged to enter the Royal Academy. Thank you. Yes, Your Highness. Let's go to Ashford Academy. Yes, Your Highness. They took a car to Ashford Academy. Today they went to Ashford Academy to pick up Lelouch and Nunnally. After all, they missed the appointment yesterday, so they had to make up for it today, otherwise Nunnally would cry and it would be a disaster. Brother Yang Hui. Nunnally, how do you know it's mine? Although I can't see, I can smell the scent of my brother. Smell? What smell? Yang Hui quickly sniffed himself hard. No smell. Only Nunnally can smell it. It's a very special smell. Nunnally, what about Lelouch? My brother has it too. Is it the smell of Tsundeer? No way. This was not Nunnally's answer. Lelouch on the side went berserk. You are at Tsundeer, kid. Yang Hui spread his hands with a playful smile on his face. Humph. I won't argue with you. Lelouch would never admit that he couldn't win over Yang Hui's twisted logic. By the way, this. Yang Hui looked at the little boy next to Lelouch, who was also wearing the Ashford Academy uniform. Hello, Your Highness Yang Hui, my name is Kyoruji Suzuku. Kyoruji Suzuku saluted Yang Hui shyly. Kyoruji? Is it the Kyoruji I know? Yang Hui asked, pretending to be puzzled. Yes, my father is Kyoruji Genbu. Kyoruji Suzuku lowered his head and answered, a little scared. Yang Hui, don't try to harm Suzuku. Lelouch stood in front of Kyoruji Suzuku and looked at Yang Hui fiercely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 729, Little Suzuku's First Meeting. So what image do you have of me? Yang Hui angrily messed up Lelouch's hair. Let me go. Ha ha ha. After suppressing Lelouch tightly, Yang Hui turned to look at Suzuku. Kyoruji, Suzuku, right. Yes, Your Highness Yang Hui. Don't be nervous, this kid is a little difficult to serve, you should be more tolerant of him on weekdays. No such thing, Your Highness Yang Hui, Lelouch. No need to defend him, I'm his brother. I watched him grow up, and I don't know what kind of personality he has. Arrogant, Tsundeer, conceited. Yang Hui. I'm really angry. Look, he's irritable. Puff ha 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 ha. Nunnally, who was watching the playfulness, couldn't help laughing. The clear and pleasant laughter instantly quieted the noise, soothing Yang Hui's bad taste and Lelouch's anger. Noonily. Lelouch pouted and complained. It's fine if they don't help him, but they also laugh at him. But he is a sister complex and can't lose his temper with Nunnally. Well, the person who picked me up is here. Your Highness Yang Hui, Lelouch, Nunnally, please allow me to say goodbye first. Suzaku Kyorugi saw the car that was picking him up parked at the school gate and said to Yang Hui and others. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Hey, little Suzaku. When Suzaku Kyorugi was about to leave, Yang Hui called him. Your Highness Yang Hui, is there anything else? Nothing, just want to say a few more words. Your father is your father, you are you, just be yourself. This. Your Highness Yang Hui, I don't understand. Suzaku Kyorugi really didn't understand. He was still a little kid now, and very innocent. He hadn't experienced a baptism of cruelty, so he couldn't understand these big truths. It's okay, just remember it. One day in the future, you will understand. This, okay, Your Highness Yang Hui, I remember it. After bowing again, Suzaku Kyorugi ran towards the car that was waiting for him, but on the way he passed by Fujito Kagashiro who was guarding the car, and stopped again, exclaiming, Master Fujito. But when he looked up, he saw a man wearing a mask, and he couldn't see his face clearly. In addition, he was holding a knight sword instead of a samurai sword. Suzaku Kyorugi suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. I'm sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Suzaku Kyorugi quickly apologized. He was a student of Fujito Dojo and had learned kendo from Fujito Kagashiro. After hearing about Fujito Kagashiro's affairs, he didn't believe that Fujito Kagashiro would betray him, but he was powerless to prove it or change it. After Fujito Kagashiro was sentenced to death, he has not been able to get out of the shadow of sadness until now. Maybe that's why he recognized the wrong person. Fujito Kagashiro's face suddenly twitched under the mask. He had never expected that Kyorugi Suzaku could recognize him. Fortunately, the other party said that he recognized the wrong person. He was relieved and did not answer, but just nodded in response. It was not until Kyorugi Suzaku got on the car that the butler who came to pick him up asked him, Master, what did His Highness Yang Hui say to you? And who is that person? This butler is the butler who takes care of Kyorugi Suzaku. He is also a spy sent by Kyorugi Genbu to Kyorugi Suzaku. His biggest role is to find out the progress of the relationship between Kyorugi Suzaku and Lelouch and Nunnally at the first time. But today, there are other major gains. His Highness Yang Hui just told me. Then, Kyorugi Suzaku told the butler the whole process of his contact with Yang Hui. He hated this feeling. He had no secrets every minute and every second, and he had to be monitored and understood by others. But this was an order from his father, so he had to do it. I see, I see. Then who is that person, young master? That person. It's the person who stood in front of Yang Hui's car and asked you to stop. I don't know him. Don't know. Yes, I don't know him. But when I passed by him, I seemed to see Master Fujito, so I recognized the wrong person. When Fujito was mentioned, Kyorugi Suzaku's expression dimmed, his eyes were red, he argued, defended, and tried, but no one believed him, including his senior brothers and sisters who had a good relationship and respected Fujito Kagashiro. I see, young master, you should let it go earlier. No matter what the truth is, this matter has already had a final result. If you continue to be troubled by it, it will affect your physical health and study life. Well, I see. He agreed, but how could it be so simple? Kyorugi Suzaku had self-doubt for the first time. Was his father's words right? Is the truth really not important? On the other side, Yang Hui also picked up Lelouch and Nunnally, oh, by the way, and Myra E to go back to Ashford's house. Even if the new governor's mansion was built, Yang Hui did not plan to bring Lelouch and Nunnally to live there. First, the new governor's mansion was farther from Ashford Academy, so it was not so convenient for them to go to school. Second, they were good friends with Myra E, and they had lived together for several years and were used to each other's existence. In this case, why should Yang Hui be the bad guy? After dinner, Yang Hui played with Lelouch and Nunnally for a while, and tutored Nunnally and Myra E's homework, and then returned to the temporary governor's mansion. Your Highness, Master Kyorugi almost recognized me today. After returning, Fujito Kagashiro reported to Yang Hui as soon as possible. This was also an act of self-affirmation. After all, It was impossible for Yang Hui not to have seen the scene when Kyoruji Suzuki called him. Even if he didn't see it, Regine Regida, who was standing next to him at the time, also saw it. I didn't recognize you completely, that's all. To be honest, Yang Hui was scared at the time, and he couldn't see his face at all. If Fujito Kageshiro, who had changed his clothes, was recognized by Kyoruji Suzuki at a glance, it would be a big joke. But you should be more careful in the future and avoid contact with him as much as possible. Yes, Your Highness. Not bad, quite standard. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Okay, there's no need to be so rigid in private, Fujiro, or, do you think I'm your lord? Your Highness may be disappointed. That's really a pity. To be honest, Fujito Kageshiro has been observing Yang Hui and found that Yang Hui has too many things beyond his imagination, such as his private personality, which is casual, free and easy, and black-bellied, not like a prince at all, but in the duel, Yang Hui is so clean and neat, and when he finally accused the audience of Sakura country, he was domineering and majestic, as if he was as tall as the pillar between heaven and earth. He found that the more carefully he observed, the more blurred the image of Yang Hui in his mind became, and too many faces merged together, becoming a blurred chaos. You said Suzuki mistook the man for Fujito. Suzuki Genbu asked after the butler reported. The young master did say that. Well, what do you think? I think the young master is still immersed in grief and made a mistake for a moment. After all, he is already dead. Is he really dead? Master. You go down first. Yes. After the butler left, Suzuki Genbu sat alone in the study, with only the dim desk lamp still on. Fudo, it seems that you have made a choice? No, it should be. Did we force you to make a choice? Suzuki Genbu knew very well that Fujito Kageshiro was still alive, and Suzuki Suzuki really recognized him. Originally, Suzuki Genbu was only in the stage of suspicion. Even though he personally confirmed Fujito Kageshiro's corpse and saw the corpse being pushed into the crematorium, he always had a hunch that Fujito Kageshiro would not die so easily. And now, he confirmed that Fujito Kageshiro was indeed not dead, but just changed his identity and followed Yang Hui. As for why, do I need to say it? No, I'd better confirm it myself. Oh, and Akamatsu, he should be able to recognize it. Thinking of this, Kyoruji Genbu immediately called Akamatsu. After a while, the fleet returned to Sakura country, bringing the other half of the Nightmare Knights. After making sure that everyone arrived safely, Yang Hui ordered the 4th Fleet to return home to report. The port in the concession could not accommodate the docking of 2 fleets. Oh my, is this our new base? It's really empty. Lloyd said with emotion as he looked at the new base. Decorated well, we will stay here for a long time. Yang Hui said to them. No problem, Cecil, let them transport the equipment over and set it up first. Okay, Mr. Lloyd. Lloyd, don't take up my space. Well, don't care about these trivial matters, Lakshita. How can this be a trivial matter? Have you forgotten that I am the director of the scientific research department? Of course I didn't forget, but I am also the deputy director. His Highness gives me the same authority as you. That's also the deputy. Get out of the way. Huh? So ruthless. Mr. Lloyd, hey. Cecil, calm down. After arranging the matters of the new base of Nightmare, Yang Hui summoned Lloyd, Lakshita, Jeremiah, Villetta, and Joan Luo. These are the core senior members of the Nightmare Knights. Each of you should report the situation. Your Highness, the control of the original garrison has been completed, and all those who should be eliminated have been eliminated. Well, very good. Then it's our turn. Lakshita glared at Lloyd, and then said, the cost of the 6th generation Nightmare Gloucester still cannot be reduced. The group of people in the military think that Sunderland is more cost-effective, so they decided to mass-produce Sunderland. Gloucester will still be produced in small quantities as the vehicle of the elite troops. The development of the 7th generation Nightmare has reached a bottleneck and it will take some time. Well, as expected. The choice of the military and the results of Lakshita and others were all within Yang Hui's expectations, and there were no surprises. And that, it has been completed. Lakshita said. Have you tested it? Not yet. I know, find an opportunity to find a suitable target for testing. Now, first settle the various departments and let them operate normally. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 730, Sinners and Heroes, Crazy Akamatsu. Time flies. It has been a year since Yang Hui took office as the governor of the Sakura Kingdom concession. In the past year, no major events have occurred, but small events have continued. I don't know if it was the deliberate indulgence of Kyoruji Genbu and others. The hatred of unitary in Sakura has been rising day by day, and the conflicts between the two sides have continued. Unitary stores in Sakura have been smashed and looted, and there are even insane people who organized crowds and attacked the unitary concession under the slogan of driving unitary out of Sakura. The Bunidal Empire could not do nothing about its own citizens being treated like this in another country, and Yang Hui could not sit back and do nothing. He found Kyoruji Genbu and the heads of the 6 families in Kyoto many times, and asked them to pay all the losses of unitary with a tough attitude and severely punish those who made trouble. The first time was a warning. If you can't manage your own citizens, I can do it for you. This is what Yang Hui said to Kyoruji Genbu and the 6 families of Kyoto after the first attack on the concession. The first time, he only sent the Marines to repel the mob with tear gas, water guns and other equipment. If they are still not clear-headed, Yang Hui will not be polite to them. Didn't you see that a squadron of nightmares is always stationed at the border of the concession? There is no need to doubt whether the gun chamber is riot bullets or live bullets. It must be live bullets. With Yang Hui's character of doing what he says, he really dares to kill. In desperation, Kyoruji Genbu and others could only send the army of Sakura country to set up a cordon outside the concession. On the surface, it was to protect the safety of the concession, but in fact it was to protect the safety of the citizens of Sakura country. As for the unitary traders in the country, they can only be sent back to the concession. Kyoruji Genbu said with a headache. But the compensation list they issued is too outrageous, it is impossible to accept it. What can we do? Kyoruji Genbu asked. If we don't send them away, they will continue to open the store, and then let those fools smash and destroy it, and then those vampires will send us the bill. Will you pay it or not? If the unitary merchants were sent back to the concession, the compensation could be negotiated. After all, there is no clear loss, right? But after letting the people smash and destroy it, it is a loss visible to the naked eye, and the Sakura government has to pay compensation. Not pay? Yes, the border of the concession can be expanded outward. I sent people to check. Most of the people who instigated the riots were instructed by others. Who is behind the scenes has not been found out yet, but the result, I think everyone has guessed it. Damn unitary, this is forcing us to declare war on them. But, that's unitary. Can we beat it? Even if we want to declare war, it's not now. No, the time is ripe. At this time, Akamatsu pushed the door open and said to the people present, Akamatsu, you're here, which means, yes, it's already successful in theory. Akamatsu nodded. Wait, what do you mean by successful in theory? Kyoruji Genbu asked. All the theoretical data meet the standards, and the experimental bomb has been manufactured. What's left is just the test explosion. Everyone was silent, not overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. For a nuclear bomb, even if all the data meet the predetermined standards, as long as the test explosion fails, they are unsure. Moreover, the current situation is already very tense. The war between Sakura country and Bunitaria is inevitable. A little spark is almost enough to ignite the entire battlefield. If a nuclear bomb is tested at this time, then the test explosion is equivalent to declaring war, and not just declaring war on Bunitaria, but declaring war on the whole world. If it succeeds, then Sakura country can still use the deterrent power of nuclear bombs to protect itself, and even truly become a world military power, but it failed. They dare not think about it anymore. That result is not something they can bear. Everyone, now is not the time to hesitate. Akamatsu slapped the table and interrupted everyone's entanglement. Bunitalia is pressing our country step by step, inciting domestic riots, gaining benefits from this, and oppressing our country's economy. Everyone, go to the streets and see. The citizens no longer have a normal life. They are either hiding at home and barely making ends meet, or taking to the streets to participate in marches or organize anti-Bunitalia activities. If this drags on, this country will be finished without Bunitalia taking action. They all knew what Akamatsu said, but they were helpless. How many people abide by the various policies and bans that have been passed down? The army that was supposed to protect them was labeled a traitor. They also wanted to be angry and wanted to resist, but under the powerful military deterrence of Bunitalia, They dared not speak out. What is the success rate? Kyoruji Genbu asked Akamatsu. 100%. Akamatsu said firmly. They all knew that the 100% in Akamatsu's mouth was very exaggerated. Akamatsu just used an exaggerated success rate to convince them, and also to convince himself, because they had no way out. Where and when do you want to test the explosion? We will arrange for the evacuation of the citizens. No need to go through so much trouble. The time will be set in 3 days, and the test site will be the capital of the Bunatelia Empire. What did you say? Everyone stood up in horror, looking at Akamatsu in horror, and saw madness on Akamatsu's face. Are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Is there any possibility of retreat between us and Bunatelia? In that case, we might as well take the initiative and catch them off guard. If the mainland is attacked by a nuclear bomb, Bunatelia will definitely be in chaos, and we can take this opportunity to wipe out all the Unital troops in the concession, obtain the Nightmare technology, and use the victory of this battle and the deterrent power of the nuclear bomb to vigorously develop military technology, and then, in the sight of everyone, Akamatsu clenched his fist and slammed it on the table with such force that the table was smashed to pieces. We are the Empire. We are the overlords of this world. Akamatsu, have you still not let go of what happened back then? Kyoruji Zuanwu stared at Akamatsu for a moment and finally asked. Haha, how could I let it go? Akamatsu replied to Kyoruji Genbu with a cold smile. That should have been the stepping stone for us to reach the top of the world. Now we should be standing at the top of the world. You're crazy, Akamatsu. No, I'm very sober now, and that's why I won't miss this great opportunity. Akamatsu said firmly to everyone present. Everyone, I'm not here to discuss with you, but to inform you that I'm going to declare war on the Bunatelia Empire. You will become a sinner of the country, Akamatsu. Maybe. Akamatsu did not stop and answered Kyoruji Genbu while walking, maybe a hero of the nation. Until Akamatsu left completely, they did not send anyone to stop Akamatsu. They all knew that since Akamatsu dared to come here to notify them, then Akamatsu is ready. The research on nuclear bombs has been carried out at the Itsukushima base. The Itsukushima base is Akamatsu's back garden, and their people cannot be placed in it at all. Even if they want to stop it now, it's too late. What should we do? I'll send someone to kill him. It's useless. There are many crazy people like Akamatsu under his command. Killing Akamatsu will only make those people more determined. Are we going to watch Akamatsu destroy this country? At this point, there is only one way. When everyone was arguing, Kyoruji Genbu spoke up. What way? Take the initiative to surrender to Bunatelia. This. We don't have the ability to stop Akamatsu. Only Bunatelia has this ability. If they take the initiative to surrender, everyone present can still fight for a little sovereignty. If Akamatsu really succeeds, this country will completely disappear. Do you know that once we do this, we will become sinners? Yes, I know. The heads of the 6 Kyoto families didn't say another word. They stood up and left the meeting room, taking all the people away. If they were clearly against Akamatsu and clearly against the young and strong faction before, now, they are not on either side, neither the conservatives nor the young and strong faction. They will not participate in the fight between the two sides. No matter who wins, they will stand neutral and lead the country again after the war. Do you think he will let you go? Ridiculous. Kyoruji Genbu watched the 6 families of Kyoto leave very calmly. He was not angry at their behavior of distancing themselves from him, but only disdain. Master. Go home. Yes. Kyoruji Genbu went straight to the study after returning home, took out a phone from the secret safe under the chair, and dialed it. I am Genbu. Dong dong dong. Come in. Fujito Kageshiro opened the door and walked into Yang Hui's study, took off his mask, and faced Yang Hui directly in a standard Dojiza posture. Did Akamatsu contact you? Yang Hui asked calmly. Yes. Fujito Kageshiro was startled for a moment, and then answered bitterly. It turned out that all his actions were seen by Yang Hui. What did he ask you to do? Find an opportunity to assassinate you within 3 days. Why within 3 days? Really? I get it, Regita. Hearing Yang Hui's call, Regita, who was outside the door, walked in without even looking at Fujito Kageshiro who was kneeling on the ground. What do you want? Notify Lakshita that everything can be prepared. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness. Fujito Kageshiro called out after Regina left. Why did you tell me? Yang Hui stood up, looked out the window with his hands behind his back, and deliberately exposed his back to Fujito Kageshiro. This is the deal between me and Your Highness. Really? Then let me change the question, why did you tell me now? Chapter 731, Amaterasu, was launched. Amaterasu was intercepted. Two seemingly similar but completely different questions made Fujito Kageshiro not know how to answer. Do you think I don't know if you don't tell me? Yang Hui turned his head and looked at Fujito Kageshiro with a cold expression. Your Highness, I am guilty. After a year of contact, Fujito Kageshiro has fully realized the horror of Yang Hui, especially under his casual and free-spirited appearance. There is a cold and cruel heart. He will show the greatest tenderness to his own people, but he will face endless fear of the abyss when dealing with his enemies. You are right, you are indeed guilty, but you don't know exactly where your crime lies. Your Highness. Your crime lies in being indecisive in the cracks. Yang Hui walked up to Fujito Kageshiro and looked down at him. The moment you came into contact with Akamatsu, I knew that you would pass on information to him, and he would also let you find an opportunity to assassinate me. This should be the task he gave you from the beginning, not today, right? Yes. Why don't you do it? Yang Hui asked. In this year, I have given you countless chances, and you gave them up on your own initiative. Why? Just because of your wife and children in the Empire. Yes. Haha, Fujito Kageshiro, you still don't know your position. Yang Hui shook his head, casually pulled a chair over and sat in front of him, crossing his legs. I saved your family and gave them a better life. The fact that you are still alive now is also because of me. Logically, you have died once, and your new life should belong to me, but you continue to deliver information to Akamatsu in secret. But you didn't really follow Akamatsu's orders. In the past year, you didn't attack me once, wasting the opportunity I prepared for you. Now, you confessed in front of me, so, what is your purpose? Your Highness, the target of the nuclear bomb test is the imperial capital. Fujito Kageshiro squeezed out this sentence almost from his teeth. After saying it, he crawled on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Well, it's a good target, which suits his style. After listening to Yang Hui's bland answer, Fujito Kageshiro suddenly raised his head and looked at Yang Hui in surprise. Your Highness. So, the choice you finally made was your family, right? Yang Hui did not explain, nor did he continue to ask what else he knew. Yes. Fujito Kageshiro gritted his teeth, and he recalled everything that happened in this year. A year ago, Akamatsu recognized him at the first sight and contacted him privately, asking him to ambush Yang Hui as a spy, spying on Bunitalia's intelligence, and looking for an opportunity to kill Yang Hui. Fujito Jingzilang asked Akamatsu at that time that his family was still in Yang Hui's hands and was sent to live in the imperial capital of Bunitaria. Once he took action, what would happen to his family? At this time, Akamatsu brought up the national justice and then said that he would find a way to help him bring his family back. As a result, there has been no news from Akamatsu until now. Instead, Darlena and Zayazi started a new life in Bunitaria under the protection of Yang Hui, and they are living very well. Darlena said that Zayazi's grades are among the best, and he has a good relationship with Princess Euphemia, and he also said that he will become a knight of Princess Euphemia in the future. In such a comparison, Fujito Jingzilang's sincerity was gradually wiped out. His compatriots who had given everything for him and are still serving him now were exchanged for endless curses and insults, as well as betrayal and abandonment. Moreover, Akamatsu told him that the test site of the nuclear explosion was the imperial capital of Bunitaria. Fujito Jingzilang asked about the safety of Darlena and Zayazi, but what he got in return was Akamatsu's ruthless scolding. That's why he decided to confess to Yang Hui. He didn't expect Yang Hui to forgive him. He just hoped that his death could save Darlene and Zayazi who were far away in Bunitalia. So, what are you going to use to get back your life and the lives of your family? Yang Hui asked coldly, his eyes seemed to be as cold as a ray of light that could freeze the soul. I will die to apologize. Haha, I'm not interested in your country's tricks, let's do something practical. Yang Hui smiled coldly and interrupted Fujito Jingshiro. Don't you know? Okay. Your Highness. After the launch, I am willing to be the pioneer. Kill all enemies for the Empire. Seeing Yang Hui was about to leave, Fujito Jingshiro immediately shouted, completely wiping out the last bit of persistence in his heart. Go down. Yes, Your Highness. According to Fujito Jingshiro's understanding, if Yang Hui did not agree, he would call back to the imperial capital of Natalia in front of him and let the people there deal with Darlene and Xiaozi, and let Fujito Jingshiro watch the whole process, so as to torture him and then take his life. But Yang Hui did not do so, which means that he had agreed to his request. After Fujito Jingshiro left, Regina walked in. Oh, it's really a terrible method, Mr. Yang Hui. Let it go first, and then wait until the other party loses all hope, and then let the other party stand on the edge of the cliff at this time. Life or death, make your own choice. I just keep giving him opportunities, but he is late. Yang Hui shrugged. Not everyone can have the ability to see through people's hearts like you do. Regina said with lingering fear. How do you know that Akamatsu will not fulfill his promise and will change his attitude towards him? First, Akamatsu can't do it. The imperial capital is his territory. Every move is under his attention. Once Akamatsu's people go in, they must not come out. Besides, my people are not just for show. Second, Darlene is not Fujito Kagami-shiro. She cares more about Xiaozi than the national justice. On one side is a happy and healthy growth environment, and on the other side is a street rat that everyone shouts and beats. Her choice is clear at a glance. Third, Akamatsu has all the bad qualities of the people in this country. Blind arrogance, madness, tyranny, indifference, fickleness, selfishness. You can find them in him. If Akamatsu really felt guilty, he would not have recognized Fujito Kagami-shiro and not taken him back, but let him stay with me as a spy. As expected of Mr. Yang Hui, I have learned a lot. It's just the basic skills of intelligence. If you want to learn, you can find Liumini. She is better than me in intelligence. I see. Regina was really interested in this aspect. Ayala Hutchenberg recreated her and asked her to follow Yang Hui, so that she could act as an observer and observe and record everything that happened to Yang Hui and him. After learning this skill, she would be able to observe and record everything better and in many aspects. Give orders to pay more attention to the movements of the Sakura Country Army in the next 2 days, especially the Itsukushima base. Ask Jeremiah, Villetta and Joan Luo to come see me. Understood. 3 days later, Akamatsu was in the underground command post, driving the rocket he was preparing through the glass, and his expression became a little crazy. It's almost done. I'm the hero. I'm the king of the world. General, everything is ready. Yes, very good. Set the time. In half an hour, the recovery operation will begin. Yes, in half an hour, the recovery operation will begin. Clear the area around Amaterasu. Everyone evacuate immediately. Repeat. In half an hour, the recovery operation will begin. The entire Itsukushima base was in operation quickly. The troops of the base set up circles of defense lines outward. The Air Force was hovering in the air. Not even a sparrow was allowed to enter the airspace of the Itsukushima base. Everyone inside the base was on high alert, with their eyes focused on the open missile silos. Half an hour passed like a year for Akamatsu. He stared at the countdown, which disappeared second by second. The countdown to the last minute begins. Everyone, please pay attention. The countdown to the last minute begins 59, 58, 57, 35, 34, 33, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignite. May the light of Amaterasu burn all enemies of the Empire. May the light of Amaterasu burn all enemies of the Empire. And under the devout gaze of everyone like a pilgrim, the rocket slowly rose up towards the sky, dragging thick smoke and driven by the fierce flames. Success. Akamatsu watched Amaterasu being sent into the sky. He could hardly suppress his excitement. Amaterasu had already been launched, and the army of Natalia did not make any attempt to intercept it. His plan had already succeeded. Success. Yang Hui looked at the rocket taking off, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an evil arc. He and Akamatsu thought of the same thing tacitly. Intercept it, neutron jammer, is set to approach activation. Yes, Your Highness. The new missile interception system deployed at the Bunatelia base was activated, and after locking the target, it also shut out. The ultra-high-speed missile disappeared from people's sight in the blink of an eye at a speed that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. The first fleet set sail, and all units prepare to attack the Sakura country in an all-out manner. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Back to Itsukushima base, Akamatsu has walked out of the underground command center, looking up at the rocket taking off, and hearing his subordinates constantly reporting that everything in the system is normal. Akamatsu's heart is as sweet as honey, and he even closed his eyes, waiting for the moment when the capital of the Bunatelia Empire will be burned to ashes by the majesty of Amaterasu. The next second. General. There is an unidentified flying object flying towards Amaterasu at a very fast speed. Intercepted immediately. We must protect Amaterasu. It's too fast, there's no time to intercept it. Ling. Before he could finish his words, Akamatsu opened his eyes and saw a red dot on the radar display that hit the Amaterasu at a very fast speed. He looked up suddenly. Amaterasu. Amaterasu, signal lost. No. Chapter 732 Declaration of War. Akamatsu looked at the flames exploding in the sky and cried out in despair. That was the result of his all-out efforts, the foundation for him to fulfill his lifelong wish, and the only light in his dark life. General, something is wrong. What's wrong? Explain it to me clearly. The effect of the explosion is too bad. The energy level of the Amaterasu explosion is countless times that of the explosion in the sky, and, logically speaking, at that height, if Amaterasu exploded, we would not be able to survive. You mean, Amaterasu is still there, not intercepted? Akamatsu said in surprise, but immediately calmed down. No, 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 the signal of Amaterasu was indeed lost, and in an explosion of this magnitude, Amaterasu had no reason to survive. But why was the effect of the explosion so weak? Could it be that Amaterasu was originally a failure? No, it's impossible. General, something's wrong. What's the matter? Report directly. Akamatsu's eyes revealed murderous intent. It's Bunatelia. Bunatelia has declared war on our country. What? So fast? Akamatsu immediately followed his men back to the command room, where Yang Hui's declaration of war was being broadcast live on the big screen. We have obtained sufficient evidence to prove that Sakura has violated international law and secretly researched banned nuclear weapons. Moreover, just now, a rocket was launched from Sakura's Itsukushima base. According to our military's precise calculations, the rocket's ultimate goal is not space, but our imperial capital. Therefore, we have sufficient reason to suspect that Sakura's nuclear weapons have been successfully developed and used against us. In recent days, our concessions and shops in Sakura have been harassed by Sakura mobs, which has seriously damaged the lives and property of our citizens. The Sakura government has not been able to take effective measures to stop it. This is a serious provocation to the Empire. In the above two situations, the Empire will respond positively to the provocation and threat of Sakura, and hereby formally declare war on Sakura. At the same time, on behalf of the Holy Bunatelia Empire, I hereby announce a good news to the world that the Empire's latest technology, neutron jammer, has been successfully developed. This is a new technology for interfering with fission. In other words, from now on, the world will fully enter the nuclear-free era. Bang! Damn Yang Hui! Damn Bunatelia! Akamatsu almost smashed a big hole in the metal command platform. Akamatsu now understood that his so-called secret had always been in the other party's sight. Amaterasu was intercepted just after it was launched, and the speed of the missile was simply beyond their ability to intercept. Amaterasu had just been intercepted, and Yang Hui, on behalf of Bunatelia, publicly declared war on Sakura country, as well as evidence that they were researching nuclear weapons, the injustice suffered by the Bunatelia in Sakura country, and the last published information on the neutron jammer. Everything was too timely. Yang Hui had prepared everything long ago. He had known that he was researching nuclear weapons, but he had not launched them. He was just waiting for him to take out the nuclear weapons on his own initiative, and then take this opportunity to suddenly attack Sakura country. General. The Bunatalian fleet has been dispatched and is heading for Itsukushima base. Aminato and Yokosuka naval bases have been attacked by nightmare forces, requesting support. Commander-in-Chief of the escort fleet, Sasano, has betrayed his country and led the entire fleet to surrender to Bunitalia. Tokyo has announced its surrender to Bunitalia. Yokohama base has been attacked by nightmare forces. The bad news that came one after another made Akamatsu's anger as terrible as a volcanic eruption. Everyone shut up. For a moment, the command center fell into silence, which was completely opposite to the noise and panic just now. Order: Gakuku and Sasebo go north to support the Aminato fleet to recapture the naval base and repel the Bunitalian nightmare forces. The Wu local team will go to support the Yokosuka naval base and join the Yokosuka fleet to go north to eliminate the traitors in the escort fleet. The 2nd and 3rd ground armored forces will. Akamatsu is indeed a veteran. Even if he was caught off guard by Bunitalia, he can still make the most correct response to different locations. Ask each department whether any of the Bunitalian special equipment has appeared. Yes, General, none have been found yet. Nothing has been found. Akamatsu stared at the map. Because of the sudden attack of the Bunitalian Empire, the entire northeastern part of Sakura country was in chaos. But at this time, the Nightmare Knights, the strongest fighting force of the Bunitalian Empire, did not appear on any battlefield, so they are all feints. He is disrupting our vision. Could it be that I am still the target? No, with his pride, he will not pay attention to his defeated generals. So, the 6 families of Kyoto? That's not right. All the people of the 6 families of Kyoto have returned to Kyoto. Kyoto is too far away from the concession. So where is his target? After eliminating possible targets one by one, Akamatsu found that there were no suspicious targets left, so he could only start over and look for Yang Hui's real target again. General, the Yokohama base has fallen, and less than 1/5 of the people escaped. It doesn't matter. Find a way to contact those who escaped and let them go to Yokosuka Naval Port. After the 2 fleets repel the Bunitalian troops, they will meet together. Yes. Always pay attention to the movements of the Nightmare Knights. If you find them, tell me immediately. Yes. However, Yang Hui, who was worried about by Akamatsu, did not leave the concession, or even the governor mansion. He did not intend to take action personally in this battle, and stayed in the rear to be in charge of command throughout the whole process. Your Highness, the Yokohama base has been taken. The troops will stay where they are. The newly surrendered escort fleet will go to the Yokohama base to join the ground forces. The engineering troops will immediately enter to build fortifications to prepare to resist the counterattack of Yokosuka. Yes, Your Highness. Where is our fleet now? It is expected to enter the observation range of Itsukushima in 10 minutes. Stop advancing outside the observation range. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, there are collective disturbances among the people in Tokyo. I am afraid that riots will occur. Send the message to the security team and allow killing on the spot. Yang Hui issued the most ruthless order in the most calm tone. Yes, Your Highness. The subordinates did not hesitate at all for this order. Before, the citizens of Sakura country frequently attacked the shops of Bunitalia and attacked the concession. If it were not for Yang Hui's order to stop them in front, they would have wanted to kill them at that time. Where is Nightmare? Yang Hui asked. Half an hour ago, the last communication from Knight Regetta was at Mikuni Pass. Well, they should be there soon. The 21st, 22nd, and 23rd Nightmare Battalions, the 10th to 15th Ground Mobile Forces, move forward and stand by near Shinmei Pass in Kentucky Mountain. Yes, Your Highness. Then, let's get started. I hope you can hand in a satisfactory answer. At this time, the Nightmare Knights, who were both mentioned by Yang Hui and Akamatsu, had a total of 35 machines. The 30 black-painted Gloucesters led by Ares, Dorothy, Gemini, Barugo, and Scorpion, had crossed the mountains and arrived at the vicinity of the Fuji Mountain mining area without anyone noticing. We have arrived at the designated location. The target is ahead. Do you have anything to say? Regetta asked. All I know is the previous deployment of troops, a total of is Fujito Kagemijiro, and the 6th ownerless special machine, Gemini, was also handed over to him. He is a man of his words, and Yang Hui is also a man of his words. Since you said so, I am not afraid that you will go back on your words. I will give you the trust you deserve, but you must do what you promised me. So Fujito Kagemijiro used the new identity of to join the Nightmare knights and participated in this operation. This is what I know. I don't know if there have been any changes since then. Very good, Violetta. Joan, you lead a team to attack from the northeast, find the garrison that, mentioned, occupy it, and kill those who resist on the spot. Understood. Jeremiah, you lead a team to occupy the Sakurashi storage warehouse in the southwest. Understood. I will lead a team to attract the attention of the enemy garrison and create an opportunity for you to take your surrender. Understood. The battle will start in 5 minutes, disperse and hide on the spot. Everyone's combat mission was determined, and they dispersed and used the surrounding environment to hide themselves. At this time, Regina's communication rang. Seeing that it was Jeremiah's communication request, he answered it directly. What's the matter? Your Highness, do you really trust him to carry out the decapitation mission alone? Jeremiah's worry was not unreasonable. After all, Fujito Kagami Shiro was still a spy planted by Yang Hui 3 days ago. This is the decision of His Highness. Trust the people you employ, and don't employ them if you don't trust them. Isn't this His Highness style? Okay, but I'll keep an eye on him. You can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't affect your mission. Understood. 5 minutes, 5 peaceful minutes, but also 5 tense minutes. Regina has felt the thrill more than once with Yang Hui. Jeremiah, Violetta and Jun Luo have also experienced the excitement of military exercises, but others don't have this experience. Time is up, the battle begins. As Regina's order was issued, the quiet woods came to life, and it was a very fierce life, as if the gates of hell were opened, and the demons finally broke out of the cage and rushed towards their goals. What's the noise? Is there something exploding in the mining area again? No, it seems to be a mechanical sound. What is that? Nightmare? How is it possible? This is the rear area. Enemy attack. Enemy. Boom. Chapter 733, The Devil Breaks Out of the Cage. The devil broke out of the cage. Without the angels, Mount Fuji would become a new hell. Baruj used her small and light body to shuttle freely in the barrage. The machine guns on her arms fired with the help of her body rotation, and the defense line that had not been fully established was torn into pieces. Charge. Scorpion followed closely behind. The spikes of her long tail cut at 2 tanks like tofu, and then pierced through a base gun behind. Baruj. No need to thank me. Velita provocatively said. Da 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 da. As soon as the voice fell, Baruj pointed her double guns at Scorpion, and fired without hesitation. A tank that had just turned the direction of the turret became a hornet's nest and then exploded. You're welcome. Kyung Luo counterattacked. Excluding Regina, who had been with Yang Hui since childhood, they were the only 2 female knights, and they were in the same period and both were drivers of special machines. Naturally, they were competitors. However, while they are competitors, they are also best friends and the most tacit companions. The 2 machines turned back to back at the same time, and performed spiral maneuvers at the same speed and arc. With 2 nightmares, the surrounding enemy forces could not get close. The other Gloucesters were naturally encouraged and were not so nervous. They took out the results of their daily training and exerted extraordinary combat effectiveness. The Dorothy, driven by Jeremiah, is a heavy machine. Its mobility is naturally not as agile as Barugo and Scorpion, but the advantages of heavy machines are not small. First, the armor is thick. Dorothy sacrificed mobility in exchange for heavy weapons. The hammerhead of the heavy hammer blocked in front of it. Even the artillery could not stop its pace of advancement. At most, it could only slow down its forward speed. Fire. Don't stop. Blast open that turtle shell for me. Humph, this level is like defeating my Dorothy. Wishful thinking. Enduring sparse artillery fire all the way, Dorothy has rushed into the vitality blind spot of the base's firepower point and rushed to the door of the warehouse. See Dorothy's power. Second, she had great power. Dorothy held the hammer handle tightly with both hands and raised the hammer. Flames suddenly burst out from the nozzle behind the hammerhead. The huge thrust caused the hammer to rotate twice with the machine body, and then hit the door heavily. Boom. The solid door did not collapse, but exploded from the middle. The flying fragments instantly turned into the most deadly weapon, piercing the wall, penetrating the tank, and crushing the flesh. All machines, put away your guns and engage in melee combat. Don't destroy the cherry stones in the warehouse. Yes. X and 10 Gloucesters entered the blasted entrance and began to slaughter the few warehouse defenders. In front, Rini Regida deliberately slowed down his pace and took the initiative to let the enemy find him. All aircraft, use the rocks to build a temporary position, don't fight too hard. Yes. X and 11 Nightmares formed a semicircle with the help of the surrounding environment, sometimes fighting harder to advance a little bit, sometimes fighting and retreating, and returning to the starting point. This gave the defenders in front of Mount Fuji an illusion that the Bunatelii Nightmares were just so-so. What they didn't know was that when they focused all their attention on Ailes and the 10 Gloucesters, they never expected that Fujito Kagashiro, who was driving Gemini, drilled into the blind spot of the detection system based on his familiarity with Mount Fuji, and quickly moved towards the command post on the mountainside. I've reminded you many times, but there's still no improvement. You're confused by the enemy in front of you, but you don't notice the shadow getting closer and closer. Akamatsu, is this your persistence? It's vulnerable. The closer he got to the headquarters on Mount Fuji, the more Fujito Kagamashiro felt that his past was not worth it. For example, the blind spot on the defense of Mount Fuji was ignored by the incompetent commander who thought that the enemy would not attack from this direction. Now, it is indeed his death warrant. That's it. When he was about to approach the headquarters on the mountainside, Gemini suddenly stopped and looked at the 4 Nightmares in front of him. They were the 4th generation Nightmare Glasgow of Bunatelia, and then they were modified to a certain extent. I see. Black market? 4 people, are you? Looking at the 4 Nightmares in front of him, from the samurai swords they were equipped with and the positions of the 4 machines, he vaguely guessed the identity of the other party. As expected, a thief has sneaked in. Surrender. Don't be careless, Asayana, this is a special machine. The opponent is not an ordinary person, be careful. Huh? Samurai swords? Is there anyone in Bunatelia who studies kendo? In addition to the 2 machine guns on the armor, the most distinctive weapon of Gemini is the 2 samurai swords on his waist, one black and one white. This is not Gemini's original weapon, but Yang Hui made a change based on Fujito Kagashiro's habits and style, changing the original arm retractable blade to a machine gun, removing the machine gun mounted on the waist and replacing it with a high-frequency vibration samurai sword. Fujito Ryu is not only one sword style, but also 2 sword style, but Fujito Kagashiro prefers 1 sword style. Senba, Bobu, Asayana, Chiba. The 4 people in front of him were his former subordinates and apprentices of Fujito Dojo. They were all masters of kendo using Fujito Ryu. He never thought that when they met again, it would be like this. But he is not Fujito Kagamashiro now, he is an evil ghost who has abandoned the past, and a loyal hound under Yang Hui. The 2 swords were unsheathed, one was held horizontally in front, and the other was pointed diagonally at the ground. This posture. Seeing Gemini's posture, the 4 were stunned, because they were too familiar with this posture. Who are you? Why do you use Fujito's 2 sword style? The oldest Senba asked in a deep voice. He was the first of the 4 to join Fujito Dojo. According to seniority, he was Fujito's senior brother, but in his memory, Fujito Dojo had never accepted a disciple from Bunatelia. Don't answer? Then we can only take you down first. Buba, Asayana, Chiba, go, /encirclement formation. Yes. The 4x3 machines drew their samurai swords and surrounded Gemini from 4 different directions. /encirclement formation. Seeing the encirclement formation used by the 4 people, Fujito Kagashiro lowered his head and smiled. You are so skilled even without 1 person. You are worthy of it, but... The strong wind of the blade came, and Gemini lowered his head slightly to avoid a samurai sword that brushed his scalp, then raised his left foot and easily avoided another knife. He raised his left and right hands to block the blades on both sides, slightly turned sideways, letting the enemy's blade slide along his own blades, and swung his arms with inertia to fly the 2 Glasgows away. How is it possible? /encirclement formation was so easily resolved. This guy. Let's try this, spinning live killing freedom formation. Yes. The 4x3 machines immediately changed their formation, still surrounding Gemini in the center, but more flexible, more weird and changeable, and if they missed any of the intertwined figures, it would be a fatal crisis. Yes, spinning killing formation, have you learned this? But as for you, the first one to attack. Successful. At this time, A blade pointed directly at the cockpit of Gemini, from behind. Asahina likes to attack from behind. As he said this, Gemini suddenly turned around, and the white blade in his left hand drew a full moon, cutting off the arm at the root. What? How could it be? Asahina, retreat. Then it's Chiba who is anxious to rescue his companions. As soon as the voice fell, the black blade in his right hand stabbed straight to the right, and a Glasgow was pierced through the head as if it had been equipped with the enemy's blade. Gemini's right wrist turned with the blade, and the head and the right arm holding the blade left the body without any hindrance. Chiba. Damn it. Wait, Bobu. Finally, it was Senba who stopped Bobu from coming forward. Gemini retracted his two swords, suddenly squatted down, spread out his two swords, and then slashed inwards, and the Glasgows on both sides lost their legs. Boom boom, the four Glasgows fell to the ground with a loud bang, and Gemini was standing in the center of the wreckage, like a lonely and powerful man. Sorry, I'll catch up with you again when I have the chance. The reunion of old friends and the growth of each other made Fujito Jingshiro stay for a little time, otherwise, Gemini would have the ability to kill them in seconds when they met. The cockpits of the four Fallen planes opened at the same time, and the four people ran out. They were relieved to see their companions were fine. Who is he? Bubu asked. I don't know, I haven't seen the disciples of Bunitaria in the dojo. Senba shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this, right? We have to catch up quickly. Boom. Asahina was still concerned about the safety of the headquarters, but before he could leave, explosions and flames came from the mountainside. The billowing smoke told them that their mission had failed and the person they were supposed to protect was gone. Damn it. Chiba looked painful. Once again, they failed to protect the person they wanted to protect. Let's go. The oldest Zyambo said to the three people, with the headquarters lost, the front line has lost its command. This special machine should be the Nightmare Knights mentioned in the intelligence. It is a direct unit of Yang Hui, the fourth prince of Bunitaria. They usually don't act alone. The fall of Mount Fuji has been settled. We leave from the secret passage in the back mountain and join the large force in the rear. Yes. X3 the four were not pedantic people. Until the battle was doomed to fail, they would not choose to stay and die. They supported each other and walked towards the secret passage. If the mission fails, we will be court-martial, right? Asahina said self-deprecatingly. Alice, I hope General Akamatsu can help us. What Asahina said was also what they thought in their hearts. The only person who could think of helping them was Akamatsu. General Akamatsu can't save himself either. Who knows he? Alice. It seems that death is inevitable, but the major once said that as a soldier, you must live up to this honor. Yes. The other three also nodded. Speaking of the inevitable death, do you find this enemy familiar? X3. Chapter 734, Conquering half of the Sakura country in half a month. It's over now. Looking at the fire in front of him, the face under the mask was calm. If it was him in the past, he might be entangled and in pain, but not now. This knife has cut off the past and completely separated him from the identity of a soldier of the Sakura country. But Fujito Jingshiro was not very satisfied with this result. He felt that this letter of surrender was too light. He was just an incompetent officer of the Sakura country. There were too many people in the Nightmare Knights who could complete this task. My requirements for you have never been to see what you have, but what I want. This is what Yang Hui once said to Fujito Jingshiro. What your highness wants, talents. That's right, Fujito Jingshiro knew that what Yang Hui wanted most was not power, not money, but talents from all walks of life. Thinking of this, Fujito Jingshiro turned and looked behind, thinking of the four Glasgows he had destroyed, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and returned. But when he arrived at the place, he didn't see people, only a pile of wreckage. Retreat? Wise choice. I remember the nearest secret evacuation passage. I have it. Not far from the wreckage gathering place, Fujito Jingshiro found the entrance to the secret passage in his memory. Because the secret passage was not big enough for Gemini to pass, Fujito Jingshiro picked up the knight's sword and left the cockpit. But when he reached the entrance of the secret passage, Fujito Jingshiro stopped, leaned down, looked at the footprints, and saw several thin and invisible fishing lines. He looked along the fishing lines to both sides of the secret passage and found several grenades hidden. It seems that we can't catch up. Seeing this, Fujito Jingshiro also gave up the idea of catching 4 people and presenting them to Yang Hui. Since the other party thought of setting up booby traps, they must have anticipated the situation of being pursued by soldiers, and would not just set traps at the door. He was not professional in defusing bombs along the way. Not only would he put himself in danger, but he would also not be able to catch up, which was not worth the loss. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Looking through the mask at the deep secret passage, Fujito Kagemashiro turned and left, sitting back on Gemini, and leaving the secret passage. The Battle of Mount Fuji was completely over. The Nightmare Knights destroyed the Sakura country's garrison on Mount Fuji with 4 machines and no casualties, and seized countless stored Sakura stone resources. I'm back. Rini Rujita, who was in front, nodded when he saw Gemini return. 10 minutes ago, after observing the explosion and fire on the mountainside, Rini Rujita ordered his troops to launch a full-scale attack, making the nothing special Nightmare Knights a real nightmare for the enemy. Well, I met my old subordinates. They are good talents. It's a pity that they escaped. Fujito Jingshiro reported to Rini Rujita. He had been following Yang Hui all the time. He knew very well that Rini Rujita was the person Yang Hui trusted the most. No one in the Nightmare Knights could compare to him. Even the princes and princesses who were on good terms with Yang Hui could not get this trust. Well, provide them with information after you go back, and someone will go to find them. If it's possible, can you let me do it? Reason. This letter of allegiance is too light, and they were my former subordinates, I know them better. Fujito Jingshiro stated his reasons. I will report to His Highness, and His Highness will make the final decision. Yes. Rini Rujita ordered the communicator, inform His Highness that Mount Fuji has been captured by our army. Please send a large force to occupy Mount Fuji as soon as possible. Yes, the rest of the people, get ready, and defend the Mount Fuji mining area until the large force arrives. Yes. XN. What did you say? The Nightmare Knights attacked Mount Fuji. Akamatsu exclaimed in disbelief after receiving the report. He thought about Itsukushima Base, Yokosuka Naval Port, and even Yamanashi and Mito. He just didn't expect it to be Mount Fuji, damn it. Why didn't Fuji Yashida and Gatemba receive any news? Report, General. Half an hour ago, we contacted Fuji Yashida and Gatemba respectively, and the other party reported that everything was normal. But just 10 minutes ago, the communication between Fuji Yashida and Gatemba was interrupted. Why didn't you report in time? Akamatsu was furious that such important news was not told to him the first time. Because the general was organizing the recapture of Yokosuka Naval Port at that time, so useless. Get out of my way. Yes. Order the troops in Shizuoka and Nagano to immediately set out for Mount Fuji, destroy the Nightmare Knights, and recapture the Mount Fuji mining area. That is the lifeline of our country, and we must take it back from Bunitalia. Yes. What is the movement of Bunitalia's fleet? It has been hovering at the baseline observation distance and has not taken the next step. Haha, this is the same again, delaying time. Akamatsu saw Yang Hui's purpose, but he was very troubled, because this was an open conspiracy, telling you clearly that I am not in a hurry to attack Itsukushima Base, but your elite troops are all concentrated in Itsukushima Base and cannot leave. As long as you transfer the garrison of Itsukushima Base, I will attack Itsukushima Base. Akamatsu can only watch the elite troops in his hands eating dust in Itsukushima Base, and the ordinary garrisons in other places are almost beaten to death by Bunitalia's nightmares, and they are unable to provide support. But you're going to miscalculate this time. Since you don't attack, I'm going to eat up your fleet first. How long will it take for the Gazuru fleet and the Saseba fleet to arrive at Aminato? How far is Wu from Yokosuka? The Gazuru fleet and the Saseba fleet will arrive tomorrow morning, and the Wu fleet is expected to rendezvous with the Yokosuka fleet at 11 o'clock tonight. What's the current situation of Aminato and Yokosuka? The defenders of Aminato repelled the first wave of attacks from Bunitalia with the support of the Hokkaido Patrol Fleet and are currently in a stalemate. Yokosuka has been attacked fiercely and its second line of defense has been breached. The final line of defense will not hold out for much longer. Let Yamanashi and Shizuoka send out some armored and artillery units for support and make sure to keep Bunitalia's army out of Yokosuka. Yes. General, this is the latest intelligence on Mount Fuji. Yes. After receiving the intelligence, Akamatsu carefully read it, and frowned halfway through. The intelligence showed that it was indeed the Nightmare Knights who attacked Mount Fuji. After all, the Nightmare Knights were the only ones who had special machines and the all-black painted Gloucester. However, among the 5 special machines that appeared, one was a machine that had never appeared before, and it was equipped with a weapon called a samurai sword, using the Fujito double sword style. Who provided this information? Akamatsu asked. It was provided by the soldiers who escaped from the Fuji mountain mining area. What about this one? Akamatsu pointed at the information about the unknown machine and asked. It's the 4 holy swords. I know, go down. Yes. Akamatsu turned his back to prevent anyone from seeing his ferocious expression. Fujito, you really became a traitor. In Butalia, Tokyo Command Center, Yang Hui sat contentedly in a chair waiting for the arrival of the victory report. Your Highness, Lord Regetta's telegram says that the Fuji mountain mining area has been captured and countless enemies have been annihilated. 2 Gloucesters of the Nightmare Knights have been severely destroyed and there are no casualties. They are now holding their positions and waiting for reinforcements. Well done. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. The people he personally trained would not be bad, but this time they delivered an answer that exceeded expectations. The follow-up troops will set off immediately to establish a defense zone in the Fuji mountain mining area. Yes, Your Highness. Where are the local support troops? Yang Hui asked. Her Highness Cornelia has led the Rose Witch Knights to set out from the mainland and take the air transport route. They are expected to arrive in 10 hours. The fleet set out half a month ago, but it will take at least another month. It's been too long. What's the news from Clovis? Her Highness Clovis led 2 fleets of 10 from Madagascar and is expected to arrive in 4 days. This guy is really making a fuss. Hearing the news, Yang Hui covered his face with his hands in depression. He felt that he should not have asked Clovis for support. He had just been in 10 for a year, and under Balder's guidance, he had roughly sorted out 10's affairs. Now he personally brought people from 10 to help him. He was touched, but why did a prince who was just a mascot come along? Forget it, let's teach him a lesson after he arrives. Yang Hui shook his head, put the matter aside for the time being, and continued to issue orders. Send a telegram to the Rose Witch Knights, inform Princess Cornelia that there is no need to go directly to Tokyo, but to directly airdrop to Hokkaido and move freely in the area. Yes, Your Highness. Send a message to Nightmare. After the defense zone is established, the troops will be divided into 2 routes, one to the north to assist the main force in taking Fuji Yashida, and the other to the east to take Watemba, and then go straight to Odawara to create pressure on Yokosuka. Yes, Your Highness. What's the situation in Yokohama? The enemy should have abandoned Yokohama. So far, no counterattack has been organized. The calm before the storm. The command center has been moved to Yokohama. What's the problem? Your Highness, your safety. I'm safe wherever I am. It's the enemy who should be worried about safety. Follow the order. Yes, Your Highness. High in the sky, Cornelia, who was carrying the Rose Witch Knights, received the telegram sent by Yang Hui. Wow? This kid really gave me a difficult problem. Cornelia looked at the content of the telegram with interest. Your Highness, is there a problem with the battle in Sakura country? Dalton and Gilbert asked in confusion. Take a look yourself. Cornelia handed the telegram to them and asked them to read it themselves. After reading the content, Dalton and Gilbert's mouth twitched. What do you think? Cornelia asked. She was also learning from Yang Hui. Although she was her own knight, she did not need a warrior who could only duel. In addition to personal strength, she also needed excellent strategic vision and command ability. Excuse me, is Your Highness Yang Hui a little whimsical? Dalton asked hesitantly. Your Highness Yang Hui is preparing to take over half of Sakura country within half a month. Gilbert also saw Yang Hui's idea. The reason why he asked them to go directly to Hokkaido was that they hoped that they would disrupt the northern part of Sakura country while preparing for the full occupation of the north. Why half a month? Because of air transportation, the supplies they carried could only support half a month. This guy is still so courageous. Well, since he has asked me to do so, I will have some fun with him. Dalton, Gilbert. Here. Pass the order on. Don't let Nightmare defeat you this time. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 735, The support fleet arrives. It has only been 5 days since the declaration of war. Akamatsu looked at a large area of land that had turned into the color of Bunitaria, with only vicissitudes and fatigue on his face. In the past few days, Bunitaria's attack has never stopped, and it is treacherous and changeable. Sometimes it is steady and cautious, and sometimes it is rapid and rapid. Tokyo is now the rear of Bunitaria. The Yokosuka naval port, the place of counterattack, failed to stop Bunitaria's attack and fell into the hands of the enemy under the front and back attacks. The Yokosuka fleet suffered heavy losses, and the ground forces that went to support it were almost completely lost. Fortunately, the Wu fleet did not arrive in time and made things worse, saving the spark of counterattack. It has now returned to the Wu naval port to rest. In the direction of the Aminato naval port, the Wuzuru and Saseba fleets successfully joined the Aminato fleet and successfully repelled the Bunitaria's attack. The Aminato naval port was saved, but the dilapidated naval port had lost its original function and did not cause much damage to the Bunitaria army. In the direction of Itsukushima base, Akamatsu assembled elite naval forces and prepared to wipe out the Bunitarian fleet that stayed outside the maximum cordon in one go. However, as soon as the enemy found out that Itsukushima's elite troops had been dispatched, they began to retreat. When Itsukushima's Sakura country fleet began to return, they returned to their original position, dispatched to pursue, and then began to retreat again. They were simply shameless, not even hiding it. Starting from Numazu, Mount Fuji, Fujiyoshida, Yamanashi, Agano, Ashikaga, Tochigi, Fukushima, all the way to Miyagi, were all occupied by Bunitarians. In just 5 days, nearly 1/6 of the land was occupied. The ground self-defense force had no resistance at all. They were either completely wiped out by the Nightmare troops in a very short time, or they chose to surrender directly. What Akamatsu was most helpless about was not this, but the Hokkaido region. Cornelia's, Rosewitch, Knights directly airdropped into the Chitose base in Hokkaido, wiped out the defenders without any effort, and took it as their own base, and then slowly expanded outward, or the three-machine team went out to wander around, turning the entire Hokkaido region upside down. Now it is impossible to organize an effective resistance force. It is completely a piece of meat, waiting for the arrival of the large army of the Bunitalia Empire to eat it directly. Once Hokkaido falls, the remaining territory in the northern part of the entire Sakura Kingdom will be caught in a two-sided attack. Even if Akamatsu has the ability to reach the sky, he cannot save the decline of the Sakura Kingdom. Either he will lead the entire army to withdraw to the southern part of the Sakura Kingdom, or he will be eaten by Bunitalia. General. Is it bad news again? Seeing the panicked expression of his subordinates, Akamatsu knew that it must be bad news again. Yes, yes. The subordinate swallowed and nodded. Go ahead. Bunitalia's reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements? Where are they coming from? Akamatsu was stunned. Unless the reinforcements from the Bunitalia Empire were transported by air on a large scale, it would take at least half a month for them to arrive. If they were just airlifted reinforcements, his subordinates would not have such expressions. It's the fleet of 10. Clovis, the third prince of Bunitalia, personally led 2 fleets to Yokosuka naval port. The fleet of 10. How is that possible? This shocked Akamatsu. The lords of Bunitalia generally would not interfere in matters outside their territory. Unless the emperor of the empire personally ordered them to execute, even if other lords asked for help, it would depend on whether the lord agreed. 10 is almost a quarter of the world away from Sakura country, and Clovis personally brought people to support, which shows how good the relationship between Yang Hui and Clovis is. General, what should we do? How is the research on Nightmare progressing? Akamatsu asked. Since Glasgow was replaced by Sunderland, all places have started to change their equipment. Most of the eliminated Glasgows were thrown into the warehouse waiting to be dismantled, but a small part of them were still lost. Some people in the logistics department wanted to make some extra money, so they put the Glasgows that were gathering dust in the warehouse on the black market and sold them, and then they flowed into the hands of various countries. Sakura country naturally would not miss this opportunity. It spent a lot of money to get a few Glasgows from the black market, and then began to study Nightmare technology, because the whole world believed that the reason why the Bunidal Empire could be so powerful militarily was because of Nightmare. Without the advantages of Nightmare, it would be nothing. Therefore, After Sakura country got a few Glasgows, it invested huge manpower and material resources in research, wanting to develop a nightmare belonging to Sakura country. It's in progress, and they say it's making good progress. Good progress? Haha, how good is it? When can we come up with a nightmare that can compete with Natalia? This. Haha, you bastards from the 6 Kyoto families. Akamatsu cursed. Those Glasgows were bought from the black market by the 6 Kyoto families. Only the 6 Kyoto families in the entire Sakura country could afford this money. Naturally, the development rights of the nightmare fell to the 6 Kyoto families. Since the beginning of the war, all the senior officers who surrendered were from the 6 Kyoto families. Even a fool could see that they were betting on both sides. It would be a problem if the development progress of the nightmare could be fast. Even if it could be manufactured as soon as possible, Akamatsu would not know. General, should we withdraw to the southern region? Withdraw? Haha. Akamatsu glanced at his men and smiled coldly. The 6 Kyoto families have built the southern region centered on Kyoto into their empire. There is no place for us anymore. It was because of the defeat that the young and vigorous faction of Akamatsu's faction suffered an unprecedented blow. This retreat means defeat. If they lose again, not to mention that Akamatsu will have no way out, even the young and vigorous faction will disappear into thin air. The entire Sakura country will become the world of those old bastards of the 6 Kyoto families. Under their leadership, the Sakura country will only become a dog of Bunitalia. But General, there is always a way out. Go back to your post. Yes. Bang. Just as the men turned around, a gunshot rang out. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. His clothes were dyed red, and there was a hole in his left chest. He felt cold. General. Plop. Akamatsu looked at the body lying on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. I knew a long time ago that you were from the 6 families of Kyoto. Come here. General. Those who rushed in were Akamatsu's guard squad, all of whom were his loyal soldiers. Get rid of the body and announce to the public that he is a spy from Bunitalia. Yes. On the other side of the Yokosuka naval port, Yang Hui stood on the shore and watched the fleet in the distance getting closer and closer. Mr. Yang Hui, the identity has been confirmed. It is the 10 fleet led by Clovis. Finally here. Yang Hui nodded, with a smile on his face. In fact, 2 days ago, the Bunitalia troops stopped the attack across the board, not for any other reason, but just because there were not so many people left. The territory you conquered is too big, and there are not enough people to take it over. You also need to divide the offensive combat troops. The troops left by Cornelia before she left are already dwarfed by your original garrison troops. Even in Hokkaido, Cornelia can only guard the small acre of land in the Chitose base, and there is no one to take over the places conquered outside. The nightmare knights are also resting in the Yokosuka naval port. After countless major and minor battles, it is time to take a break and gather strength, waiting for Clovis to arrive and take the northern part of the Sakura country in one go. Soon, warships entered the port one after another, and Clovis walked down from the flagship slowly, with an elegant pace and a dignified posture. Don't think that you can pretend in front of me just because you have been the governor for a few years. Come down. Yang Hui looked at Clovis's slow steps and couldn't help but complain loudly. Otherwise, he really doubted that Clovis would take half an hour to walk a few minutes. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Hui's complaints, Clovis staggered and almost fell. After studying himself, he ran over with a red face, grabbed Yang Hui by the collar and cursed at him. Yang Hui. You bastard. As soon as you called me, I immediately brought people from 10 to help you fight. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also treat me like this. You've gone too far. Stop shaking. Yang Hui broke free from Clovis's hands and took a few breaths of fresh air. Nightmare of the Empire, didn't die on the battlefield, but was almost shaken to death by you. Do you want to go down in history so much? Get out. That's too much? Okay, I can go, but I'll give your fleet to you first. Great. Yang Hui. I've been tossed around on the sea for so many days, and I was so worried that I would be late that I asked them to speed up regardless of my own health. And you treat me like this? Good. You're very good. I'm leaving. I'll take my people back with me. Go fight your own battle. Stop. Yang Hui quickly put his arm around Clovis' shoulders and said intimately, since you're here, give me a chance to treat you well, brother. Really? How are you going to treat me? Clovis still held his head high, but his little eyes squinted at Yang Hui. A top-level banquet in Sakura country. Not interested. I'm leaving. Wait. The chaebols in Tokyo gave me a lot of famous paintings. I heard there's Kano Itoku's eagle on a pine tree and Ogata Korin's 8 bridges. Do you have Suzuki Hironobu's Beauty in the Night Train? I think there should be. They're all in my warehouse. You can pick whatever you want. Deal. Regina Ruggiero beside him laughed and shook his head. Clovis' secretary and adjutant covered their faces and were speechless. These two guys were not princes at all. They were just ordinary street speculators. The bargaining process was so smooth. Let's go to my office. I'll take you to the governor's mansion tomorrow. No problem. This is Rear Admiral Neil, the commander-in-chief of the fleet. I'll hand him over to you. You can arrange it. Clovis also handed over the military power casually. He knew he didn't have the ability to command the fleet, so he didn't bother about it. He had to follow this time just to send a signal to the outside world that he was on Yang Hui's side. That was all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 736. Let's go and have some fun together. The group entered the headquarters, but Clovis was the only one who followed Yang Hui into his office. Why did you come here in person? Yang Hui poured a cup of black tea and handed it to Clovis, asking. It's been 3 years, and you don't miss me at all. Clovis asked Yang Hui resentfully. Stop it. A feeling of bad habits came to Yang Hui, and he had an urge to vomit. Don't say it so ambiguously. I know your orientation is normal. Get out of here. Can't you change the sentence? Your vocabulary is really poor. Yang Hui said contemptuously. Because I am a civilized person, unlike you who are so vulgar. Yes, you civilized little brother, you know how to go out and fool girls at the age of 7, isn't this a beast in human clothing? You. Very good, Yang Hui, you have successfully angered me, let's duel. You can't even beat me with one hand. So you can only stand there, and you are not allowed to fight back. Am I stupid? Otherwise I will tell you Faye that you tricked me into giving her a bath when you were a kid. Puff. You. Yang Hui pointed at Clovis with trembling fingers. This guy has no martial ethics. After playing around for a while, Clovis returned to the topic and answered Yang Hui's question. If only the fleet comes, Neil may not listen to you, and my knights will not follow, and the combat power may not be enough. Not bad. It seems that you have learned a lot in the past 3 years. Yang Hui said with relief. Neil was not someone arranged by Yang Hui, but a talent discovered by Clovis himself. If Clovis himself did not come, even if Neil would obey Yang Hui's orders, he would not be able to complete them 100%. After all, in his heart, Clovis was the most important. How to preserve strength and return to 10. To continue to serve Clovis was the first priority. In addition, the knights formed by Clovis in the past 3 years were definitely not as good as Cornelia's Rosewitch knights, and were even worse than Yang Hui's Nightmare knights, but they also reached the upper middle level and were a strong force. In the Battle of Sakura Country, Yang Hui did not intend to fight a long-term war of attrition. He planned to achieve his goal within half a month. Unlike the original plot, it was not just to defeat Sakura Country and make it surrender. The territory of Bunetaria was still only a small piece. He planned to completely take over all areas north of Mount Fuji within half a month. With the current strength of Yang Hui, it was no problem to take it down, but there were not enough people to receive, manage and guard it. The 2 fleets brought by Clovis just met Yang Hui's needs, but there is a prerequisite, that is, they complete all tasks conscientiously. There is also the knights brought by Clovis. As an excellent knight group, Yang Hui's battle plan has more options and changes. Clovis saw these 2 points and wanted to bring people to support in person. If it was the previous him, he would not have considered so much. Besides, you don't know how annoying the local nobles have been in the past 3 years, especially the people on my mother's side. Clovis showed a look of disgust. Clovis is the 5th prince who has mastered the real power. He stood out among the princes and princesses, and naturally welcomed flatterers. The nobles of Bunetalia are very shrewd. The great nobles never put their eggs in one basket, and the nobles who are neither up nor down and are not valued by Sknizel need to find a new leader if they want to go further. And the small nobles below must also rely on one side to protect themselves. Therefore, in the past 3 years, Clovis's governor's mansion was crowded with people, and the door was almost broken by the nobles who wanted to cling to him. Generally speaking, if a prince wants to consolidate his position, he will absorb good nobles as his vassals to form an alliance of interests. But Clovis was influenced by Yang Hui since he was a child, and he was not interested in these nobles who climbed up to him. After some investigation, the nobles who looked glamorous on the surface but were worse than pigs and dogs in secret were directly rejected. The nobles who usually performed their duties only gave a friendly attitude and did not explicitly accept them. At the beginning, this also puzzled the nobles of Bunatelia, as if Clovis did not need them at all to ensure that his position would not be shaken. This seemed to them to be completely impossible. After all, Clovis was far away from the core of the imperial capital, and he needed someone in the imperial capital to help him pay attention to the movements of the imperial court. But now, Clovis directly showed with his actions that he really didn't need it. Why? Because his ally was Yang Hui, and one of them was far more than other nobles. What? There is still no one in the central government? Does Cornelia count? Although Cornelia often led troops to fight in various places, she was nominally a member of the central government. Therefore, the nobles in the imperial capital now saw clearly that the largest force in the empire was no longer the Sknizel faction, but a common interest group with Cornelia, Yang Hui and Clovis as the core of the triangle. But if you do this, they will only flock to you more. I know, I just want to give myself a break, Clovis said helplessly. Of course, he knew that his power was greater, and those nobles would be even less likely to let him go. After all, compared with Cornelia and Yang Hui, he was the easiest person to talk to. I can see that you are working hard. Did Balder report to you? It's not Balder's report. Yang Hui stood up and looked through the window at the fleet docked at the port, as well as the neat and orderly Star Knights, and patted Clovis's back, which had become obviously thicker and stronger. Battle won't do these. That's also because your training method is effective. Clovis shrugged. The training method of the Nightmare Knights is no longer a secret. In addition to the self-esteem of the Knights of the Round Table, the elite Knights of Bunitaria have copied a copy. After seeing the effect, the cabinet meeting has even reduced the intensity of this training method a little and issued it to all ordinary troops as a standard training procedure. Clovis is now much stronger than he was 3 years ago. He is no longer delicate and immature, but more mature and handsome. Clovis used to be a delicate literary youth, but now he is a strong and sunny tough guy. Have you participated in actual combat? Yes, the elimination operation of the resistance organization of 10. Very good, come with me. What for? Are you really going to be a mascot? Haha, let's go. If possible, who would like to be a mascot forever? He did hand over the military power to Yang Hui, but it does not mean that he is really willing to be a cheerleader in the rear. Yang Hui brought Clovis, the fleet commander Neil, and the knight commander Garrett of the Starry Knights to the combat command center. Your Highness Yang Hui, Your Highness Clovis. Report the situation. Yes, Your Highness. At present, the enemy forces are mainly concentrated in Aminato Naval Port and Kure Naval Port. The Sakura Kingdom fleet in Aminato Naval Port has strangled the Tsugaru Strait. Our first fleet is unable to maintain deterrence against Itsukushima base. Most of the elite troops of Itsukushima base have been sent to support the front line, mainly concentrated in Iwate, Aki and Yamagata. The Saseba fleet has left the Aminato fleet and retreated, cruising along the line from Urakami to Imazu, with firepower sufficient to cover Yamanashi. The Kure fleet and the remaining Yokosuka fleet stayed in Shizuoka without any action. The army's large forces gathered in Aichi, Nagano and Itsukushima, and a small part of the troops used Yashigang, Showa, Yanazawa, Oishida and Hirano as outposts. What is the situation in Hokkaido? Yang Hui asked. Now the war has entered a calm stage. The Sakura Kingdom is unable to regain the lost territory, and Battaglia does not have enough troops to attack more territory. The only one in danger is the Rose Witch Knights who are fighting alone in Hokkaido. I had regular contact with Her Highness Cornelia this morning. Due to the threat of the Aminato fleet, the Rose Witch Knights set their attack target on the northern region and did not encounter any stubborn resistance. Well, Neil led the 10 Second Fleet to Miyagi, and after joining the main force, launch an attack from the back. Within a week, cooperate with the First Fleet to capture the Minato naval port. Neil did not agree immediately, but looked at Clovis. After seeing Clovis nodded, he replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Order the escort fleet that is recruiting surrender to take the Yokohama troops and set off from Yokosuka and attack Shizuoka directly. We don't ask to annihilate the enemy, but we must drive away the Wu fleet and the Yokosuka fleet for me." "Yes, Your Highness." Send 1/3 of Yamanashi's main force to march towards Nagano. The speed should not be too fast, as long as it attracts Yoshitaka's attention. The defenders of Tochigi should also advance slowly in front to seduce Showa's attention for me. "Yes, Your Highness." "Clovis, are you going to stay here or go with me?" Yang Hui turned to look at Clovis with an expectant smile on his face. Clovis' reinforcements had arrived, and Bunatari already had enough troops to destroy all the enemy forces in the northern part of Sakura country. Yang Hui didn't plan to continue to be a spectator. "Of course I'll go with you," Clovis answered without hesitation, which was also the answer Yang Hui wanted. "No, Your Highness, it's too dangerous." Clovis agreed, but Neil and Knight Commander Garrett objected. They knew that Clovis had been participating in the training of the Star Knights and had good combat effectiveness, but they still didn't want Clovis to take risks. "Okay, follow Yang Hui's orders, and you are my knights. If I encounter danger, it depends on you to protect me." Clovis waved his hand to interrupt the two and said to them seriously, "But enough, this is an order." Yes, Your Highness." Yang Hui stood aside and watched them with interest. He felt that Neil and Garrett were not bad, at least loyal. "Yang Hui, give the order." "I can't wait any longer," Clovis said to Yang Hui excitedly. Yang Hui smiled and nodded, picked up the communicator, and contacted the resting Nightmare Knights. "Regetta, everyone prepare to attack, get my machine ready." Chapter 737. The gap is obvious. The two knights of Nightmare and Star were bumping forward on the unmanned mountain trails with large transport armored vehicles. Fortunately, it was wartime and there were no tourists and popular scenic spots, so the convoy did not need to open a new road out of the unmanned deep mountains and old forests. "Where are we now?" Clovis asked Yang Hui. He couldn't stand this kind of bumps. Even though he had participated in actual combat, he only eliminated resistance organizations in 10. Neither the size nor the environment could be compared with the current situation. Now we are at Tanagawa Dake. It is expected that we will pass Nibasen in an hour and see Nagano. How about taking a break? Clovis suggested, mainly because he himself couldn't hold on any longer. If he didn't take a break, he wouldn't have to participate in the next battle. "No, we can't rest before we reach Gaosh Mountain." Yang Hui seemed not to see Clovis' pale face and kept looking down at the marching map. "But if we delay for one more second, the friendly forces in Yamanashi and Tochigi will be in more danger, and our chances of being exposed will also increase." Without giving Clovis any chance to fight back, Yang Hui interrupted him as soon as he started to speak. "Your Highness Yang Hui, is it okay to take a short break?" At this time, Garrett, who was worried about Clovis's condition, stood up and said to Yang Hui, "Bear it." There was no emotion in Yang Hui's tone, and the cold voice made Clovis feel unfamiliar. "But Your Highness Yang Hui," I said, "bear it." Yang Hui raised his head and stared at Garrett and Clovis with eyes as cold as ice for thousands of years. "This is your own choice, so bear it. Even if you faint, you can't stop here. Your Highness Yang Hui." "That's enough, Garrett." Clovis didn't know why Yang Hui had such an attitude now, but he also understood the principle that speed is of the essence in war. Although he was a prince, he was no more delicate than anyone else, and this was not the occasion for him to be delicate. "But Your Highness." Although Garrett was a talent discovered by Clovis from the Battalion Army of 10, he had never experienced a large-scale battle. After the establishment of the Starry Knights, he only fought against resistance organizations and had never participated in wars between countries, let alone this kind of high-intensity special operations. Moreover, the Starry Knights, who were able to join Clovis, began to be arrogant and pampered. "I've said enough, Garrett." Clovis also looked at Garrett with a bad face. He understood Garrett's loyalty, but if he continued, it would destroy the internal unity. Didn't he see that the members of the Nightmare Knights in the same car had already looked bad? "Yes, Your Highness." Perhaps he also felt the change in the air around him, and Garrett also chose to keep his mouth shut, but just stayed by Clovis' side to prevent any accidents. This is war, a real war, Clovis. Yang Hui continued to look at the battle map and said to Clovis without raising his head. At the same time, he was also speaking to Garrett. Every step and every order of the commander determines the life and death of thousands of lives. Every minute and every second is the key to victory. The situation of war changes rapidly. Stopping here to rest for even a second may expose our whereabouts. Once the enemy notices it, can we still complete our mission? How much more will it cost to complete it? I know, Yang Hui. Clovis listened. He really had not experienced a real war, and he could understand what Yang Hui said. I will be patient and follow your command throughout the process. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. He had said enough. It was not that he looked down on Clovis and the Starry Knights. Although they were both elite knights, the Starry Knights could only be regarded as a special police team to maintain public order at best, while the Nightmare Knights were the most elite special forces, the phantoms on the battlefield, the nightmares of the enemy, and every action would stab the enemy's heart. The Starry Knights were still very proud, but this fragile pride, Yang Hui would use actual actions in the next battle to prove how ridiculous their pride and arrogance were. After driving for a while, the convoy finally drove out of Gaosh Mountain. Because it was not far from Nakano, the road was not so rugged and bumpy, which made Clovis feel much better. Moreover, the situation in Nagano could be observed from here, so Yang Hui decided to stop the convoy temporarily. Rest here for half an hour. Valletta, Joan, take a few people to investigate the situation in Nagano. Yes, Your Highness. After receiving the order, Valletta and Joan Luo immediately took their people and the drone equipment and disappeared from everyone's sight. Their high execution and speed made the people of the Star Knights stunned. What surprised them even more was that they came back with their people in just 10 minutes and reported the results of the investigation to Yang Hui. The details were so detailed that it seemed like they had gone on a trip to Nagano. Yang Hui gathered Oni Rujita, Jeremiah, Fujito Kagashiro, Clovis and Garrett and assigned them their respective tasks. This is our current position. According to the reconnaissance results of Valletta and Joan, the main force of Nagano is heading towards Yamanashi. The remaining armed forces are distributed in the field hospital in Nakano, the material warehouse in Iioka, the transportation hub in Imei, and the ammunition warehouse in Nakajo. Next, we will split into 4 groups. Regita will lead a team to take down the field hospital, X and Joan will lead a team to Iioka, and Jeremiah and Valletta will join a team to capture Nagano and directly attack Nakajo. Yes, Your Highness. X5 Yang Hui, what about us? Clovis asked. He did not hear the arrangement between himself and the Starry Knights. You and your knights will follow me, eliminate the garrison of Imei, and occupy Nagano. Okay, no problem. All the way to now, Clovis also knew that Yang Hui and his Nightmare Knights looked down on himself and the Starry Knights. It was not a malicious contempt, but just a contempt for their combat qualities. Clovis was not so arrogant as to think that the Starry Knights he selected could be better than the Nightmare Knights trained by Yang Hui, the originator of the training method, but he also hated the feeling of being looked down upon, because he knew that he chose to accept Yang Hui's orders, and because of dissatisfaction, he decided to perform well in this battle and let Yang Hui and the Nightmare Knights see the excellence of the Starry Knights. The battle will begin in 10 minutes, each of you board the plane to check the body and get ready. Understood? Yes, Your Highness. X and Clovis also boarded his dedicated Gloucester. The Starry Knights were painted white as a whole, which was very consistent with Clovis' temperament. Your Highness. After checking his own machine, Garrett contacted Clovis alone and expressed his dissatisfaction. Your Highness, Yang Hui is a bit too much? This is obviously looking down on us. Among the 4 people, only the task of capturing the Imei transportation hub is the easiest, because this task is generally carried out by 2 teams at the same time, and Jeremiah and Valletta's team performed 2 tasks at the same time, and after destroying the enemies of Imei with their own team, they rushed to Zhangzhou. In other words, the mission of the Starry Knights can only be counted as half, and there is the help of the Nightmare Knights, which makes Garrett a little dissatisfied. Do you think you can compare with the Nightmare Knights? Of course. Tell the truth. No. Garrett is proud, but he is not a blindly arrogant idiot. During the march, and the military qualities shown by both sides during the rest just now, the Starry Knights are indeed not as good as the Nightmare Knights, and the gap is not a little bit. Since you know, why are you still dissatisfied? But, even so, I don't think I'm inferior to them. Then prove it in action. Yes, Your Highness. Time is up, the battle begins, move out, Clovis, follow. Okay. Clovis just answered and was about to control the machine to keep up with Yang Hui, but as soon as he set off, he and the Star Knights fell behind. Although Dongguan Mountain is not high, the forest is still very dense. The complex terrain will definitely affect the speed of marching, let alone the nightmares. But the nightmares of the Nightmare Knights are as smooth as walking on flat ground, and they have opened up the distance with the Star Knights in a few jumps. How is it possible? How can a nightmare do such a thing? Not only Clovis, but also Garrett, and all the people of the Star Knights, in their sight, the dense forest did not cause any obstacles to the Nightmare Knights, as if they could foresee the future and avoid all the obstacles of trees and rocks. Special machines are not an excuse for them to deceive themselves, because the Nightmare Knights only have a few special machines, and Gloucester, who is similar to them, can also keep up with the speed of special machines. Moreover, what makes Clovis and the Star Knights frustrated is that Yang Hui, Jeremiah, and the Violetta team obviously deliberately slowed down to prevent the Star Knights from being completely thrown off by them. Why? The Regina team, X, and the Joan team can no longer see their traces. Your Highness. Be quiet, concentrate and keep up with them. Yes, Your Highness. X and maybe such an environment plus huge stimulation can easily stimulate human potential. Looking at the Nightmare Knights who deliberately slowed down to wait for them, Clovis and the Star Knights both accelerated with all their strength. The potential that burst out in an instant increased their speed a lot, and they barely caught up with the Nightmare Knights in front. It seems that the potential has been unleashed, not bad, but not enough, all machines accelerate. Yes, Your Highness. X and I, grass, a kind of plant. Yang Hui. You bastard. Chapter 738, The Real Battlefield, The Real Nightmare. The leading Athena suddenly increased its speed, and the Nightmare aircraft immediately increased their speed to keep up, but this made Clovis so angry that he cursed. I have just caught up with you guys with all my strength, and now you are speeding up again, are you kidding me? But Clovis didn't dare to curse anymore, because he no longer had the energy to curse, and Garrett and others were also unable to spare the energy. All their attention was focused on driving the machine and avoiding the oncoming trees and rocks. The reaction time of less than 1 second made them unable to spare the attention to do other things. Fortunately, with their speed, they quickly rushed out of the mountains covered with trees, left Yanshan Mountain, and killed into the side of the Sakura people. That's Nightmare. How could they appear here? Hurry, run. The devil of Bunitalia is coming. In the eyes of the Sakura people, the Bunitalians are devils, and the Nightmare is the giant statue of the devil. Seeing that they have no intention of resisting, they can only run for their lives. Yang Hui had no interest or time to watch the fleeing crowd. He rushed into the city of Nagano along the highway and headed straight for the target. Scatter. Yes, Your Highness. The XN special planes advanced alone. Every time they passed an intersection, a 3-plane team separated from the team and advanced from different directions. Wow. Pretty quick reaction. In the sight, the tanks and army aviation of the Sakura country had appeared on the streets of the city. The flying swallow claws on the chest of Athena shot out, piercing through the 2 armed helicopters in the sky. When they exploded, they quickly retracted them, and then fired with 2 guns, and the tanks in front of them were shot into receive. Because the wreckage covered the streets and blocked Athena's way forward, but Yang Hui did not choose to change the road, but jumped up and jumped into the air. Athena, who had no ability to fly, was a very deadly move in mid-air because she would become a living target. But when the subsequent tanks fired, Fion's claws shot out again, embedding tightly into the building next to it. The steel cable was retracted, and the pulling force carried Athena horizontally in the air, sticking to the wall. In an instant, with a kick of both feet, it flew towards the building on the other side. What is this? Ah! Quick! Turn quickly, bang! At this moment, the advantages of humanoid weapons were reflected. Although in the air, they could make human movements, such as not being restricted by the elevation angle of the turret, and shooting at the ground while jumping and moving in the air. While Athena was moving like an ape. The whole street was piled with the wreckage of countless tanks and armed helicopters, and it was unknown how many victims were buried here. Clovis stood at the corner of the street and was stunned. This was also the first time he saw Yang Hui fight with his own eyes, and he was also scared. He had heard rumors that Yang Hui was the world's #1 nightmare pilot, and now he had a clear concept. "Your Highness. Be careful." Boom. At this moment, a cannonball hit the side of Clovis. Fortunately, Gareth blocked the side of Clovis in time and raised his shield to block the cannon. Defense formation, protect your highness. The stars, knight stopped advancing and protected Clovis in the center with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At this moment, the difference immediately appeared. Yang Hui could break through the enemy formation alone, while Clovis still needed the protection of the knights. When Yang Hui was attacked, no one protected him. They all faithfully executed his orders, while the stars, knights gave up the order to attack and chose to protect Clovis first. Clovis, who was attacked, also came to his senses. He gritted his teeth and gave an order to the starry knights. "Garrett leads a team to follow me to eliminate the enemies on the south street, and the others will go around from the back street and target the MA hub station." "Your Highness, we are already surrounded. Let's concentrate on breaking out." "Such a narrow street, are you all squeezing together?" "No. Follow my orders." "Aren't you ashamed?" "Yes, Your Highness." "XN. Are you here?" 10 minutes later, the starry knights finally arrived. The MA hub station had been taken down by the nightmare knights 5 minutes ago. There were wreckage and craters everywhere, and there were also corpses scattered on the ground, letting the blood flow. "Sorry, I'm late. I was held back by the enemy." Clovis, who knew he was late, bowed his head and admitted his mistake immediately. "It's okay." Yang Hui didn't blame or get angry. He said to Clovis in a calm tone, "You attracted a lot of enemy troops and also bought us a chance." No matter why Clovis and the starry knights were late, they did play a role in attracting the enemy's attention. When they rushed out of the deep mountains and old forests, the defenders of the MA hub detected their presence and sent troops to intercept them at the first time. The streets in the city are very narrow, accommodating at most 2 nightmares to move side by side, and there are houses all around. Once blocked, it is difficult to move forward. Not everyone can do what Yang Hui did. The backwardness of Clovis and the starry knights attracted many enemy troops for Yang Hui and the nightmare knights, reducing many obstacles. "Jeremiah, Verita, let's go." "Yes, Your Highness." "X2 Yang Hui, don't let them rest." The battle just ended. Clovis looked at Jeremiah and others who left quickly, and couldn't help asking, "No, this level is not even a warm-up." Clovis was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Yang Hui's tone was very calm, but full of unquestionable confidence. This was just a very easy thing for them. At this time, Clovis really understood what a real war was. The resistance organization he and the Star Knights had fought was simply a baby, not even a child. The battle just now was not very difficult for them, but it was definitely not easy. It was impossible for them to be as easy as Yang Hui and the Nightmare Knights, and they could not continue to rush to the next target without rest. "Clovis, leave a team to clean up the battlefield and occupy this place, and the others will follow me." "What else do you want to do?" Clovis asked. According to Yang Hui's previous arrangement, their mission was to occupy the Amei hub station. Southeast, Nagano's main force. What? Clovis was shocked. He didn't expect that Yang Hui not only cut off the retreat of Nagano's main force, but also wanted to stab them from the back and attack them from both sides with Yamanashi's main force. "Hurry up, time waits for no one." I know, I will personally lead people to guard here." Clovis knew his own ability very well. If he continued to follow Yang Hui, he would only be a hindrance, so he decided to stay and watch their achievements. "Garrett, lead the first squadron to go with Yang Hui." "Yes, Your Highness." "Your Highness Yang Hui, it is my honor to fight side by side with you." At this time, Garrett was completely convinced. Yang Hui's personal combat power, command ability, strategic vision, and courage were all beyond his reach. He had just experienced a battle and was about to go into another high-intensity battle. There was not enough rest time in between. Only the elite among the elites were qualified to go with him, so Garrett was proud that Clovis named him, and at the same time he was very cautious about the selection of the accompanying people. After looking at the few people carefully selected by Garrett, Yang Hui nodded. Let's go. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Akamatsu of Itsukushima was not too surprised that Bunitaria launched an attack again. He knew very well the reason why the two sides entered a temporary peace period. Bunitaria received reinforcements and regained the ability to attack, but what about Sakura Country? Where are the reinforcements of Sakura Country? General. Is there still no reply from the EU? Akamatsu rubbed his eyebrows and asked. There are only two countries in the world that are capable of providing them with support. One is the country that defeated them in the last war. There is a blood feud and it is impossible to help Sakura Country. The other is EU. However, Akamatsu also knows that EU was defeated in Africa 3 years ago, and Africa has become 10. EU has long been itching to retaliate, but because Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland has never stopped attacking EU, there are also signs of civil unrest in EU. They have been beaten back on their homeland, let alone providing support. Akamatsu's request for help from EU is just a last-ditch effort. Yes. Oh, I understand. You go down first. Yes. After his men left, Akamatsu stood up with his hands behind his back, looking at the national flag on the wall, his eyes full of sorrow and helplessness. Where's the future of Sakura Country? He shook his head, drove away his worries, straightened his clothes, put on his military cap and straightened it, found his firm steps and pushed the door out of the office. General. 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 Along the way, everyone stopped working and looked at Akamatsu, their eyes full of expectation and hope. Akamatsu also understood at this moment that at least the people here, at least those who are still fighting, all regarded him as a pillar and hope. At this moment, he can't fall down. Report the situation. Yes. Seeing Akamatsu regain his former firmness and calmness, everyone was very excited. While listening to the reports from his men, Akamatsu's eyes began to look at the battle map, thinking out all the countermeasures. Order the Wu fleet and the Yokosuka fleet to hold Shizuoka, and transfer all the ground and air forces in Aichi to Shizuoka for support. We must not lose the deterrent effect on Numazu and Yokohama. Yes. Order the Saseba fleet to immediately head north to meet up with the Gakuku fleet and the Aminato fleet. Their target is the Aminato naval port, which must be defended, otherwise we will completely lose control of Hokkaido. Yes. Don't worry about the enemy in the Tochigi direction, they are bait, just hold on. Then as for Nagano's main force, notify them immediately to retreat towards Nagoya. Retreat. Well, Yang Hui's target is Nagano's main force. Order them to retreat immediately, otherwise they will not be able to get away. Yes. Chapter 739 The eve of the final battle. It seems that Akamatsu has cheered up and reacted quickly. Yang Hui led Garrett and several other knights to set out from Nagano at the fastest speed and killed the rear of Nagano's main force, but when they arrived, Nagano's main force had already begun to retreat towards Nagoya. Under the delay of the large force of Bunitaria Yamanashi, Yang Hui and his team did not make a wasted trip and killed the 3 battalions that stayed behind. Your Highness, do you need to pursue? The commander of the Yamanashi front asked. No. Yang Hui shook his head. It was a pity that he failed to eat up Nagano's main force, but it was not necessary. First, Yang Hui's strategic goal was to complete the strategic blockade of the northern part of Sakura Country. Occupying the line from Yamanashi to Nagano, the main force of Sakura Country could be blocked in the southern part of Sakura Country. The remaining remnants of Sakura Country in the north were just turtles in a jar. Second, according to the intelligence obtained by Yang Hui, half of Nagano's main force were people from the 6 families of Kyoto. From the current situation, they were not the mortal enemies of Bunitaria. Yang Hui still understood the reason for pursuing Mokao. Third, the military quality of this main force is not very good. Even if they are released, it will not cause much impact on the Yamanashi-Nagano defense line, and it will be easy to find an opportunity to eat them up later. Send people to take over the military facilities in and around Nagano and consolidate the defense line. After the change of guard, let Clovis bring everyone to Tochigi to meet me. Yes, Your Highness. Really? That's good. After hearing the news that the main force of Nagano successfully retreated to Aichi, Akamatsu also breathed a sigh of relief. General, most of the troops in Nagano are from the 6 families of Kyoto. Why do you want them to retreat? Wouldn't it be better to use Bunitaria to eliminate them? The subordinate asked. Akamatsu glanced at him coldly. Just when he thought Akamatsu was going to kill someone again, Akamatsu retracted his gaze and sighed. Now is the moment of national survival. Do we still have to fight among ourselves? But the subordinates wanted to say that even if they didn't want to fight among themselves, with the character of the 6 families of Kyoto, they would continue to fight among themselves, and even betray them for their own interests and betray the interests of the entire country. No buts. They are them and we are us. Akamatsu looked at the battle map, and saw that Nagano and Yamanashi had become one piece of the Butalia-occupied area, and smiled bitterly. Just think of it as leaving a spark for the country. Your Excellency the General. Your Excellency the General. Urgent intelligence, Cornelia's Rosewitch Knights left Hokkaido, landed on the main island from Oma, and cooperated with the Butalia fleet to capture Matsu, and block the Gakkaku fleet and the Aminato fleet in the Tsugaru Strait. Cornelia gave up Hokkaido. Akamatsu asked in surprise, and immediately asked, "Where's the Saseba fleet?" After receiving your order, the Saseba fleet immediately headed north to the Aminato naval port to meet with the Gakkaku fleet and the Aminato fleet, but before it arrived at Fukuoka, the Tsugaru Strait was blocked by the Butalia fleet. However, the blockade on the west side of the Tsugaru Strait is not strong. Now the Saseba fleet will be able to break through the blockade of the Butalia fleet in a short time and go to meet with the Gakkaku and Aminato fleets. No, this is a trap. Akamatsu shook his head and gave the order, "This is a trap set by Cornelia. She wants to annihilate our 3 fleets in one fell swoop. Order the Gazuru fleet and the Aminato fleet to abandon the Aminato naval port and break out to the west, with support from the Saseba fleet, and attack from both sides to open the blockade. After breaking through, the Aminato fleet and the Gazuru fleet retreat to Itsukushima, and the Saseba fleet returns to the Gazuru naval port. General, once the Aminato naval port is lost, we will completely lose control of Hokkaido." "I know, but there's nothing we can do." Akamatsu was helpless and melancholy. With the fall of Nagano, Butalia has completed the ground blockade of the northern part of the Sakura country. The entire north will fall, it's just a matter of time. But we still have Kyoto, and Aichi, and Nagoya. As long as we break this blockade, will Yang Hui give us this opportunity? Don't we still have the Wu fleet and the Yokosuka fleet? They are still in Shizuoka. Report. General. Shizuoka. Shizuoka has been lost. The Yokosuka fleet was completely wiped out, the Wu fleet suffered 30% casualties, and the Aichi support force also lost 20% of its troops. What? Xan haha, do as I say. Yes. This battle is so unreasonable, nightmare. I should say Yang Hui, we will meet again soon. After arriving at Tochigi, Yang Hui received the news from Aminato Naval Base and was also stunned. Did the Aminato fleet and the Gazuru fleet abandon the Aminato naval port? Yes, Her Highness Cornelia led the Rosewitch Knights to suddenly leave Hokkaido, landed on the main island from Oma, took over command of the fleet and blockaded the Tsugaru Strait, but the enemy Saseba fleet failed to blockade it, and the blockade on the west side was successfully broken through by the enemy fleet under attack from both sides. Since the Aminato fleet and the Gazuru fleet took away all the defenders of the Aminato naval port before leaving, the Aminato naval port was captured by Her Highness Cornelia without encountering any resistance. Well, you are worthy of being the imperial sister. You played the trick of closing the door to catch a thief and throwing a brick to track Jade beautifully. Yang Hui exclaimed. He did not expect that Cornelia would seize this opportunity to abandon her base in Hokkaido and come to the main island to command 2 fleets to blockade the Tsugaru Strait. This is an open conspiracy. The fleet blocked at Tsugaru Strait. The Aminato fleet and the Gazuru fleet could only be locked up in the Aminato naval port. The only solution was the Saseba fleet, but the Saseba fleet could not cooperate with the Aminato fleet and the Gazuru fleet to completely destroy the Butalia fleet. Then there were only 2 options. The Saseba fleet broke through the blockade of the Butalia fleet and entered the Aminato naval port to join the Gazuru and Aminato fleets, or cooperated with the Gazuru and Aminato fleets to break out. In the former case, the 3 fleets were locked up in the Aminato naval port together, waiting for the fate of being annihilated. In the latter case, they gave up the Aminato naval port. No matter which one, Cornelia's goal was achieved. Her goal was not to eat up the 3 fleets in one bite, but to take over the Aminato naval port and remove the threat of the Aminato naval port to Hokkaido. The three fleets gathered together and could indeed stalemate with the Bunitalia fleet, but when the Bunitalia ground forces were free, they launched a joint attack by the sea, land and air forces from the north and south at the same time, and the three fleets had only one result of being annihilated. Where are the Imperial Sister and the Rose Witch Knights? They are resting in Matsu and are expected to lead the first fleet back to Hokkaido tomorrow. Well, that's the Imperial Sister's personality. Yang Hui shrugged. He was planning to call on the Rose Witch Knights to launch a general attack on the last Sakura base in the north of Sakura country, Itsukushima base. After helping you so much, if you still can't take down Itsukushima base, I will look down on you. Yang Hui had already expected Cornelia to say this to him. Order the garrison in Miyagi to send someone to take over the Aminato naval base. Tell Neil to go south from the Tsugaru Strait and approach the Itsukushima base. After Clovis and others arrive, the entire Tochigi army will follow me to attack the Itsukushima base and put an end to this war. Yes, Your Highness. After giving the order, Yang Hui returned to the separate room prepared for him and took out the terminal that had been vibrating. When he just arrived in Tochigi, the terminal had communication access, but Yang Hui did not answer the call after seeing the caller. He returned to the room to answer his call after finishing his military affairs. Your Highness Yang Hui, my name is Kuraruji. Prime Minister Kuraruji, what advice do you have? Your Highness Yang Hui, let's be frank. What price do we have to pay to make you stop? As for the price, I told you at the beginning, Prime Minister Kuraruji. The price you want is too high. We can't agree to it, and we can't agree to it with you. My price is like this. Whether you can afford it or not is not my problem. So that's it. Wait? Anything else, Prime Minister Kuraruji? The 6 Kyoto families have already stood aside and watched. I have no power to bind them, so I can surrender to Bunitalia on behalf of the Sakura Kingdom. Yamanashi and the areas north of Nagano will become your territory, and our country is willing to submit to you and be your vassal. Haha, that's not right, Prime Minister Kuraruji. Yamanashi and the areas north of Nagano were conquered by our soldiers with their own hands. They are my territory and I don't need you to give it to me. As for whether you return to your country to surrender or become your vassal, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of time for me, so your price is worthless. But it can end the war as quickly as possible and reduce your army's casualties. Although our country can only passively defend and cannot fight back, if you push it hard, you will burst out with extraordinary combat effectiveness, which can directly end a war and reap the fruits of victory. Isn't it a better choice for your highness and your army? What you said makes sense. Then. But I don't think Akamatsu will listen to you. So, your proposal is still worthless. Akamatsu will not give up resistance because of your surrender. I have all the information about the 6 Kyoto families, including their secret warehouses, black organizations, secret assets. I think this should be helpful to your highness. Not enough. Your Highness Yang Hui, are you really going to fight to the death? No, you misunderstood, Prime Minister Kuraruji. Yang Hui didn't care about Kuraruji's excitement at all, and said to him calmly, the fish will definitely die, and the net will never be broken. Once I take over the entire northern part of Sakura country, it will only take a period of stability, and the support fleet from the mainland should have arrived. By then, no matter how many sparks Akamatsu has reserved for you now, and how many cards the 6 Kyoto families have hidden, in the face of absolute power, they will all be meaningless. Do you understand? Your Highness Yang Hui, what exactly do you want to accept? Well, let me think about it. How about this, if you add a little more to all the prices you proposed before, I can agree. You say. After the surrender of Sakura country, all its troops will be disbanded unconditionally, and the domestic armed forces can only retain a certain number of police at a minimum. Chapter 740 Yang Hui's Kindness. Itsukushima Base, the last military base in the northern part of Sakura country that has not fallen, is probably the last paradise for the soldiers of Sakura country in the base. As early as 3 hours ago, Akamatsu issued an order that those who wanted to survive should board the warships of the Gakkaku fleet and the Aminato fleet to evacuate the Itsukushima base. This should be the last thing Akamatsu can do for Sakura country, right? As Akamatsu expected, most people left. Those who followed Akamatsu wholeheartedly were all his die-hard fans, and most of them were veterans who followed him and survived the last war. 52 tanks, 36 armed helicopters, and infantry can't even make up a battalion. Akamatsu, is this your last wish? At this time, Yang Hui and Akamatsu were drinking a few glasses alone in a tavern outside the Itsukushima base. Yes, it's been so many years, we should have died long ago. Akamatsu played with a small wine glass in his hand, and said to Yang Hui in a flat tone, that battle was the starting point of the empire. It should have been so, but we failed, and many people died, students, teachers, close friends, family members. Too many people are buried in that land. Our hands are stained with countless blood, and countless wronged souls are entangled in our bodies. Hey, Yang Hui, have you ever dreamed of the wronged souls who died in your hands? No. Yang Hui answered without hesitation. Really? So, you are the Shura. You are wrong, Chisen. Yang Hui poured himself another glass of wine and drank it. Those who died in my hands were all warriors. Since they are warriors, they should be prepared to die on the battlefield. They will not turn into wronged souls to haunt me, and you. Gyuluha, the reason why you are haunted by wronged souls is because of the sins you have committed and the inhumane massacres you have committed. Haha, I didn't expect to hear such words from your mouth. Ha, what's wrong with the strong enslaving the weak? What's wrong? Chisen, this is why you failed. You failed before, and you fail now. Even if you still have a future, you will fail in the future. As he said that, Yang Hui put down the wine glass, took the small wine bottle and drank it all, foreshadowing the end of the drinking game. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, even 100 years, 200 years, fighting, war, will not change me. I am still the same me, and you are just demons swallowed by war. Then tell me, what are you fighting for? Chisen asked with interest. He now realized that Yang Hui didn't look like a teenager at all. No, he was definitely not a teenager. He was entangled with countless experiences and countless vicissitudes of life. Do you even need to ask? Yang Hui stood up and said with his back to Akamatsu, just protect those around you, that's all. Haha, ha. Akamatsu was stunned for a moment, then he covered his face and laughed. So that's it, ha. I finally know what kind of person you are, Yang Hui. Actually, I'm easy to understand, it's just that you all like to use your imagination. Yet, pure simplicity, you will become a monster. Maybe. Yang Hui raised his foot and walked out of the tavern, saying to Akamatsu, but as long as they are by my side. At this moment, Akamatsu seemed to see the light. In the light, countless figures stood firmly beside Yang Hui, one after another, more and more. Akamatsu couldn't see their faces, or even whether they were men or women, but, I am still me, I must be me. Yang Hui had already stepped half a foot out of the tavern. At this time, he paused, without looking back, and said to Akamatsu, by the way, sake is just plain water. Let's drink Baijiu in the future, if there is still a chance. It was not until Yang Hui's back completely disappeared from his sight that Akamatsu retracted his sight, returned to the empty wine glass in his hand, and shook his head. White wine. Haha, those who can drink that stuff are ruthless people, just like them back then. As soon as the voice fell, Akamatsu also drank the remaining wine in the bottle, picked up his coat and the samurai sword he had treasured for many years, and walked out of the tavern, going in the opposite direction of Yang Hui. Yang Hui. You're back? Are you okay? Seeing Yang Hui walking back alone, Clovis stepped forward worriedly, and Regina, Jeremiah, Fujito Jingshiro and others all ran over. When they heard the message that Akamatsu invited Yang Hui to go to the tavern in the town alone for a small gathering, they all sneered, thinking that this was a trap without any brains. When Yang Hui was silent for a while and agreed, everyone was stunned and tried to dissuade him. When Yang Hui said that he would not bring any guards, everyone was almost scared to death, and even threatened to die to stop Yang Hui. But under the majesty and order of Yang Hui, they had to make way and let Yang Hui walk into the town alone, but all the troops waiting outside were ready to launch a full-scale attack. As long as the gunshots were heard before Yang Hui returned safely, they would immediately rush in and slaughter the entire Itsukushima base. If Yang Hui had an accident, they would slaughter all the current people in the country, regardless of gender, age or young. They were so nervous that they could not sit still immediately when they saw Yang Hui return safely. It's okay, we just chatted for a few words and drank 2 cups. Yang Hui waved his hand and said to everyone. Is this really like this? He didn't do anything to you? Clovis asked worriedly. If there is, I should have his or their blood on me. Yang Hui said the cruelest words in the most frivolous tone. What did you talk about? Clovis asked. Nothing, just chatting for a while. Yang Hui patted Clovis on the shoulder and smiled, indicating that everything was really fine, and then gave orders to everyone around him, launched the attack in 10 minutes. The Nightmare Knights and the Star Knights will not participate in this battle. Wipe out the enemy and leave no one alive. Why? Your Highness. Why don't we participate? If we go out, we can end the battle faster. That's why you are not allowed to participate. Oh, by the way, X, you can go, but no one else is allowed to go. Why? X and everyone's eyes were focused on Fujito Kageshiro again. Fujito Kageshiro, who was named, was also confused and sweating. It was not a good idea to make special arrangements at this time. This would be targeted, and his identity was already very sensitive, but Yang Hui made him an exception. If he didn't find out the reason, he wouldn't dare to accept this order. There are only a bunch of defeated soldiers left at Itsukushima base. Are you going to bully them? Since they want to die as warriors, I will fulfill their wish. I still have some mercy. Yang Hui explained to everyone, and then looked at Fujito Kageshiro. You go and make a break. Yes, Your Highness. After hearing the reason, Fujito Kageshiro was stunned for a moment, and his hand holding the knight's sword began to tremble, and his eyes under the mask began to heat up and moisten. I see, I understand. This honor, give it to them with mercy. Clovis also understood Yang Hui's reason and chose to accept it. The others were the same. Although they did not think that there was any honor in the person who quietly launched a nuclear bomb on the mainland of Bunitaria, they were willing to follow Yang Hui's ideas. Go, remember my orders, wipe out the enemy, and leave no one alive. The glorious knights of Bunitaria, show your bravery, defend your honor, and let them see who is the real warrior. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Akamatsu received the same treatment when he returned to his own camp. Everyone, I'm sorry to disappoint you again. What are you talking about, General? If you hadn't dug me out of the pile of dead bodies back then, I would have been dead long ago. Yes, General, this is the life we owe you, and now we're just returning it to you. If it weren't for the General, how could I have come back to marry Yue-chan and have a big fat boy? I've already failed once, so what's there to be afraid of if it happens again? At worst, I can start all over again in the next life. Ha ha ha. Okay. Let's go crazy one last time. Soldiers of the Sakura Empire. Are you ready? Ready. X and the whole army prepare for battle. The whole army will attack in 10 minutes. Yes. X and 10 minutes later, Akamatsu and Yang Hui set the same time tacitly, and the troops under their command marched towards each other at the same time. The only difference was that Akamatsu was sitting in the leading chariot, full of vigor, while Yang Hui was sitting in the back and took out a bottle of fine white wine, poured himself a glass, and poured another glass for Akamatsu on the battlefield. Yang Hui did not pick up his own wine glass, but instead picked up Akamatsu's wine glass and raised it towards the battlefield. Watch out for it in the next life, and don't stand in front of me again. As soon as the words fell, the wine glass tilted, and the clear and transparent wine poured out along the wall of the glass, twisted into a silver thread, and sank into the earth. Boom. Fujito Kageshiro obeyed Yang Hui's order and participated in this battle. The unique Gemini stood at the forefront of all Sunderlands. As the countdown came to an end, the pulley on his heel started to spin at high speed. All troops, attack. Yes, Your Highness. XN, Gemini, took the lead and charged forward at the fastest speed, unsheathing the black and white swords and holding them tightly in his hands. I don't know if it's an illusion, but at this moment, Gemini seemed to have resonated with Fujito Kageshiro. Fujito Kageshiro held the operating handle very hard, and Gemini's hand holding the black and white swords also held extra hard, until the enemy appeared, and the fire in his chest reached its peak, erupting like a volcano. Akamatsu. Chapter 741, Rat Trainer and Rat. In order to satisfy Akamatsu and the rest of his men, and give them the last chance to die on the battlefield, because they did not want to bully them, they did not send the Nightmare Knights and the Star Knights, because they gave them the last dignity, and the rest of the army rushed forward without any reservation. The gap in equipment, technology, numbers, and combat power made this grand final battle, which should have been the most magnificent, come to an end within 5 minutes of the start of the war. Yang Hui walked into the battlefield filled with gunpowder, looking at the wreckage of the tanks and helicopters around him, and the remains that might be complete, incomplete, or could not be found. Finally, he walked back a few steps and saw one of the tanks with a black sort of Gemini stuck on it, and Gemini squatted beside this tank. Fujito Jingshiro stood on the palm of Gemini and looked down at it until he saw Yang Hui and jumped off his palm. "Your Highness. Is it over?" "It's over." "Yes." Nodding, Yang Hui understood that Fujito Kagashiro had finally said goodbye to the past. "Then let's go." "Yes, Your Highness." The final battle ended hastily. The leader of the Young faction, the most capable Major General Akamatsu in the country, was killed. The northern part of Sakura country fell completely and became the territory of Bunitaria. Just when the people in the country were excited and called on the country to send troops to fight the Bunitaria Empire to the death and regain the lost territory, the Prime Minister of Sakura country, Kyoruji Genbu, publicly surrendered to Bunitaria. This result almost ignited the anger of all Sakura people. The entire Sakura country exploded like a lit barrel of explosives. Countless Sakura people gathered on the streets of Kyoto, the capital of the south, holding up signs and banners of resistance to the end and marching. More excited citizens rushed into various government facilities to ask for explanations and even carried out sabotage, shouting Kyoruji Genbu stepped down and replaced by a better prime minister to lead them to defeat Bunitaria. Even the Sakura people in the occupied areas became agitated. They responded to the call from the south and began to hold large-scale marches. Some people even secretly formed resistance organizations and began to attack the settlements of the Bunitarians. Yang Hui was not polite at all for such behavior. He directly used iron-blooded means to suppress it. The citizens who marched were rudely driven back to their homes. Those resistance organizations would be eliminated as soon as they were found, without mercy. In just a few months, the death and injury of the Sakura people reached more than 50,000. Most of whom were people who participated in the resistance organizations. Yang Hui's order was that as long as they were found, they were allowed to be shot on the spot. At the same time, Yang Hui issued an open reward to the Sakura people in the occupied area, providing intelligence on the resistance organizations. After verification, if it was found to be valuable intelligence, a generous bonus would be immediately awarded. Those who directly reported it would be directly granted the status of honorary Bunitarians after verification. In this way, the turmoil in the occupied area was immediately alleviated. After all, it was normal for ordinary citizens to lose their minds for a while when their emotions were mobilized, but after Yang Hui's cruel means forced them to cool down, most people still cared more about their lives. At the same time, in the face of great profits, people who had lost their ordinary lives because of the war could not withstand the temptation. The repeated intelligence and reports helped Bunitaria to quickly clear a large number of resistance organizations in the north. The bonuses issued within a week reached 1 billion, and the number of newly added honorary Bunitarians exceeded 1,000. Compared with the gradually stabilized northern region, the southern region has become a purgatory on earth, with economic collapse, riots everywhere, and people dying every day. Your Highness Yang Hui, please help. In the end, the helpless Kyoruji Genbu still found Yang Hui and asked him to help. Akamatsu did retain a lot of fire for the Sakura kingdom, and a considerable part of the army was left behind. But because of Kyoruji Genbu's surrender, the remaining troops were unwilling to obey his command. Some of them even hid and secretly operated as resistance organizations. The other part was the 6 families in Kyoto who took the opportunity to take control. As before, they did not participate in the current situation, but watched from the sidelines and watched Kyoruji Genbu plan to end this chaos. Prime Minister Kyoruji, to be honest, I am very disappointed with your country's crisis handling ability. Your Highness Yang Hui, please stop making sarcastic remarks. I cannot mobilize the army. The 6 families in Kyoto are still watching the show. If you continue to be a spectator, the empire can only get a piece of ruined land, which is what none of us want to see. Well, that makes sense. Then, you can tell the 6 families in Kyoto that if they still want to be spectators, this is the last show they will watch. Yang Hui had no intention of sending troops to assist Kyoruji Genbu in suppressing the riots in the southern region from the beginning. First, the reinforcements from the mainland had not arrived yet, and the troops he had were not enough. Second, He also planned to let the South be in chaos and let the remaining forces of the Sakura Kingdom consume some of their own power. However, in the final analysis, it was still his own territory. If the commotion was too much, it would not be so easy for him to clean up the mess in the end, so, let's end it here. Some people should show their value before they are dealt with. I will convey your meaning to them. Kyoruji Zuanwu hung up the phone with a sigh. He still believed in Yang Hui's deterrence. If the people of the 6 families in Kyoto still thought they could sit on the sidelines and were unwilling to move their butts, then they would understand how ruthless Yang Hui was. You are really embarrassed, Yang Hui. Cornelia teased. It's not me who is embarrassed, sister. Yang Hui spread his hands. But if the trouble continues, the southern part will lose its value as a territory. Yang Hui, why don't I take people there? I am very familiar with dealing with resistance organizations. Clovis suggested. No, it's just right to let those stupid cowards play their last value, so that they don't think I'm too kind and can't do anything to them. Yang Hui said with a smile. Well, you can do it yourself. Anyway, you have to worry about your territory. Cornelia continued to tease Yang Hui. It's too easy, so boring. Yang Hui smiled slyly and looked at Clovis, who suddenly felt something was wrong and was about to be backstabbed. Easy ones are suitable for novices like Clovis. As a high-end player, you naturally have to choose difficult ones. Yang Hui. You will feel uncomfortable if you don't taunt me for a day, right? Clovis cursed. I can't help it. Who told Lelouch to go to school? Yang Hui said innocently. Only you can talk about bullying so confidently. Cornelia chuckled. Okay, let's talk about business, sister. Clovis, when are you going back? Yang Hui asked. I'm scheduled to leave the day after tomorrow. The Middle East is a little restless, you know. Cornelia is a person who can't sit still. This kind of leisurely and interesting life is okay to relax occasionally, but she still prefers the battlefield. I have to wait until the troops from the mainland arrive before I can leave, right? Clovis was also worried about his territory. After being out for so many days, it was not good to let Balder hold on all the time. But if he took the people away now, Yang Hui's troops would not be enough. This was also within Yang Hui's expectations. Cornelia had brought the Rose Witch Knights to help. A small number of elite troops could not play a big role in the current situation, so there was no problem leaving early. Now that Clovis's fleet and large troops were gone, Yang Hui was really troubled. It was just that the transportation methods in this world were too backward. It took too long for the large troops to come from the mainland by boat. We have to hurry up and get the flight system and floating warships out. Ding ding ding. Huh? Yang Hui looked at the terminal that was ringing, frowned, and the air around him became a little cold. What's wrong? Cornelia and Clovis also noticed the coldness emanating from Yang Hui, and asked with a serious face. The rat trainer let their rats walk out of the rat hole. Rat trainer? Rats? Yang Hui nodded and made a phone call. It's me. Are Lelouch and Nunnally okay? Don't worry, Your Highness, Lelouch and Nunnally are safe. Are there any survivors? Yes, they are from 2 forces, and they left 3 people from each. Find out who they are. Yes, Your Highness. After hanging up the phone, Cornelia immediately asked, did anyone attack Lelouch and Nunnally? Well, they are fine. Haha, it seems I can find something to do before I leave. Cornelia sneered. You can't win in a head-on fight, so you attack Lelouch and Nunnally. What a damn coward. Clovis' tone was also full of murderous intent. Let's wait for the investigation report. One of them must be the rat trainers, and the other one. In Sakura country, the only forces that can still attack Lelouch and Nunnally are the 6 Kyoto families. After all, Kyoruji Genbu doesn't dare to do so, and the young and vigorous faction also dispersed with the death of Akamatsu. There should be no second force that has this ability. But now it has indeed appeared. I don't know why, but Yang Hui has a bad premonition in his heart, which makes him a little irritable. In Kyoto, the 6 heads of the 6 Kyoto families gathered in a mysterious room. Their expressions could not be seen clearly under the dim light, but judging from their postures, they should not be in a good mood. Yang Hui, that bastard, if we hadn't just stood by and watched, could he have conquered such a large territory in the north so easily? Humph, Kyoruji is also a coward. He actually sent a message to us from the Bunitalians. It's a shame for the country. Haha, everyone, I think there's no objection to giving the young people a lesson. Agreed. Well, I've asked my people to take action. Let him see who is the king of Sakura country. Very good, as long as we control those two people, Yang Hui will have to listen to us. The Prince of Bunitalia must be much more useful than that guy Kiraruji. Everyone, how about let's raise our glasses to celebrate? Okay. Ding ding ding. Look, the news is here. The head of the Tsuchi Mikado family said proudly to the other 5 people. He had begun to fantasize about a better life in the future, but... Tsuchi Mikado Shogo. Who are you? Hearing a strange voice coming from the phone, the head of the Tsuchi Mikado family felt something was wrong. His Highness Yang Hui asked me to say hello to you and the 5 family heads around you. Yang Hui. You. Beep 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 beep. Chapter 742, A Brain as Big as a Quail Egg. The other end of the phone did not give the head of the Tsuchi Mikado family any chance to get more information, and directly hung up the phone, causing the heads of the 6 Kyoto families to fall silent for a while, sweating profusely. What happened? Tsuchi Mikado. You did a good job. How did I know that he arranged so many people around those 2 children? Shut up. This was done by you alone, and it has nothing to do with us. Asshole. You all agreed just now. Do you have any evidence? What evidence do you think Yang Hui needs? Okay, shut up. Instead of arguing, why not think about it carefully? What should we do next? For a while, they were all silent. According to their understanding of Yang Hui, he is a very sentimental person, especially to his family and companions. If you plot against Yang Hui himself, he may play with you, and the winner depends on your ability, but if you attack the people around him, it will be a situation of no end. Move. A head of the family suggested. Transfer? Haha, where else can we transfer to? A family head sneered. The northern region is already the world of Bunitalia. This is our base camp. If we give up here, we can only leave this country. That's better than sitting here and waiting to die. Haven't we made a lot of investments in Bunitalia before? Can we contact the local nobles and ask them to give us the honorary identity of Bunitalia and let us transfer to Bunitalia? That's not Yang Hui's territory. There are people above him who are suppressing him. You mean Skneasel or Odysseus? There are 4 people in Bunitalia who can suppress Yang Hui. The first one is Charles D.I. Bunitalia, the Emperor of Bunitalia. The second is Prime Minister Skneasel. The third is Crown Prince Odysseus, and the last one is Cornelia. The first one can be directly ruled out. No matter how big their faces are, they can't get in touch with Charles D.I. Bunitalia. The last one can also be ruled out. Seeing that Yang Hui needed support, Cornelia took her knights from the imperial capital to the Sakura country to support Yang Hui through the dangerous air route. It is obvious that she is on the same front with Yang Hui. As for the remaining Skneasel and Odysseus, one is Skneasel, the Prime Minister of Bunitalia, who has a huge influence in the local area and holds real power in his hands, and the other is Odysseus, the next heir to the emperor and who holds the cabinet meeting. According to their ideas, they all want the position of emperor. Odysseus is now the crown prince, but before he ascends the throne, the crown prince can be replaced. So now, the 3-person group of Odysseus, Skneasel, Yang Hui, Cornelia and Clovis, these 3 forces are in conflict. They have now completely offended Yang Hui. Only Skneasel and Odysseus can save them. Yang Hui's recent actions are so big, both internationally and domestically, his reputation is rising like a rocket, which is a huge threat to Skneasel and Odysseus. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They believe that as long as they can show enough value, they will be able to get their protection. Find a way to contact them. At most, you have to give up half of your assets. As long as you can survive, you can get more in the future. Well, let's do it. Agreed. I'll contact them. External contacts have always been my field. Yes. The 6 families in Kyoto were still discussing how to get the protection of Skneasel or Odysseus. Yang Hui didn't plan to wait any longer and called Kiraruji Genbu directly. Your Highness Yang Hui. The surrender ceremony will be held in Kyoto in 3 days. Your Highness Yang Hui, isn't it too hasty? The unrest in the southern region has not yet subsided. That's what you should worry about now. If the surrender ceremony cannot be held normally in 3 days, I will regard your surrender as invalid, and the army of Bunitalia will march to the southern region. Your Highness Yang Hui. You. Beep 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 beep. Kurumi Genbu tried to get at least a few days' grace, But Yang Hui didn't give him any chance and hung up the phone directly. He couldn't get through when he wanted to call back. Damn it. Kurumi Genbu learned from the intelligence that Yang Hui was a man who kept his promises. He had just talked to Yang Hui on the phone not long ago. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the underlying meaning was to give Kurumi Genbu enough time to quell the unrest in the southern region before holding the surrender ceremony. In addition to this, Yang Hui also provided him with some help. He did not send troops, nor did he take action personally. Instead, he stood behind and supported him in causing trouble for the 6 families of Kyoto. Damn it. It must be them. Thinking of the 6 families of Kyoto, Kurumi Genbu guessed the reason why Yang Hui's attitude suddenly became tough, and he immediately picked up the phone and called the 6 families of Kyoto. Shuji, is there anything else? You bunch of idiots. What on earth have you done? Why do you want to provoke Yang Hui at this time? We could have relied on our own strength to quell the people's riots, but now look. Yang Hui has directly issued a final ultimatum. A surrender ceremony must be held in Kyoto in 3 days, otherwise he will bring his troops here directly. I know. You know? What do you know? What's the use of knowing it? Hurry up and let your people mobilize the army to quell the domestic unrest. This is not your concern. How can this not be? Shuji Zhuangwu was suddenly stunned and found that the other party's attitude was very wrong. The situation had reached such a serious point, but they still didn't care. Even if they planned to sit on the sidelines and wait until everything was stable before coming out to reap the rewards, the country is about to be gone. What kind of reap the rewards? Unless. Haha, I see, you plan to abandon this country, right? Shuji Zhuangwu sneered. Kuroki, watch your tone. Don't forget who helped you get to your current position. The tone on the other end of the phone also turned cold. Kurumi Genbu, the Prime Minister, was originally a puppet pushed up by the 6 Kyoto families. In their eyes, he has always been a servant. Now the servants are scolding their masters. Whether they continue to use him or plan to abandon him, they will not be in a good mood. Haha, what's the point of talking about this now? If I can make your rotten butts move a little, what does it matter if I don't sit as Prime Minister? Kuroki. You. So hurry up and get your people moving. I tell you, this country is over, and you don't want to have an easy life. After scolding, Kurumi Genbu hung up the phone. Although the problem was still not solved, he felt a lot more relaxed. Maybe many of the words that were suppressed in his heart were finally spoken out. It was indeed the support of the 6 Kyoto families that allowed him to become the Prime Minister of Sakura country. But after becoming the Prime Minister, he also did a lot for this country. It would be impossible for him to be a puppet completely selfishly. The more you do things sincerely, the more you can feel the corruption and hatefulness of the 6 families of Kyoto. Akamatsu, I didn't expect that the vacancy after you left would be filled by me. Thinking about it, Kurumi Zhuangwu smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was still not as good as Akamatsu. Akamatsu had the army and the young and vigorous faction in his hands, but what about him? Nothing. Therefore, he could only talk about it, but it was impossible to really compete with the 6 families of Kyoto, unless. Alice, this is the only way. Thinking of this, Kurumi Zhuangwu called Yang Hui again, but still couldn't get through. But Kurumi Zhuangwu changed the number of Regine Rugetta. Regine Rugetta was Yang Hui's personal maid, who was always with him on weekdays. Fortunately, Regine Rugetta's call was connected, and Kurumi Genbu breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Rugetta, this is Kurumi Genbu. Please tell His Highness Yang Hui that the 6 families in Kyoto are planning to abandon the Sakura country and escape. I am willing to hand over all the information about the 6 families in Kyoto to His Highness Yang Hui, and I also ask him to help us. There was no nonsense in the conversation between Regine Rugetta and Kurumi Genbu. After Kurumi Genbu finished speaking, Regine Rugetta told Yang Hui about the matter and let him decide. After he hands over the things, it can be postponed to half a month later. Rugetta, let the people below draw up a plan and hand it over to Kurumi Genbu. If it cannot be completed, don't blame me. Yes. Regine Rugetta withdrew, and Cornelia and Clovis looked at Yang Hui in surprise. It was not his style to change his orders every day. He always kept his word. Even if I were to quell the unrest in the south within 3 days, I would not be able to do so unless I kill everyone. Yang Hui spread his hands and said to them, I was originally going to force Kurumi Genbu to make him break off completely with the 6 families of Kyoto. So, The final value you mentioned, forcing Kyoruji Genbu to take sides? Cornelia asked. Half. Yang Hui continued, the other half is their assets. The 6 families of Kyoto have secretly controlled this country for so many years, and they are extremely rich. Without the information provided by Kyoruji Genbu, some would slip through the net. This information is Kyoruji Genbu's last trump card. If he is not forced, he will not easily take it out. Great. Clovis gave a thumbs up. He had learned a lot from Baldurin, 10, but now he felt the gap between Bronze and King most directly. Just now Kyoruji Genbu said, they abandoned this country? They are going to run away. Clovis asked again. That should be the case. For those people, what they do for themselves and the country is not as valuable as this cup of black tea in their hands. Yang Hui raised the teacup in his hand and said to Cornelia and Clovis. Haha, escape? Where can they escape to? Cornelia sneered. It's not that she is conceited. In this world, no country can protect them. Only. Wait. They won't. It turns out that they still have some brains. Facing Cornelia's shocked eyes, Yang Hui said calmly, but it also proves that it's only a little bit, probably not even as big as a quail egg. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 743, Cornelia, a novice and playful girl. In the imperial capital of Bunitalia, Sknizel was still diligently handling the daily affairs of the empire. With his seriousness and excellent ability, the documents as tall as a person were reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. No matter how big or small the event was, it was arranged in an orderly manner. Your Highness Sknizel, news from the Sakura country. Well, it seems that Yang Hui has already determined the date for the surrender. Sknizel didn't even look at it. He was aware of Yang Hui's strength and the three-person alliance of Yang Hui, Cornelia and Clovis, but he still maintained an elegant attitude without any violent fluctuations, and never thought of doing something bad in secret to destroy Yang Hui's strong momentum. No, it's the 6 families of Kyoto in Sakura country. Huh? The 6 families of Kyoto. Sknizel was stunned. He knew the intelligence of the 6 families of Kyoto. After all, they were an organization that manipulated a country behind the scenes. But he had no connection with the 6 families of Kyoto. Why did they suddenly contact him? Wait, Kyoto, Sakura country, it seems that Yang Hui was a bit ruthless. Your Highness, how should we reply? Don't reply to them first. Yang Hui doesn't like to cause trouble for himself. They must have done something to anger Yang Hui, so they would seek refuge from me. Let's find out what happened over there. Yes, Your Highness. If there was no big conflict between the 6 families of Kyoto and Yang Hui, then he could consider it. If it was a conflict that was difficult to resolve, Sknizel had no intention of intervening. After all, now was not the time to fall out with Yang Hui. But, to be honest, the people of the 6 families of Kyoto are also talented people who can anger Yang Hui. On the other side, Odysseus had just finished a meeting and returned to his office. He saw Guinevere sitting on the sofa waiting for him, and her expression was a little solemn. What happened? Odysseus asked calmly. The 6 families of Kyoto want your protection. The 6 families of Kyoto? Did they offend Yang Hui? Odysseus only thought about it for a while and came to the final conclusion. Yes. How did they contact you? Several officials from the Ministry of Commerce, the Land Development Bureau, and the Cultural Bureau. Catch them. Huh? Guinevere was stunned for a moment, feeling that Odysseus's jump was too big. He was still talking about the protection of the 6 families of Kyoto 1 second, and the next second he asked her to arrest people. What do you think will make Yang Hui angry? Odysseus asked Guinevere. The thing that can make Yang Hui not give any chance to live, enemy? No, Yang Hui will not leave any chance to live for the enemies on the battlefield. They are obviously not the kind of people who go to the battlefield. Even if they go to the battlefield, they can't contact us alive. And then, wait. Lelouch and Nunnally are in Sakura country. In terms of understanding Yang Hui's character, Guinevere and Odysseus are obviously better than Sknizel. Not only did Guinevere guess what the 6 Kyoto families did after a simple analysis, Odysseus also thought of it from the beginning. So go and arrest those people and find out their bottom line. It should be possible to scrape out a lot of money. Odysseus said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. At this moment, Guinevere not only had no intention of agreeing to the asylum request of the 6 Kyoto families, but also hated the officials who helped the 6 Kyoto families contact them. Alice, people from small countries, even if they can hide behind the scenes and manipulate the entire country, that's all. To use Yang Hui's words, well, their brains are only the size of quail eggs. Sneasel and the prince. Turning her sight back to Yang Hui, Cornelia also thought of the shelters that the 6 families in Kyoto might choose. Only these 2 shelters could protect them. Sneasel might check what happened, and after finding out, he will definitely not accept them. Even if they have everything in their hands as bargaining chips, he will never agree. As for Odysseus, he is even less likely to agree, and he will directly refuse without even checking, and will arrest all the participants. Before Yang Hui could finish, Cornelia announced the answer first. Why? Only Clovis looked puzzled. In his opinion, although Odysseus had always been very gentle, he was always called the prince of mediocre people, and Clovis used to think so too. But after 3 years of training in 10, his vision has become much broader and sharper than before. He can understand things that he couldn't understand before, such as Odysseus, who seems gentle and mediocre, but is actually as bottomless as an abyss. It is precisely because of Odysseus's gentle and non-competitive character that Clovis thinks that Odysseus is a greater threat than Sneasel. So you're still far away. Yang Hui and Cornelia smiled at each other. Huh? So, what's going on? Clovis asked. Just think of it as a test paper for you. Yang Hui didn't explain to Clovis. For Clovis, it was also a test. As long as he could learn most of Baldur's skills, he would be able to see through the true colors of Odysseus and Guinevere. Damn it, are you my teacher? And you give me homework. Clovis complained with dead eyes. We have to see your growth. Cornelia cooperated. Royal sister, when did you become his ally? Clovis said bitterly. He dared to play with Yang Hui, but Cornelia, well, a coward. Forget it. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and glanced at Cornelia unhappily. Royal sister just thinks it's fun, she's not my ally. I'm very sad that you think so. Cornelia pretended to be sad. Royal sister, Yuffie's tricks really don't suit you. Yang Hui said to Cornelia with dead eyes. Yuffie has been clever since she was a child. She is not a talent for maneuvers. She has master-level skills since she was a child. She doesn't even need to learn. Really? Cornelia smiled teasingly, and walked towards Yang Hui in a charming and seductive manner. She leaned down, almost face to face, and hooked Yang Hui's chin with her slender fingers. So this is what you like? Clovis was directly shocked, and his brain lost the ability to think. The biological instincts made him move the sofa back, and he didn't forget to take 2 pieces of watermelon. Yang Hui was also stunned. He wanted to retreat, but found that the back of the sofa blocked him. He dodged left and right, but Cornelia pressed his shoulders again. Imperial sister. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that you are weird today. Why are you weird? It's pretty. Oh. The sudden earthy love words made Cornelia lose her ability to be charming. Instead, her face was flushed, and she was about to turn into a steamed earl. Wow. Clovis, who was eating watermelon, still hadn't recovered the ability to think in his brain, and still exclaimed by instinct. Cornelia, who should have glared at Clovis, didn't hear Clovis' exclamation. She stared at Yang Hui with her eyes blankly, her whole body trembling. Imperial sister. Don't touch me. Yang Hui was dumbfounded again. He just wanted to gently push Cornelia away a little bit, so that she wouldn't get so close to him. Who knew that before he touched her, Cornelia shrank back to her seat as if she had been electrocuted, hugged her body tightly, and kept muttering, "You are my brother, we can't. You are my brother, we can't. You are my brother, we can't." Yang Hui's whole body was almost gray. What did he do? He just saw that Cornelia was too much, and he wanted to save a little dignity, so he said a rustic love word. Who knew the effect was the best of the best? You are both inexperienced and playful. ? No, Imperial sister, you. Don't come over. At this time, Yang Hui made the wisest decision and turned around and left the room without hesitation. He suspected that Cornelia had contracted the disease, Yang Hui allergy, in a short period of time. But before leaving, Yang Hui did not forget to put Clovis' consciousness to sleep and let his body rely on biological instincts. Hey, come back to your senses. Pa. What happened to me? Why am I here? Where's my sister? And my face hurts. Yang Hui gave Clovis a dragon-subduing slap, and finally awakened Clovis' consciousness. He covered his swollen and painful right face and looked around blankly. It's okay. Yang Hui patted Clovis' shoulder as if nothing had happened. My sister wanted to rest alone, so I brought you out. What's wrong with my sister? Is she sick? Clovis asked worriedly. No, I'm just tired. That's good, but... Clovis tilted his head and tried to recall. Why do I feel like I forgot something very important? That's your illusion. Really? Yes. What's wrong with my face? Why does it hurt so much? When I took you away, you accidentally bumped into the wall. Eh? Me? Bump into the wall? Yes. Really? Really? Look at my eyes. Yes. There's eye boogers. Get lost. Yang Hui punched Clovis again in a bad mood and left angrily. Hey. Yang Hui, wait for me. In the Prime Minister's mansion of Sakura Country, Kyoruji Genbu had already handed over his trump card to Rini Rujita, and soon, he also received the plan sent back by Rini Rujita. This is it. Looking at the contents of the plan, Kyoruji Genbu trembled all over, and the biting cold ran up his spine to his brain. Public opinion, transfer the hatred of the people from Bunate Libya and him to the 6 families of Kyoto. There is so much evidence. Ha. Kyoruji Genbu laughed happily and excitedly. He finally waited for this day, the day to get rid of the manipulation of the 6 families of Kyoto, the day to eliminate the cancer of the 6 families of Kyoto. Although he is still a puppet, and the Sakura Country is still under the control of others, he doesn't care. The new master Yang Hui is not comparable to the corrupt cowards of the 6 families of Kyoto, and... Chapter 744, The End of the 6 Families of Kyoto. Damn it. Why is this happening? Shouldn't Yang Hui be their enemy? Why did Skneasel and Odysseus reject our request? Don't they know that a friend of a friend is an enemy? The furious 6 families of Kyoto had received a reply from Skneasel and Odysseus, rejecting their request for asylum, and even refused to give them a chance to negotiate. At the same time, both Skneasel and Odysseus carried out a major purge of middle and high-level officials in various departments of the imperial capital, arresting all officials related to the 6 families of Kyoto and putting them in jail, without showing any mercy. In this way, the 6 families of Kyoto completely lost all the ways to contact the mainland of Bunataria, and even if they wanted to beg Skneasel and Odysseus to take them in, it would be impossible. What about the EU? Did the EU ask? Having lost the 2 paths of Skneasel and Odysseus, they could only place their last hope on the EU. Another world power would not take them in. Haha, the EU is already in civil strife. Even if they are willing to take us in, what can we do? But it's better than staying here and waiting to die. The EU is indeed willing to take us in, but, haha, those bureaucrats are even more hateful than the nobles of Bunataria at this time. Tell me their conditions. 3/4 of the assets are only allowed to move in the restricted areas designated by them, and they are subject to full-scale surveillance within 5 years. Damn EU. The conditions proposed by the EU are too harsh. Not to mention them, no one can accept them. This is clearly to eat them up and wipe them out, not even spitting out a bone. Is there no room for negotiation? No. Alice. Ding ding ding. The 6 people were struggling. On the one hand, the EU could indeed help them leave this place of right and wrong. No matter whether Yang Hui would hunt them down in the future, with the EU's surveillance and protection, it would be better than now. On the other hand, they were unwilling to pay such a huge price. They were used to being high and mighty. If they were suddenly knocked down to the mortal world and turned into ants that they looked down on, not to mention that they could not accept it in a short period of time, they might not be able to accept it in their lifetime. It was at this time that the 6 people's phones rang one after another, which also made them determined to flee the Sakura Country no matter what the cost. What? All our industries have been blocked? We must control this situation. Impossible. Few people know about those locations. How did they find them? What? All our information has been exposed. How could he do this? No. We didn't. That's slander. What? There is irrefutable evidence. Damn Kyoruji. The phone was temporarily disconnected, and the expressions of the 6 people were extremely ugly. It has only been a few days? Yang Hui attacked them, and the first move was a thunderous attack, catching them off guard. All our industries have been attacked fiercely by unknown forces. The market value of the companies is less than half. Except for a few key industries, all the others have been taken away. I also received news that 15 secret bases were attacked by unknown forces at the same time, and 3 laboratories were exposed. Exposed? Those 3 laboratories. Damn it. Why were they exposed? Only a few of us know the locations of those 3 laboratories. The other insiders were either killed by us or have been unable to leave the laboratories. How did he know? It's over. Once these 3 laboratories are exposed, let alone the EU, no force in the world will accept us. Then take the final measure, cut off all contact and sever ties. It's too late. Kyorugi held a press conference and claimed to the outside world that hard evidence related to this was found in the laboratory, and he announced that the surrender of Sakura country was instigated by us behind the scenes, and said that we had reached some kind of agreement with Unitalia to sell out national interests for personal gain. This is slander. The proposal to surrender was proposed by Kyorugi himself from the beginning. We did not agree. But there was no objection. Kurumi produced a lot of evidence to prove his statement. The domestic wind direction has changed, and now all the spearheads are pointed at us. Contact the TV stations and ask them to clarify immediately. The most important TV stations in the country are in our hands. As long as we immediately. I said it's too late. Don't you understand? From the moment Kurumi produced the evidence, we can't clear ourselves. The evidence is all fake. Just declare it to the outside world that it is fake. Those fools will only follow the wind. As long as we control public opinion. Haven't you figured it out yet? Kurumi's live news broadcast was broadcast by the TV stations under our command. They are out of our control. How is this possible? They are, but we were careless. One of them said angrily, with so much confidential information, including the 3 secret laboratories, only one person may know it besides the 6 of us. Kurumi. X5 only him. He betrayed us. That's why Yang Hui was able to hit the target with 1 shot. Damn Kurumi. I'm going to kill him. What's the point of saying this now? We have to come up with a solution. Leave immediately. Leave this country. Where to? Are we going to agree to the EU's conditions? Let's talk about that later. We must leave this country as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Yang Hui doesn't take action, we will be torn to pieces by the angry fools. Agree. Ding ding ding. The terminals of the 6 people in X6 rang at the same time. They took them out and saw that they all showed unknown numbers. The 6 people looked at each other, nodded to each other, and answered the phone at the same time. Hello. Hello, all the heads of the families. The moment the call was connected, the terminal automatically turned on the hands-free mode, and the familiar voice that made the 6 families in Kyoto grit their teeth rang on the 6 terminals at the same time. Yang Hui. It's you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The 6 heads of the families felt greatly humiliated. They had reached the point of life and death, but Yang Hui was so frivolous and didn't take them seriously at all. Yang Hui, you won. Tell me your terms. With the consent of others, a family had negotiated with Yang Hui as a representative. Conditions. Yang Hui on the other end of the phone was very confused. What else do you have that can be used as a price? Our 6 families have been able to secretly control the Sakura country for hundreds of years, and the foundation we have is not what you can imagine. I know that Kyorugi has provided you with a lot of information, but he knows very little, so we still have cards you don't know. If you are talking about Worcester or Emil from the EU, or Osborne Oil and Cabrian from the Middle East, oh, by the way, and the mercenary companies that have been making trouble in 10, then I think I should still know. You. How could you? What Yang Hui mentioned was indeed something that Kyorugi Genbu didn't know. The large-scale enterprises or black organizations jointly founded by the 6 Kyoto families outside the Sakura country had cut off all ties with the Sakura country since the previous generation. Only the 6 of them could secretly contact the person in charge there, and they were all single-line contacts. The person in charge on the other side were also the death warriors trained by the family since childhood, and it was impossible for them to betray. Under such circumstances, Yang Hui actually knew about their relationship with these organizations. You couldn't believe him no matter what. So, it's the same question. Yang Hui continued to ask, do you have anything else that can be used as a bargaining chip? Yang Hui. Don't underestimate us. Even rabbits will bite when they are cornered. Facing the angry threats of the 6 families in Kyoto, Yang Hui smiled coldly. Okay, it just so happens that I plan to have a whole rabbit feast today. You. Why? Do you have to kill them all? Just for two brothers and sisters who are regarded as abandoned and have no value to you. As soon as these words came out, the other end of the phone fell silent. There's a chance. Seeing Yang Hui's silence, the 6 heads of the 6 families in Kyoto thought that Yang Hui was persuaded by them and had a chance to negotiate, but when they were about to speak, the passion that had just been ignited was extinguished by the even more biting cold. Don't compare me to you, a bunch of maggots, just scum who can live to this day by relying on the shade of the trees of our ancestors. If you had known better, you could have enjoyed your old age. Now, you have touched the dragon's reverse scale. Don't think you can die so easily, scum. Yang Hui. Beep 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 beep. Asshole. This kid is too much. Let's fight him. We don't know whether he will live or die. Even if he dies, we have to take a piece of meat from him. Okay. Then we. Boom! At the moment when they decided to fight to the death, the door of the secret room was blown open, and a large group of fully armed soldiers rushed in with the dazzling sunlight, and surrounded them with dark gun muzzles. This is. The 6 people hadn't reacted yet. Looking at the people surrounding them, they were not the troops of Bunatelaya, but the troops of Sakura country. How dare you? Do you know who we are? Get out of here. The family heads who came to their senses shouted angrily. They were standing on the clouds and calling the wind and rain, but even now they didn't understand the current situation. Of course I know. At this time, what shocked the 6 family heads was that Kurumi's Yang Hui actually walked in. It was he who personally led the team to arrest them. Traitors to the country, cruel demons, executioners who have destroyed countless families, your doomsday has come. Kurumi. You are the traitor. You are the culprit who betrayed the country. Don't think you won, we are the top of this country, we. It seems that you haven't seen the current situation clearly. Kurumi's Yang Hui smiled sarcastically, looking at the 6 people who were once high and mighty, like 6 clowns. When you decided to touch that reverse scale, you were nothing. Kurumi. Bang! A family head wanted to pounce on Kurumi's Yang Hui, but as soon as he moved, a bullet broke the crutch in his hand, making him freeze in place. Haha, you want to fight me to death? That won't work. That person has already said that you can't just die easily. Everyone, please come on, I'll take you to participate in your celebration. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.